Chapter 1. 0001 The first clause of the boyfriend rental contract. Party A can look for Party B 24 hours a day, but Party B must keep his phone switched on. Second, Party B must fully cooperate with Party A's requests. Third, any physical contact must be permitted by Party A. 4. 5. In a quiet coffee shop located in the eastern district of Huahai City, in a private room by the window, a young woman wearing a light blue dress with black hair hanging down to her waist was reading a contract with a serious expression. The woman's beautiful eyes were as bright as autumn water, her curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, and plump, captivating red lips. Not to mention her exquisite facial features, her temperament was outstanding, like a fairy that had walked out of a painting, elegant and refined. In front of her was a young man wearing a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt, a pair of pierced shoes, and neat short hair. He had a manly appearance and was listening to her attentively. Every time the woman read a clause, the man would sincerely nod his head, indicating his agreement. Contract signatory, Party A, Su Qingxue, Party B, Yi Fan. Signing time. After meticulously reading the boyfriend rental contract, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she looked at Yi Fan, who she had met for the first time today, and was quite satisfied. Sure enough, her eyes were very accurate. Judging from Yi Fan's appearance and the information he submitted online, she could tell that he was a loyal and honest person. She would obediently listen to whatever she said. Moreover, this man's appearance was not bad. Although he was dressed rather old-fashioned, with a little dressing up, he was enough to be her fake boyfriend. The contract is roughly like this. First, I'll rent it for 3 months, then we'll see how it goes. Do you have any objections? Su Qingxue pushed the contract over and asked coldly. Yi Fan carefully took the contract, then carefully flipped through it one by one. When he reached the last page, he politely asked, "Miss Su, I have a few questions that I need to confirm first." Su Qingxue nodded. "That's what I should do, you can ask." "That's right, what if I happen to be teaching a class and can't go to your place all of a sudden and waste some time?" Yi Fan asked again. Su Qingxue sipped her coffee and lightly said, "You're really thoughtful. It seems like you're also a responsible tutor." Yi Fan bashfully smiled. "It's all right. After all, I've received my salary, so I have to be worthy of my students." Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. She also admired Yi Fan's attitude. After taking the money, he had to work seriously. This kind of person was trustworthy. "Don't worry, I won't pursue such a small matter. I'll avoid looking for you while you're tutoring." Su Qingxue had already considered this point. "That's good, I see that Miss Su is also a reasonable person," Yi Fan said gratefully. Right at this moment, Yi Fan's old man's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, "Moo moo 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 moo." Yi Fan picked up the phone and apologetically said to Su Qingxue, "I'm sorry, Miss Su, it's my student's number." Su Qingxue didn't mind. "You should pick up the phone first. Maybe your student has something urgent." Fan Xian held the phone, as if he was too embarrassed to disturb the others in the coffee shop, so he specially ran to the door to pick it up. This polite action left a good impression in Su Qingxue's heart. Outside the coffee shop, Yi Fan picked up the phone and asked, "Moo moo moo moo, what's the matter?" A girl's clear and melodious voice came from the other side, "Teacher Yi Fan. Come and save me, sob sob. My account has dropped from the diamond rank back to the platinum rank. So it's like that, but I have other part-time jobs later. I've been quite busy these few days, so I can only go to your house another day." Yi Fan had a troubled look on his face. "Aw. Would it take a few days? I won't drop another level, right?" "Alright, Yi Fan, quickly come and save me." Moo 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 pleaded. Fan Xian earnestly said, "Don't worry, with teacher here, I'll help you get back the diamonds sooner or later. As long as you pay the tuition fee, Master and King won't be a problem. But I've given you all my pocket money this month, so there really isn't much left. Moo 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 said pitifully. Fan Xian smiled and said, Teacher knows that it's not easy for you. Isn't it almost next month? You'll have pocket money again very soon, humph. Hateful, just thinking about other people's pocket money. Although Moo 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 was depressed, she still said expectantly, Then come to my house when you're done with your work. I'll wait for you. No problem. Your teacher is a man of his word. After comforting the students, Fan Xian walked back into the coffee shop with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Miss Sue, I've made you wait for so long. Students nowadays, after leaving the teacher, it's as if they don't know anything. They always get the questions wrong, and then they get anxious. Sigh. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Qingxue also understood, being a teacher requires patience. Are you in a hurry to go over? No, I plan to cultivate a student's ability to learn and think independently. I can't help her as soon as there's a problem. Yi Fan looked like he had put in a lot of effort. Qingxue secretly agreed in her heart. She was a very independent woman to begin with, so she felt that Yi Fan was getting more and more to her liking. To be able to find such a man to be her fake boyfriend, she shouldn't need to worry too much. If you have no other objections, then sign it. Qingxue said expressionlessly. Fan Xian smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, this little girl looks exactly the same as Big Sister Fairy, but her personality is too cold. Could it be that she really just looks like him? However, since he had successfully applied for this special part-time job on the internet, he might as well observe her for a while. In any case, he would be able to get a decent commission, and having a beautiful woman as his girlfriend was quite pleasing to the eye, even if it was fake. Taking the contract, Yi Fan straightforwardly signed his name. His handwriting was like iron and silver hook, experienced and elegant, and it looked like it was filled with the charm of Chinese characters. When Qingxue saw this signature, she couldn't help but have a flash of admiration in her beautiful eyes. In this society, there weren't many people who had good handwriting. After signing the contract, Qingxue handed a thick envelope to Yi Fan and said, This is the agreed advance payment of 20,000, you can count it. Fan Xian beamed as he took the heavy envelope and put it into his loose beach pants pocket. There's no need to count, the thickness of 20,000 yuan is between 1.8 centimeters and 2 centimeters. In addition, the thickness of this envelope is 2 centimeters, so the thickness is just right. Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. She never thought that someone would even calculate the thickness of the money. How much did they like money? However, she didn't reject this kind of person. People who loved money were easy to listen to, which was exactly what she needed right now. Qingxue took out another piece of information from her bag. There were more than a dozen pieces of paper, and there was a lot of information written on them. On this piece of information, there is some information about you and me, including how we met and how we were together. Take it back and take a look, so that no one can see through it, Qingxue said. Li Fan Xian didn't expect the woman to be so professional. He smiled and took the information. I'll look at it when I get back. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Yuqiong Building's B2 parking lot. Remember not to be late. After saying this, Qingxue got up and prepared to leave. Miss Sue, don't worry. I have the most sense of time. That's for the best. Yi Fan looked at the cup of caramel macchiato in front of the woman. Before he finished drinking, he asked, Miss Sue, you still have half of your coffee. I'm not drinking anymore. Qingxue said lightly. That's such a waste, 30 yuan per cup. Without saying anything else, Yi Fan took it and drank it all in one gulp. Qingxue wanted to stop him, but she was too embarrassed. Although being thrifty was a good habit, she felt uncomfortable when she thought about how she and this guy were actually, indirectly kissing. The two of them walked out of the coffee shop together. A few customers and waiters couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qingxue. Such a fairy-like woman was rare in life. As for Yi Fan, who was dressed in extremely simple clothes, he was automatically ignored. Arriving at the parking lot, Qingxue opened the door of an azure Maserati Grand Cabrio. The feeling of a beautiful woman in a car made the passers-by look sideways. Seeming to have thought of something, Qingxue turned around and asked, "What grade of student are you tutoring?" "Second year of high school. What's wrong, Miss Su?" Yi Fan had a simple smile on his face. Qingxue shook her head, "Nothing." To be able to tutor a high school student, no matter what, he was still a university student. Qingxue felt more confident in her heart. The Maserati sports car carried a strong gust of wind and quickly left, bringing with it a large number of envious gazes. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was finally able to take out a bag of red double happiness. He put one in his mouth and lit it up for himself. He took a deep breath in enjoyment and puffed out a cloud of smoke. He was in a good mood as he received another large sum of money from his part-time job. He walked to the non-motorized vehicle parking lot and took out a rusty second-hand bicycle. Seeing that the sky was gradually turning dark, Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's still 30 minutes from here to the brocade apartment. Looks like I have to hurry up." Auntie Zhao said that there are still 3 air conditioners to be fixed. Chapter 2. 0002 is one of the top 10 companies in Huahai City. The Splendid Group built a 30-story building in the Second Ring Road, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. It was used as a dormitory for the employees of the Splendid Group. Because it was convenient to get to work, had complete facilities, and had an elegant environment, many higher-ups of the company also stayed here. There was another name for this place, Beauty Apartment. Because more than half of the employees in the Splendid Group were female, from the higher-ups with shares to the ordinary salespeople, most of them were good-looking, making the entire apartment look like a country of women. Not to mention anything else, the trash can in front of the building overflowed with a large amount of flowers and love letters every day, enough to fill a small truck. "Let me go. Let me go. You guys. If you do this again, I will call the police." At this moment, at the entrance of the apartment, 4 to 5 men in black suits were aggressively holding a woman in a moon-white office dress as they walked out of the apartment. The woman's originally neatly combed hair was now a mess, but one could still see her smooth and fair oval face, delicate nose, delicate red lips, and light makeup, showing the charm of a mature city woman. "Director Feng. What is going on? Who are these people?" The dormitory manager, Auntie Zhao, was anxious and wanted to stop them, but this group of burly men were not to be trifled with. There were some other female employees at the entrance, but when they saw the woman being captured, they were also scared out of their wits. Feng Yuing was the director of the Splendid Group's sales department. She belonged to the upper management of the company and was also one of the few strong women in the business world of Huahai City. Because Feng Yuing had been single for so many years, she lived in this apartment with peace of mind, making it convenient for her to work. "Sister Zhao. Quickly call the police. Just say that the White Sharks gang is holding me hostage." Feng Yuing resisted all the way and turned to shout at the dormitory manager. When Auntie Zhao heard this, her face turned pale with fright. White Sharks gang. The White Sharks gang was the biggest gang in Huahai City, deeply rooted in both the underworld and the underworld. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Auntie Zhao trembled as she lowered her head. She did not dare to make a phone call, afraid that she would be implicated. The leader of the group was a man in a black suit with gray hair and a full beard. He grinned at Feng Yuing. "Shut up. Stinky bitch. You dare to call the police? You think that calling the police will work after cheating our ninth Wang's money? Believe it or not, I'll slit your throat and throw it into the sea. As soon as he said that, Auntie Zhao and the other female employees became even more afraid. Their bodies stiffened. That batch of goods was bought by your Lord Joe himself. I'm just doing business with him. He is the one who thinks too highly of himself. What does it have to do with me? Feng Yuing was so angry that her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. The white-haired man glared at her. Bitch, are you saying that our Lord Joe has wronged you? If you don't serve us well tonight, don't even think about coming back. Take him away. No matter how much Feng Yuing resisted, she was still a woman after all. Being pushed onto the cart by these burly men, it looked like she couldn't hold on any longer. At first, they were hoping that the dormitory manager, Auntie Zhao, would call the police. However, after careful consideration, none of these people dared to provoke the White Sharks gang. Their hopes were dashed. Could it be that the innocence that she had guarded for so many years was going to be destroyed tonight and sullied by this group of scoundrels? Right at this moment, Yi Fan, who was riding his bicycle to the entrance of the apartment, got off and asked, "What's going on?" "Director Feng, why did they arrest you?" Feng Yuing recognized Yi Fan and knew that he was a water and electricity repairman for the apartment. He could repair all kinds of electrical appliances, but he wasn't an official employee of the company. The two of them had known each other for a while, but they weren't very familiar with each other. Logically speaking, they shouldn't involve each other. However, Feng Yuing was too scared. She couldn't care too much and could only plead, "Yi Fan, help me call the police. They want to kidnap me." "What? Kidnapping her in public?" Yi Fan's face was serious. He took out his phone and said, "Director Feng, don't worry. I have the most sense of justice." Seeing that Yi Fan was really going to call the police, Auntie Zhao and the other female employees all broke out in cold sweat for him. Sure enough, the men in black from the White Sharks gang all had a murderous look on their faces. The white-haired man said gloomily, "Brat, you dare to interfere in our White Sharks gang's matters. Are you tired of living? What white sharks and black sharks? They don't sound as good as yellow croaker." Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Yellow croaker. F***CKU, beat him up. The white-haired man signaled with his eyes. Immediately, two men in black surrounded Yi Fan. One of them snatched the phone from Yi Fan's hand, while the other kicked at Yi Fan's back. Yi Fan was too lazy to make a call. It was too late to call the police anyway, so he simply leaned to the side and dodged the man's kick. The man's kick missed and instead kicked another man in black who was directly opposite him. "I-oh." The man in front of him was kicked over. At this time, Yi Fan took a step back and crossed his left leg. Just as he was about to retract his leg, the man behind him tripped and lost his balance. He immediately fell on all fours. All of this happened in less than 3 seconds. Before the surrounding people could see what was going on, the two men in black fell to the ground. The female employees in front of the apartment were dumbfounded. Feng Yuying's eyes lit up with hope. She never thought that this part-time young man would have such a trick up his sleeve. "Shit-eating guy. Aren't you ashamed?" The white-haired man spat and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and walked in front of Yi Fan. "Brat, you asked for it. Don't blame me if I give you a concussion with 2 punches, the white-haired man grinned. He used to fight in the black market, so his arm strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He raised his hand and threw a punch the size of a sandbag towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan didn't panic and dodged. The white-haired man's punch just happened to hit their own black Buick business car. Clang! The white-haired man's fist landed on the car window, shattering it into pieces. The glass shards pierced his hand and fresh blood flowed out. The white-haired man grimaced in pain and cried out. Yi Fan turned around and went behind the white-haired man. He kicked the back of the man's leg and hit his hamstring. "Ah!" the white-haired man screamed. One of his legs was in pain and numb. He almost knelt down. King bastard. The white-haired man gritted his teeth and staggered around. He used his bloody fist to hit Yifan again. However, one of Yifan's feet was already in front of the white-haired man. He seemed to lightly kick him in the face. The white-haired man's nose started to bleed and there was a shoe print on his face. He fell down. "Boss!" The few men in black were dumbfounded. The white-haired man was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back and was in such a sorry state. The group of female employees and dormitory aunties all looked at Yifan in amazement, as if this was the first time they had met him. Yifan turned around and looked at the two men who were still holding Feng Yuing hostage. He revealed a cold and evil smile. "Hey, aren't you guys going to send him to the hospital? What if he gets a concussion?" The two men shivered and let go of Feng Yuing dejectedly. They ran to lift the white-haired man up. The 4 or 5 people hurriedly returned to the car and quickly drove away in the Buick. Feng Yuing felt relieved. She felt as if she had collapsed. When they left, she found that her whole body was covered in sweat. She sat on the ground and panted. Her heart was still thumping. "Department head Feng, are you all right?" Feng Yuing raised her head and saw Yifan's harmless and honest smile. It was as if that cold and evil man was not a person at all. She didn't know why, but Feng Yuing realized that the man in front of her seemed to be wearing a mask. She couldn't see the real him at all. "You? Who are you?" Feng Yuing muttered. Yifan blinked and laughed heartily. "I am Xiao Yi, the repairman here. Didn't I go to Department Head Feng's house to fix your electrical appliances twice before?" Feng Yuing looked at him with a complicated gaze. She knew that she couldn't get anything out of him. She sighed, but still said sincerely, "Thank you, Yifan. If it wasn't for you, I would have been in big trouble today." "It's nothing, just a small matter," Yifan said with a smile. He reached out his hand again. "Department Head Feng, let me help you up. The ground is hot from the sun. It's easy to have diarrhea if you sit for too long." "Where did you hear that from?" Feng Yuing blushed. This young man was really straightforward. After hesitating for a moment, she still put her white and tender hand into Yifan's hand. Feng Yuying's figure was quite voluptuous, and her hands weren't thin either. It was very comfortable to hold. Just as he was about to pull the woman up, he heard Feng Yuying's brows furrow and let out a soft cry. "What's wrong?" "My foot. I think I sprained it." Feng Yuing looked like she was in pain. I felt pity for her. Yifan looked at her left foot. The heel of her high heels was broken. It was obvious that she had accidentally injured herself when she was struggling just now. "Department Head Feng, let me carry you. Forcefully walking will hurt you even more." Yifan didn't say anything else and bent down in front of Feng Yuing. This isn't appropriate." Feng Yuying's face was red. Ever since she was young, other than her father, she had never been carried by another man. Yifan smiled indifferently. "It's okay, I have good stamina, I can carry it." Feng Yuing burst into laughter. "You make it sound like I'm very heavy." Chapter 3 0003 Feng Yuying's delicate face was fiery red. She pursed her red lips and lowered her head, not daring to look at the gazes of the people around her. The surrounding female employees and dormitory aunties were all smiling ambiguously. After all, this was the first time they had seen Feng Yuing so shy. Taking the elevator, they arrived at the 26th floor. The higher the floor of the apartment, the higher the level of the people living there, and the more exquisite the rooms were. After going down to Feng Yuying's level, he was already living in a single room. It was more than 100 square meters, so it was quite comfortable to live in. Opening the door and entering the room, there was a faint smell of Dior perfume. Yifan placed Feng Yuing on a gray European-style cloth sofa. Seeing Feng Yuing biting her lips with a pained expression, he asked, "Department head Feng, is it very painful?" "Sigh, I don't know why, but it's getting more and more painful. There are still several important meetings in the next 2 days, this is troublesome." Feng Yuying's face was full of worry. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "How about I show you?" Feng Yuing was about to thank Yifan and send him off, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but wonder, "You know how to look?" "I know a bit of healing techniques, maybe I can help you recover faster." Yifan smiled very sincerely. Feng Yuing remembered that this man seemed to know a bit of martial arts, so he might really know a bit of Chinese medicine. Seeing that Yifan was so sincere, rejecting him might hurt his good intentions. Then, "All right then, sorry to trouble you." Feng Yuying's voice carried a trace of nervousness. A single man and a single woman, causing her red lips to purse tightly. Yifan sat on the carpet generously and took off his broken high heels. Because it was summer, after a busy day, Feng Yuying's feet were inevitably sweaty. However, a beauty was a beauty, so there was no stench even after sweating. After waiting for a while, Feng Yuing realized that Yifan had his head lowered and didn't move. She couldn't help but wonder, "What are you looking at?" Yifan smiled and said, "Nothing, it's just that department head Feng's feet are so beautiful, I couldn't help but take a look." It would have been better if she didn't say anything, but when she said that, Feng Yuing immediately spat out, "Little hooligan, so you're actually so indecent. I didn't see it before." Yifan was not embarrassed, a fair lady, a gentleman's good mate. "I am a man, I will definitely like her when I see a beauty. This is just a normal reaction, so you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself for being beautiful." All right. Stop talking." Feng Yuying's face was like a ripe peach. She turned her head and muttered, "I only said one sentence and you came up with so many flowery words. Where did you learn all this from?" Fan Xian said seriously, "I didn't learn it, but it came from the bottom of my heart." "Minister Feng. If you continue, I'll really get angry." Feng Yuing felt a little strange when she heard a man talking about her feet. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Although she said that she was angry, her tone sounded a little soft and weak. Suddenly, Yifan released the woman's jade foot, stood up and said, "All right, Minister Feng, try walking down." Feng Yuing was stunned for a moment before she slowly regained her senses. Already recovered. She didn't even notice that when the two of them were talking, Yifan had already pinched her ankle for a while. "If Director Feng wants me to pinch it a little longer, I have no objections," Yifan said. No need." Feng Yuing shook her head. She carefully placed her feet on the ground and stood up. After taking 2 simple steps, although her feet still hurt a little, it basically didn't affect her anymore. Feng Yuing looked at Yifan in surprise, "It's really healed. How did you do it?" Yifan smiled innocently and said, "It's just relaxing my muscles and bones, there's nothing special about it. From what I see, if you don't want to be a maintenance worker in the future, you can change your profession and become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Feng Yuing smiled sweetly, "Thank you so much, you've helped me a lot today." Yifan said straightforwardly, "It's just a small matter. Director Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll go fix the air conditioner first." Feng Yuing was grateful. She knew that standing up against the White Sharks gang was not a small matter. Yifan also took a lot of risks. "Yifan, we've known each other for a long time, so don't call me Director. You're not a member of our company, so there's no need to call me that," Feng Yuing said. "Okay, then I'll call you Sister Yuing. Is that okay?" Yifan asked with a smile. Feng Yuying's face turned red. Actually, she thought that calling her sister Feng would be enough, but Yi Fan directly called her by her name, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. Anything is fine," Feng Yuing said as she walked to the fridge and took out a bottle of ice water. She gave it to Yi Fan. "The weather is hot, drink some water before you go fix the air conditioner." Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and took the mineral water. "Sister Yuing, you really love people. Who wants to marry you and enjoy a good life?" Their relationship seemed to have gotten a lot closer as the way they addressed each other. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at him. "You can tease me as much as you want. If I can't get married, I'll blame you." "No problem, I'm single too, just nice." Yi Fan blinked. Feng Yuing was completely helpless. Her face turned red as she said, You only know how to tease your sister. Hurry up and leave after you're done drinking. I'm ignoring you." Yi Fan didn't expect this beautiful department head to blush so easily in private. He felt that it was quite interesting, but he just teased her a little. He wouldn't go too far, so he said goodbye to Feng Yuing and walked out of the room. After Yi Fan left, Feng Yuying's face revealed a hint of worry. Although nothing happened today, she didn't know what to do if Wang Jiu sent someone else over. "Looks like I'll have to go on a business trip tomorrow to avoid trouble." Feng Yuing had a lot on her mind and there was a faint trace of fear on her face. An hour later, Yi Fan, who had finished repairing the 3 air conditioners, received his salary from Auntie Zhao and walked out of the apartment. Yi Fan rubbed his stomach. He had to find a place to eat dinner. But just as he was about to go get his bicycle, Yi Fan discovered that behind the 2 flower beds at the entrance of the apartment, there seemed to be a few sneaky figures, glancing at the apartment from time to time. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't need to think to know that those were the people sent by 9th Master Wang to keep an eye on Feng Yuing. Logically speaking, this had nothing to do with him, but Feng Yuing was a good girl with a good heart. It wasn't easy for her to work hard in the big city for so many years. He couldn't bear to see such a delicate flower being ruined. Yi Fan took out his red double happiness, put one in his mouth, and walked in front of the 3 hooligans. "Bro, do you have fire?" Yi Fan asked with a polite smile. A yellow-haired hooligan glanced at him in disdain. "Who the F***CK is your brother?" "F***CKU, scram. Your quality is too low, you can only blame yourselves for getting beaten up." Yi Fan sighed, raised his hand and threw a punch, hitting the yellow-haired hooligan's face as fast as lightning. "I-oh!" The yellow-haired hooligan screamed and was directly knocked to the ground. The other 2 hooligans were dumbfounded. This poor and pedantic guy, how could he be even more tyrannical than them? The 2 of them immediately wanted to retaliate, waving their fists at Yi Fan from the left and right. However, Yi Fan didn't even look at them. He took a step forward and just happened to dodge the 2 fists. He turned around and raised his leg, kicking the 2 hooligans' buttocks. The 2 hooligans didn't even realize that the person had disappeared and directly fell to the ground. Both of them fell to the ground and complained incessantly. At this moment, the yellow-haired man endured the pain and crazily kicked at Yi Fan. However, that leg was blocked by Yi Fan's arm in mid-air, causing him to feel as if it was about to break. "My leg!" The yellow-haired man cried out in pain and fell to the ground. He hugged his calf and tears were about to flow out. Yi Fan stepped on the other hooligan who was about to get up, bent down and took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a puff and exhaling a white smoke ring, Yi Fan coldly looked at the 3 trembling guys. "It's so hard to borrow a fire. If you had taken it out earlier, wouldn't it have been less troublesome?" The yellow-haired man and the other 2 could tell that this young man was a martial artist. They, who pretended to be tough, were no match for him and could only admit defeat. "Big brother, we are only following orders. Please spare us, my legs are about to break." The yellow-haired man smiled, but his smile was uglier than crying. Yifan didn't have the mood to waste his breath on them. Don't let me see you guys again. The yellow-haired man and the other two felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They nodded vigorously, got up, and immediately ran away with a limp. After the three of them ran away, Yifan happily put the lighter into his pants pocket. He then turned around to look at the brocade apartment and frowned. Although the three hooligans who were monitoring him had been chased away, that Wang Jiao would sooner or later send someone to make a move on Feng Yuing. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan took out his phone and made a call. Sister Ning, I'll go to your place for dinner. Yes, don't make it too complicated, just make it simple. No need to pick me up, I'll ride my bike there. Chapter 4 0004 Qingshan Lake, located in the north of Huahai City, was a good place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The beautiful lakeside was lush with greenery, and the environment was quiet and secluded. On the side of a pedestrian street in Hunan, there were some expensive shops, most of which were luxury brand stores and Western restaurants. The only ancient building that was full of Chinese flavor was a tea house called Purple Leaf. Those who could come here to drink tea were either rich or noble, so even if it was a tea house, there were still many luxury cars parked in front of the door. Porsche, Land Rover, and even a few McLarens and Lamborghinis were enough to show that the guests here were of extraordinary status. Creak. Creak, Yifan rode his bicycle and leisurely arrived at the entrance of the tea house. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a handsome man about 25 or 26 years old wearing an ancient blue gown and handmade cloth shoes walking out quickly. Brother Fan, you're here. Leave the car to me, the young miss is waiting inside. The young man smiled warmly and took the bicycle from Yifan's hand. Little Zhao, I've told you a few times, there's no need to come out and pick me up. Yifan wiped the sweat off his face. Brother Fan, it's rare for you to come here. If you came every day, I wouldn't have come out to pick you up. Yifan sighed and tugged at his collar. It's been hot these past few days, so there's a lot of work to do to fix the air conditioner and fridge. In addition, I have to help students make up for their lessons, so I don't have much time to come. Yes, I know that Brother Fan is busy. Little Zhao said and put Yifan's dirty bicycle next to a Lamborghini sports car by the door. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Zhao, why did you put my broken car here? Isn't this affecting your business? It's fine. I just saw that Brother Fan's chain is lacking oil. I'll get someone to help you with oil later and do some maintenance. Little Zhao was very meticulous. Yifan couldn't do anything to him. Just as he was about to walk into the Purple Leaf tea house, he lowered his head and looked at his dirty clothes and pants. He felt that it wasn't suitable, so he turned his head and planned to go around the back door of the tea house. When Little Zhao saw this, he immediately went forward and pulled him. Brother Fan, please don't go through the back door. If the young miss knows, I can't afford it. Look at my outfit, it's dirty and smelly. It's not good for your guests to see it. Yifan explained. Little Zhao's face turned serious. Brother Fan, eldest miss is not that kind of person. She won't mind. Besides, no guest can compare to you. Fortunately, he didn't meet any guests along the way. He walked all the way to the innermost part of the restaurant, where there was a private room with a lake view. Little Zhao walked him to the door and didn't dare to enter again. He immediately retreated. Fan Xian pushed open a carved wooden door and walked in. As soon as he entered, 3 cold rays of light shot towards Yifan's heart, abdomen, and thighs, as fast as lightning. I'll go. Yifan cried out in alarm, but his feet weren't slow. With a right step, he just happened to make 3 cold lights flash past him. Do. 3 inches long, thin as leaves, with purple tassels on them, pierced into the wooden door behind Yifan. He originally thought that this was the end, but following that, 3 more purple cold lights shot towards Yifan's heart at an oblique angle. Yi Fan speechlessly stretched out his left hand and waved it in the air. His 4 fingers just happened to catch the 3 throwing knives. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan turned his head to look at the inside of the private room. Behind a coffee table, there was a graceful and moving figure. "Sister Ning, is there a need to go so far as to pierce through my heart?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly. I just want to see if you really don't have a conscience. You haven't come to see me for so long." The woman who was humming was wearing a classic white cheongsam with red flowers, which wrapped around her tall and exquisite figure. She had a lustrous oval face, and her skin was fair and rosy. Under a pair of willowy eyebrows, she had a delicate nose, sexy and plump lips, and her fine black hair was tied up high behind her head. Her elegant and graceful temperament was definitely not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary woman. Yi Fan sighed and pulled out the throwing knives that were stuck in the door one by one. "It hasn't been that long, I just came here last month. You still have the face to say that?" The woman glared at Yi Fan and said flirtatiously, "In the entire Huahai city, all the famous disciples who want to see me, Ning Zimo, every day can already circle around Green Mountain Lake. You little scoundrel, even coming here once a month is too much." Yi Fan smiled. "Sister Ning, distance produces beauty. If we see each other every day, there won't be any novelty. Every time I see you, I feel like an immortal descending to the mortal world." "How wonderful." Ning Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted, "Immortal descending to the mortal world. Is your sister Ning really that beautiful?" "Of course. You know how honest I am." Yi Fan said seriously, but in his heart, he suddenly remembered Su Qingxue, who he saw in the afternoon. In terms of immortal aura, Su Qingxue seemed to be stronger, but Ning Zimo won in terms of beauty. Ning Zimo pursed her lips and smiled, like a blooming rose, bright and moving. "Forget it, I'll forgive you, little scoundrel." Ning Zimo walked behind a small mahogany table and called out, "You must be hungry, come and eat. I've prepared all your favorite dishes." Yi Fan had already smelled the aroma of the food and was hungry. He walked to the table and sat down. When he saw the dishes on the table, he immediately felt helpless. How could this be what I like? Even if I liked it, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Australian abalone, deer antler stewed chicken, papaya snow clams, A5 and beef. If I eat this meal, my nose will bleed. Ning Zimo personally scooped a bowl of Thai fragrant rice and handed it to Yi Fan. She smiled, "This is big sister's kind intentions, don't waste it." Yi Fan took the rice and didn't care too much. He wolfed it down with big mouthfuls. He was really hungry after a busy day. After 2 bowls of rice, most of the delicacies on the table were gone. "Sister Ning, why aren't you eating?" Yi Fan realized that Ning Zimo had been sitting opposite him, holding her cheeks and looking at him with a smile. Ning Zimo said, "I've already eaten. Besides, I've been on a diet recently, so I don't eat much." "You're still trying to lose weight, you're already so slim." Yi Fan said as he chewed. "Losing weight is a woman's life career, you men don't understand." Ning Zimo thought of something and asked, "Oh right, do you like women to be thinner or more fleshy?" Yi Fan thought for a moment, then grinned and said, "I like to look thin and feel fleshy." "Little scoundrel, you really have the face to say that. Watch how big sister stabs you to death." Ning Zimo suddenly took out a throwing knife and threw it at Yi Fan across the table that was 1 meter wide. Yi Fan tilted his head and just happened to dodge the throwing knife. He was still eating as he vaguely said, "Sister Ning, that's about enough. Don't use me as a wooden stake to train." Ning Zimo was discouraged. She pouted and asked, "Yi Fan, just tell me the truth. How many years have I trained hard to be able to hit you?" "About this." Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "About 40 to 50 years. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes and said hatefully, "Just say that I won't have any hope in this lifetime." Yi Fan chuckled. Cultivation was ultimately a matter of talent and diligence. Words like diligence can make up for stupidity were meant to comfort those idiots. After drinking a large bowl of chicken soup and wiping out all the food on the table, Yi Fan sighed in satisfaction. Just as he was about to take out his red double happiness and smoke one, he saw that Ning Zimo had already brought a Havana cigar to his mouth. "Don't smoke those cheap cigarettes, it's not good for your body," Ning Zimo reprimanded. Yi Fan picked up the cigar and shook his head. "It's fine, cheap cigarettes are strong, I'm used to smoking them. If I tell you to smoke less, then smoke less. You're only 25, isn't it good to live a few more years?" Ning Zimo complained. Yi Fan didn't dare to talk back. After all, this woman was doing it for his own good, so he could only change the topic and ask, "Sister Ning, in the chicken soup I just drank, there were a lot of chewy things. Are they sea cucumbers?" Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange mischievous look. "You're talking about that. It's half a kangaroo tail that I asked the chef to chop up and put in. I'll give you some nourishment." Yi Fan opened his mouth and almost dropped the cigar. Half. Half, how is it? You can't tell, right? If you chop it up, it won't have much taste. Moreover, it's easier to absorb the essence inside. Ning Zimo saw Yi Fan's expression and smiled even more happily. Yi Fan suddenly felt that his blood was surging, and the top of his head was about to emit steam. Chapter 5 0005 Ning Zimo walked behind Yi Fan and pinched the man's shoulder with her bare hands. She lowered her head and exhaled. "What do you think my purpose is?" Fan Xian swallowed his throat but remained silent. However, although the woman in front of him was beautiful, he couldn't touch her as he pleased. Once he touched her, it would mean that many things would be different. It wasn't easy for him to have a peaceful and stable life. If he were to be dragged into some circles, everything would be different. Yi Fan took a deep breath of the cigar and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. His gaze became deep, and bottomless. Suddenly, the man's temperament underwent a huge change. He was mature and experienced, with a dignified and domineering aura, causing the ambiguous temperature in the room to drop to the freezing point. "Sister Ning, don't be like this." Yi Fan used a slightly hoarse and deep voice as he advised with a faint smile. Ning Zimo's face revealed a trace of sadness, resentment, and bitterness, but she quickly forced a smile. "Look at how scared you are. It's not like Sister Ning will eat you. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore." After using her words to cover up the awkward atmosphere, Ning Zimo left Yi Fan's side and walked to the window on the other side of the private room. At a short tea table, Ning Zimo elegantly knelt on a prayer mat and said, "Since you're here, I have some new tea leaves. Help me taste and identify them." Yi Fan had already returned to his usual leisurely state, and sat down at the tea table with a smile. "All right, I can admire Sister Ning's tea skills again." As the lady boss of the Purple Leaf Tea House, Ning Zimo's research on the way of tea was naturally quite extraordinary. Ning Zimo no longer joked. Her expression was serious, and her pair of beautiful white hands displayed a skilled and smooth tea art. Washing the tea, brewing, sealing the pot, her posture was natural and smooth. After that, she poured the tea into the fragrant cup, filled it to the brim, and brought it to Yi Fan. "This is the Huizhou tea that was just delivered yesterday. Help me take a look and see what grade it is," Ning Zimo said with a smile. Yi Fan looked at the steep tea leaves and said, "This sharp tea is flat and sturdy, with 2 leaves hugging a bud, and the main vein is a little dark red. It should be the Taiping Hokue, right? Not bad, have a taste." Fan Xian smelled the fragrance of the tea, took a sip, and nodded. "It is indeed a good tea. The aftertaste is sweet but not cold." Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at him. "Of course. Otherwise, would it be worth more than 1,000 kilograms? I asked what rank the Taiping Hokue was. Fan Xian didn't answer. Instead, he took the teapot, poured out the tea, and poured it again. After pouring it back and forth 3 times, he picked up the 4th cup of tea and smelled it. How is it? Ning Zmo asked in anticipation. Fan Xian shook his head. Taiping Hokue, what we pay attention to is the monkey rhyme. Clear, fresh, sweet, long. The first 3, this tea has done. But in the end, as for the lasting, the orchid fragrance will disappear after the 4th infusion. Therefore, this tea can only be considered a first-class product, not a special grade Hokue. When Ning Zmo heard this, she immediately complained, now that you mention it, I'm sure that this Xiao Zhong doesn't know enough about tea and was fooled by others. Fan Xian smiled and said, tea leaves are very deep, it's normal to make mistakes in purchasing them. If only you could work for me. Ning Zmo smiled sweetly, how about it? Think about it. I have food and accommodation here, it's much more comfortable than you riding your bicycle everywhere. Fan Xian shrugged and tactfully refused, forget it, I quite like my current life. It's free and fulfilling. Ning Zmo said faintly, you make it sound like I will hinder your freedom. I just want to see you more. Hearing such pitiful words from such a charming beauty, even if Fan Xian had a heart of stone, his heart would soften. He knew that he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if his heart softened for too long, he really wouldn't be able to bear to leave. Sister Ning, I think it's about time. I'll be leaving first. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you talk to me more? Ning Zmo frowned, I'm bored by myself. Fan Xian laughed, let little Zhao and the others chat with you. Goodbye, Sister Ning, there's no need to send me off. After saying that, Fan Xian slipped out of the room like a gust of wind, making Ning Zmo, who was behind him, grit her teeth in anger. Damn ye Fan, stinky ye Fan, am I that annoying? Ning Zmo cursed, but her beautiful eyes were filled with loneliness. On the other side, Fan Xian quickly walked to the entrance of the tea house and let out a long sigh of relief. Every time he came here, he felt like he was on a roller coaster. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and something would happen between him and Ning Zmo. However, if he didn't come here for a long time, he would miss her. Little Zhao had already prepared the bicycle and had even applied oil on the chain. The entire bicycle was wiped clean, and even the rust seemed to have reduced. Brother Fan, your bicycle. Little Zhao handed the bicycle to Fan Xian. Thank you for your hard work. Fan Xian was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something he forgot to mention. Oh right, Little Zhao, do you know of a person called Wang Zhou? Little Zhao immediately nodded with a serious expression, I know, a hall master of the White Sharks gang. He has some power in Huahai City. Could it be that Wang Zhou was disrespectful to Brother Fan? Brother Fan, don't worry, tonight I will make Wang Zhou's head fall. Hey. What are you thinking about? Fan Xian hurriedly interrupted and said in a low voice, that Wang Zhou has his eyes on a woman. Just tell him to restrain himself and not go too far. Little Zhao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He replied, I understand. Fan Xian patted his shoulder, then got on the bicycle, lit a cigarette, and slowly set off. Only after Fan Xian had walked far away did Ning Zmo's figure walk out of the tea house. Eldest Mississippi, Little Zhao hurriedly lowered his head and greeted. What did he tell you? Ning Zmo directly asked. Little Zhao didn't dare to hide anything and told her about Wang Zhou. He then asked, Eldest Miss, Wang Zhou provoked Brother Fan. Should we get rid of him? Ning Zmo narrowed her eyes and said, no need, according to what Fan Xian said, just give him a warning. Also, go and find out who the woman Fan Xian wants to protect is. I want to see the picture. I understand. Little Zhao understood, then thought of something and said, Eldest Miss, Mayor Fu's son just called and wants to invite you to tea tomorrow. Tell him I'm not free. Ning Zmo coldly said, then turned around and walked back to the tea house. After riding for an hour, Yifan finally returned to his low-rent apartment in the old district. It was a simple one-bedroom house. The furniture was only the most basic bed, table, and chairs. There was also a moldy smell in the air. Fan Xian turned on a ceiling fan, and after a simple shower, he took out an old notebook from under the bed. This was also a second-hand product he bought online. In fact, there was nothing new in the house. Usually, Yifan was too lazy to go online, so he went home and went to sleep. However, after seeing Su Qingxue today, Yifan felt that he had to carefully investigate who this girlfriend was and why she looked almost exactly the same as Big Sister Fairy. With a casual search on the internet, he saw a lot of information about Su Qingxue's identity, the eldest miss of the famous Su family in Huahai City, the CEO of the embroidery group, the intelligent genius entrepreneur, the most beautiful businesswoman of the year. So she is the CEO of the embroidery group. I've never seen her before. Yifan muttered, lit a cigarette, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. If all this information was true, then Su Qingxue was definitely not the Big Sister Fairy he had seen before. In that case, meeting such a woman who looked exactly the same, could it be that it was fate arranged by the heavens? Lying on the bed, Yifan took out the information Su Qingxue gave him and flipped through it briefly. 3 minutes later, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yifan drank a bowl of soy milk at a snack stall, ate 2 sesame seed cakes, and rode his bike to the agreed-upon Yuqiong building. The Yuqiong building was either a high-end restaurant or a branded luxury store. The cost was very high, so Yifan would not have come here in the past. Just as it was 10 o'clock, Su Qingxue called. Knowing that Yifan had arrived on time, Su Qingxue was quite satisfied. In the underground B2 parking lot, Yifan did not see Su Qingxue driving her Maserati. Instead, he drove a black Lexus SUV. As the CEO of the embroidery group, changing a few luxury cars was nothing. Of course, Yifan was not surprised. The window was rolled down, and the woman was wearing a light blue lapel corset dress, revealing her delicate white arms. Her beautiful neck was wearing a thin platinum necklace, and she was even more gentle and quiet than yesterday. Good morning, Miss Su, what are we going to do next? Yifan greeted her with a smile. Su Qingxue's cold gaze sized up Yifan for a while. Get in the car first. Oh, okay. Yifan sat in the front passenger seat. Chapter 6 0006. After Yifan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Miss Su, although you are a great beauty and have some relationship with you, I am not at a disadvantage, but are you really not going to consider this kind of thing? I don't think you are a casual person. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingxue frowned, thinking that this guy really had an imagination. She took a bag from the back seat and threw it to Yifan. I want you to change into this set of clothes. Even if you wear this set of clothes now, you won't be allowed to enter the building. Su Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly understood, no wonder the woman wanted to change cars. It was to make it easier for him to change his clothes. Miss Su, if you said so earlier, then I would be relieved. What do you mean? When Su Qingxue heard this, she felt even more uncomfortable. Could it be that something was really going to happen, or was he at a disadvantage? Yifan chuckled, nothing, I'll take it off now. Seeing that Yifan was about to take off his shirt, Su Qingxue quickly turned her head away and closed her eyes. At the same time, she had a bad premonition in her heart. Why did it feel like this man wasn't particularly honest? However, the contract had already been signed, and time was of the essence. It wasn't easy to find a strange man with a good appearance, so she couldn't be bothered. Yifan quickly finished changing his clothes. He wore a straight Givenchy white shirt, black slim pants, a Wanbao leather belt, and a pair of brown Ferragamo leather shoes. A set of clothes would cost at least 15 to 16,000. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Yifan's appearance seemed to have changed in an instant. It looks all right. Su Qingxue was very satisfied with her taste. Yifan put the old clothes and shorts he had taken off back into Givenchy's bag, and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, what are we going to do now?" "To see my parents," Su Qingxue answered very naturally. When Yifan heard this, his expression immediately stiffened. "Is the progress so fast? Do you want to buy some gifts? It's not appropriate to meet your parents for the first time empty-handed, right? There's no need." Su Qingxue said with a complicated gaze, "Anyway, I'll only bring you to see them once today. It doesn't matter if we don't see them in the future, as long as they know that I already have a boyfriend." Yifan nodded, indicating that he understood. "Also, you can't call me Miss Su anymore, change the name," Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then giggled and shouted, "Little Snow. Schwepper. Baby. Darling. Honey. Don't say any more." Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed red. She realized that she had really misjudged him. Once this guy got a little more familiar, he would become so shameless. No. It should be said that he was thick-skinned to begin with, but he didn't realize it yesterday. "Just call me Qingxue," Su Qingxue said and got off the car first. Yifan followed closely behind, all the way to the elevator, holding Su Qingxue's small hand. "You, what are you doing?" Qingxue felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her hand trembled as she tried to pull it out, but Yifan held it tightly. Fan Xian felt the woman's gentleness and grinned, "Xiao Shui, we are lovers. Isn't it normal for us to hold hands and meet our parents? Article 3 of the contract, any physical contact requires my permission." Su Qingxue's watery eyes were about to freeze. Yifan asked, "Then do you think we shouldn't hold hands?" Su Qingxue was startled. If the two of them didn't hold hands, then in front of her parents, it would be too different. Holding hands is fine, but, look, Little Snow, you agreed. This is just getting on the bus first and then making up for the ticket. The effect is the same. Yifan blinked. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, "I told you, call me Qingxue, all right, Little Snow." The moment she entered the elevator, Su Qingxue felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship. This man's honest appearance yesterday was definitely an act. There were only two people in the elevator. Yifan comfortably smelled the jasmine fragrance of the woman beside him. After doing so many part-time jobs, Yifan enjoyed this job the most. "If you bring your nose closer, I'll beat you up." Su Qingxue found that the man had been leaning close to her hair and couldn't take it anymore. Yifan didn't blush. "Little Snow, don't be so agitated. If you want to pretend to be your boyfriend, of course you have to act closer, right?" "Humph," Su Qingxue sneered and glanced at him, "I admit, I made a mistake yesterday. I didn't expect you to be this kind of man. But don't think that I'm easy to bully. I just didn't bring my bodyguard with me. Otherwise, as long as I say the word, you won't have a good time. So you better be honest." Fan Xian smiled slowly and silently stood aside a little. Su Qingxue only thought that he was afraid and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she couldn't control this man, she could only find another person to pretend to be her boyfriend. That would be too troublesome. The elevator went all the way to the French restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. The manager of the restaurant was a middle-aged white man dressed in a cultured and refined manner. When he saw Su Qingxue, he quickly greeted her respectfully and said in fluent Chinese, "Hello, Director Su." When he saw Yifan holding Su Qingxue's hand, he revealed a look of astonishment. Huahai City's famous Ice Mountain CEO, celestial woman, was actually holding hands with a man. This was definitely a big piece of gossip. Have my parents arrived? Shu Qingxue asked indifferently. Mr. Su and his wife are both here. I'll bring you two over now. The manager smiled as he led the way. Walking past the magnificently decorated restaurant, Shu Qingxue subconsciously looked at Yi Fan beside her. Normally, when people at the bottom of society entered this kind of place, they would be a bit nervous. This would make people laugh at them. Fortunately, Yi Fan's expression was very leisurely and didn't seem to be abnormal at all. This actually made Shu Qingxue, the employer, feel a bit more satisfied. When they entered an elegant private room, there were already 3 people sitting at a long table. A dignified middle-aged man with a mustache and a graceful and luxurious woman with a pearl necklace who looked to be less than 40 years old. There was also a handsome and arrogant young man wearing a Zegna shirt. When the 3 people in the private room saw Yi Fan who followed Shu Qingxue in, they revealed unfriendly gazes and carefully examined him. Qingxue, why did you bring a bodyguard in? Today is a family gathering, the handsome man said with an evil smile. Zheng Junfeng, since you know it's a family gathering, you shouldn't have come. As for the one beside me, he's my boyfriend, Yi Fan. Shu Qingxue said as she moved closer to Yi Fan. When Zheng Junfeng saw this scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Nonsense. Where did you get a boyfriend? Did he just appear out of thin air? Su Chongping frowned and reprimanded. Shu Qingxue followed the words that she had already prepared and said, I met him online. It's been more than a year. I only recently found out that he was from Huahai City and established a relationship with him. Yi Fan naturally smelled the discordant smell in the air, but he didn't care. He smiled and greeted, Hello uncle, auntie, this brother, I am Qingxue's fiancé, the real deal. Zheng Junfeng said playfully, I can't compare to some imposters that I found at the last minute. Yi Fan looked left and right, then pointed at himself, Bro, are you talking about me? You're so funny. After saying that, Yi Fan pulled out a chair and said affectionately, Xiao Shui, come, take a seat first. Hearing this intimate call, Zheng Junfeng's expression became even colder. Yi Fan didn't seem to feel the cold atmosphere in the room at all. He sat down beside Shu Qingxue, picked up the wet towel on the table and wiped his hands. He smiled and asked, Have you ordered the dishes? I ate breakfast early, so I'm a little hungry. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. The beautiful woman, Tong Huizhen, coldly snorted and reprimanded, Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Are you treating marriage as a game? Young Master Zheng is infatuated with you and has been waiting for you for more than a year. There should be a limit to your nonsense. Shu Qingxue lowered her eyebrows and said lightly, This marriage was forced on me by you from the very beginning. I never agreed to it. I'm in a relationship with myself, how can that be considered nonsense? Are you in a relationship? This kind of stinking brat who didn't even know where he came from, with your horizons, how could you possibly like him? As Tong Huizhen spoke, she called to the waiter and said, Someone, call security and chase this guy out. Hearing this, Shu Qingxue's face was as cold as frost as she stopped him, no one can chase him away. He is my boyfriend, you don't understand me at all, how do you know that I don't like him? Yes, I really am Xiao Shui's boyfriend. Our relationship is very good. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. This family was really noisy. How long would it take for him to eat at this rate? Also, why did Shu Qingxue have a fiancé? Wasn't this giving him a green hat the moment he arrived? The other party was a rich family's son. With such a huge hatred, it would be troublesome to clean up. Chapter 7 0007 Qingxue, listen to your father. Letting you marry young Master Zheng is for your own good. Don't be willful anymore, Su Chongping said earnestly. Qingxue lightly snorted. Is it for my own good or for someone else's good? Everyone knows. As she spoke, Qingxue glanced at Tong Huizhen beside her. Tong Huizhen acted as if her tail had been stepped on as she angrily said, Su Qingxue. What do you mean? Don't think that just because you're the CEO of the embroidery company, you can be impolite. Even if I'm not your biological mother, I'm still your mother. I've raised you for more than 10 years, what kind of person do you think I am? At this point, Tong Huizhen's eyes reddened and she revealed a pitiful expression, as if she was about to cry. Seeing that his wife was about to cry, Su Changping quickly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, comforting her. My wife, don't be sad. Qingxue didn't mean it that way. Don't think too much, Jing Junfeng also gently advised. That's right, Auntie. Qingxue is a filial and kind girl. I also admire her for this, which is why I want to marry her. She might not be satisfied with the traditional orders of her parents and the words of a matchmaker, which is why she is a little rebellious. Sigh, it's still young Master Zheng who understands our family's Qingxue. Su Changping smiled and said to his daughter, Did you hear that? Young Master Zheng is so considerate of you, why aren't you apologizing to him? Bringing such a stranger here, what a mess. Dad, you don't have to persuade me. I know very well what I'm doing. In any case, I won't marry Jing Junfeng. Qingxue's face was cold as she looked at Jing Junfeng and said, Just give up. The embroidery group was handed over to me by my grandfather. I won't let it fall into the hands of any outsider. You can't get me, and you can't get embroidery. Jing Junfeng smiled innocently. Qingxue, what are you talking about? I've never had the slightest interest in Jin Xiu. I'm already in a mess just taking care of Zheng's group. I'm not like you, a business genius. In my eyes, in my heart, from the beginning to the end, it was only you. Why don't you understand my sincerity? The corner of Qingxue's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Yes or no, you know best in your heart. Don't think that I really don't know who is behind the gang that has been harassing our brocade employees recently. When Su Changping heard this, he asked in astonishment, Underworld forces. Harassment? Snow, why didn't I hear about this? What's the situation? Yeah, Qingxue, did you misunderstand something? Jing Junfeng was also concerned. Yi Fan, who was sitting at the side, rubbed his nose and thought to himself, no wonder the White Shark gang would look for the upper echelons of the brocade for no reason. This kind of thing would never happen in the past. It turns out that someone was dealing with the brocade behind the scenes. Jing Junfeng would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. She directly said, Anyway, I already have a boyfriend, so the engagement is meaningless. Jing Junfeng narrowed his eyes. Although there was still a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. Don't worry Qingxue, I'm very patient. Even if you really do have a boyfriend, who knows if we'll break up in a few days. Jing Junfeng smiled evilly and said with a double meaning. How could this kind of trash be her boyfriend? Tong Huizhen wiped away her tears and pointed at Yi Fan. Changping, hurry up and call someone over. Kick him out. What kind of cat or dog can come to our Su family's table? If Yi Fan leaves, I'll leave too, Qingxue retorted. You unfilial daughter. Tong Huizhen gnashed her teeth in hatred. Jing Junfeng, however, extended his hand and said, Auntie, calm down. No matter if it's the Su family or our Jing family, we don't lack the money for this meal. Just treat it as a charity and treat this Yi Fan to a meal. It's not impossible. Since young Master Jing said so, then we can only treat it as doing good deeds and letting this brat off easy, Tong Huizhen said venomously. When Qingxue heard this, her eyes were filled with uneasiness. She had a feeling that Jing Junfeng was up to something. Sure enough, Jing Junfeng immediately used French and said to the Caucasian waitress standing at the door, Come and help this gentleman order, the service is more professional. Jing Junfeng blinked and signaled to the waitress. The waitress in this kind of high-class restaurant was naturally someone with a sharp mind. She quickly understood what the young master of the Jing family meant. The waitress with chestnut hair and blue eyes came forward and asked in French with a smile, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Qing Shue immediately understood Jing Junfeng's intentions. He was clearly trying to embarrass Yi Fan and tease him like an idiot, insulting him for entering such a high-class restaurant without knowing his identity. Unfortunately, Qing Shue only knew English, so she could only quickly interrupt, "Waiter, speaking of." Just at this moment, a string of fluent French suddenly came out of Yi Fan's mouth. The room instantly quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was Su Changping, Tong Huizhen, or Jing Junfeng, they were all in a state of astonishment. The one who was most surprised was Qing Shue. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared blankly at Yi Fan. After a brief moment of surprise, the waitress continued to speak in French, "Sir, I'll bring you a menu right away. Sorry for my rudeness." The waitress clearly heard that Yi Fan was using the most standard French from the Paris area. This pronunciation was even better than hers, a Frenchman. How could she dare to show off in front of an expert? Very quickly, the menu was brought over. Yi Fan used skilled French to order some dishes and asked the woman beside him, "Xiao Shui, what do you like to eat?" "I think you should like this moles Marriers with dessert clavati. As for wine, it's best to pair it with Belgian beer, but I'm afraid we don't have it here. It's also fine to pair it with white wine." Yi Fan spoke logically, sometimes in French, sometimes in Chinese, causing the people around him to be stunned. "Oh my God, sir, you really know French cuisine. Do you eat it often?" The waitress realized that she didn't know Yi Fan as well as she did. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled, "How can I afford it? I learned it when I was reading." Hearing this, everyone at the table understood a little. However, Su Qingxue didn't completely believe him. Even if she could learn about French cuisine from books, how could she explain her French? One had to know that learning a foreign language was not something that could be done by cramming at the last minute. In addition, when Yi Fan entered the restaurant, that kind of calmness didn't seem like the first time he had entered this kind of place. It was as if he was an old customer. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt that this fake boyfriend was a little mysterious. Su Qingxue wasn't very picky, so she let Yi Fan casually order some. The dishes were served very quickly. Not long after, the sumptuous dishes were served on the table. Looking at the exquisite appetizers, main dishes, wine, and desserts, everyone was convinced that Yi Fan really did understand. "Yi Fan, how did you learn French?" Su Changping was also a little curious at this moment. "Oh, uncle, I forgot to introduce you guys. I usually tutor and be a foreign language teacher," Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked and asked doubtfully, "Do high school students still learn French?" "Ugh. Cram school, it's always good to learn one more." Yi Fan casually made up a story. "I thought he was studying in France, but it turns out he was just a tutor." Tong Huizhen disdainfully said, "I'm warning you, after this meal, stay far away from Qingxue. At most, I'll give you a sum of money, so don't get in the way." Yi Fan affectionately said, "Auntie, I don't want money, I just want to be with Xiao Shui. Although I'm very poor right now, I will work hard to earn money and do my best to give Xiao Shui a happy future." Su Qingxue glanced at the man. She didn't know why, but although she knew that Yi Fan was acting, his acting was too realistic, causing her face to heat up a little. "TSK, how much can you earn? Do you know how many billions the embroidery group earns a year? Do you know the assets of our Su family? This is not something you can climb up to, a toad wants to eat swan meat," Tong Huizhen said with disdain. Fan Xian smiled and suddenly reached out to hug Su Qingxue's shoulder. He leaned his head over and kissed Su Qingxue's right cheek with a "bo" sound. Su Qingxue was eating her dessert and was caught off guard. She had already been kissed by Yi Fan. "Look, didn't you just eat swan meat?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue suddenly turned her head, wanting to get angry, but after thinking about it, if she were to get angry now, wouldn't it be a waste of her acting? As a result, Su Qingxue could only huff and puff with her pretty face flushed red. She was clearly angry, but it made people think that she was shy. Paw. Jing Junfeng placed his wine cup heavily on the table and stood up with a gloomy face. "Good, very good." When Jing Junfeng saw the scene of him kissing his face, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he not make Yi Fan lose face, his fiancée was also being teased. Of course, his pride couldn't accept it. "Uncle, Auntie, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you next time." Chapter 8. 0008. Originally, Su Qingxue was still angry at Yi Fan, but when she saw Jing Junfeng's expression, she started to worry about Yi Fan. During this meal, other than Yi Fan, the others didn't eat much. Although Su Changping and Tong Weizhen didn't want to admit it, Su Qingxue and Yi Fan had already bitten the bullet. Even Su Qingxue, who had never been intimate with a man, let Yi Fan kiss her. They could only temporarily believe that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. After the meal, they parted on bad terms. Yi Fan held Su Qingxue's small hand and leisurely walked into the elevator, returning to the parking lot. After entering the elevator, Su Qingxue shook off Yi Fan's hand and raised her palm to slap Yi Fan. How could Yi Fan let a woman hit him like this? He directly grabbed her wrist. "Hey, Xiao Shui, what do you mean by this? Who told you to kiss me?" Su Qingxue's eyes reddened. Ever since she was young, she had always paid attention to the difference between men and women. She had never been bullied like this before. "Give me a kiss on the face." "It's not like I kissed you. There's no need to be so angry." Yi Fan thought that if it wasn't for the bad angle, he would have kissed her just now. The contract is very clear. Physical contact requires my consent. You are clearly breaking the contract. Su Qingxue said coldly. Yi Fan curled his lips. Then you didn't write it in the contract. You have a fiancé. Today, I came with you, which is equivalent to making others jealous. I was wronged. You. Su Qingxue was speechless. Indeed, she was also lacking in consideration. This was also because she was forced into a corner by her family and the Jing family. She had nowhere to run and couldn't marry Jing Junfeng, so she could only do this. You saw it too. That Jing guy is not a good person. I can only declare my sovereignty as soon as possible and prove that you are my girlfriend. Only then can he give up on you. Yi Fan had a thoughtful expression. What a pity. It seems that because you are too beautiful, he still hasn't given up. When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't think much of it. There are a lot of beautiful women in Huahai City. That guy, because he didn't manage the company well these past 3 years and couldn't compete with me in the market, he wanted to use despicable methods to marry me and swallow the brocade, so that's how it is. Then don't uncle and auntie know? Su Qingxue shook her head with a complicated gaze. Things aren't that simple, and this isn't something you should care about. Even if the woman didn't say anything, he could probably tell that Su Changping was a mediocre person, and that stepmother, Tong Weizhen, was most likely in cahoots with the Jing family. After the two of them walked back to the parking lot, Su Qingxue's phone received a text message. The woman glanced at it and frowned. Can you drive? Su Qingxue asked. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He was already planning to leave, but it seemed that the woman had other arrangements. I can drive, but I don't have a driver's license. Qingxue handed the keys to the Lexus to Yi Fan. I drank, so I can't drive, but I'm in a hurry to go back to the company to take care of some things. You drive. Fan Xian didn't care. In any case, he had already sold himself to her for 3 months, and he didn't have any other part-time jobs in the afternoon. After getting on the car, Yifan stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out of the parking space like a ferocious lion. Zzz. The friction of the wheels on the plastic ground was quite harsh. Su Qingxue, who was sitting at the back, was shocked and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you going to die so soon?" Even a virtuous lady like her, the eldest miss of the Su family, the iceberg CEO, couldn't help but want to curse. Fan Xian stepped on the brakes and innocently turned his head and said, "Xiao Shui, you were the one who said you were in a hurry, then there's no need to race in the underground parking lot." Su Qingxue's face was pale. What kind of fake boyfriend did she find? "Oh, then I'll slow down." Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and slowed down the car. Along the way, Su Qingxue was using her phone to read the financial news. Yifan wanted to chat with her, but she ignored him. Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh. This woman was really cold. He didn't know what kind of man could fall in love with her. Just at this moment, Fan Xian glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye. A black Toyota business car caught his attention. Although the other party changed lanes from time to time, Fan Xian could still tell that it was a car that was following them. Interesting. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that some people couldn't hold it in anymore and were about to make a move so soon. He didn't care about himself, but if these people were targeting Su Qingxue, then this woman would be in danger. The car drove all the way to the Brocade building. The entire building was designed in an avant-garde style and was filled with a modern feeling. It was a full 66 stories tall and was very eye-catching in the city center. It was enough to show the wealth of the Brocade group. At the foot of the steps of the company's entrance, there were 30 to 40 men who looked unfriendly and were dressed like hooligans. Fan Xian saw the tattoos on their arms and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that these were all from the White Sharks gang. This was strange. Could it be that little Zhao hadn't explained the situation clearly? On the other side, Su Qingxue took a deep breath. With a serious expression, she got off the car and walked towards those people without any fear. Fan Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. Most women would be so scared that they wouldn't dare to get out of the car when faced with this kind of situation. Su Qingxue was quite brave. He silently followed behind Su Qingxue, intending to see the situation first. Director Su. A woman in a black uniform with short hair, a height of 1.7 meters, and a face full of heroic spirit ran towards Su Qingxue. Seeing this short-haired woman, Fan Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at her footsteps and posture, it was obvious that she had undergone strict and professional special forces training. Judging from the coordination of her limbs, she must be quite skilled. The key was that this woman's appearance was also very pleasing to the eye. She had a healthy wheat complexion and generous facial features. Compared to ordinary Jiangnan women, she had a bit more of a wild sex appeal. From the woman's work permit on her chest, one could see the words Su Lingshan and Logistics Department Security Team Captain. Noticing that Fan Xian was staring at her, Su Lingshan unhappily glared at Fan Xian with a hint of warning. "Lingshan, how is the situation? What do the people from the White Sharks gang mean?" Su Qingxue asked worriedly. "Director Su, it seems that we have all misunderstood. They are here to apologize to Director Feng." Su Lingshan brought up the serious matter with a face full of doubt. "What?" Su Qingxue didn't expect this either. Su Lingshan pointed at the front of the group of hoodlums. A middle-aged man with a string in his hand said anxiously and nervously, "That is the head of the Green Bamboo Hall of the White Sharks gang, Wang Zhou. Yesterday, it was his people who tried to kidnap Director Feng. However, he came here today to apologize to Director Feng and wanted to give her a bunch of tonics and jewelry." However, Director Feng refused to take them, so they have been waiting here. Su Qingxue thought for a while and asked, why did they suddenly change their attitude? I think they are still afraid. After all, our splendid group is not a small company. If things get out of hand, the White Sharks gang won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Lingshan had a face full of pride. Su Qingxue could only think this way for the time being and said, let Director Feng come down, take the gifts and accept their apology. Otherwise, with this group of people blocking the way, it won't be good for the outside world. Okay, I will immediately send someone to inform them. Su Lingshan nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie to give the order. Then, Su Qingxue looked at Fan Xian behind her and said, you will be moving to my place from today onwards. If there is anything you need to pack, I will let Lingshan accompany you to get it. Fan Xian was stunned and blinked, what? You want me to live with you? Su Lingshan, who was at the side, was also shocked. As a subordinate, she didn't dare to ask about the CEO's private life. However, it was hard to imagine that this goddess boss would be together with such a mediocre man. Who exactly was he? When Su Qingxue heard the two words, living together, her expression stiffened. She took a deep breath and said, the security at my place is good. You can move there temporarily. Don't think too much. Fan Xian listened to the woman's cold words and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It seemed that Su Qingxue's heart was not bad and she was really thinking about his safety. Without waiting for Fan Xian to agree, Su Qingxue had already said to Su Lingshan, he is in some trouble and might be plotted against. You protect him to get his luggage and then send him to my house. Aunt Jiang will take care of the rest. Yes, Director Su. Although Su Lingshan had some doubts and was unwilling, she could only obey. Fan Xian had a helpless look on his face. This woman was really strong, but since she was so considerate of him, he would treat it as repaying her and staying with her for a while. Fan Xian turned around and glanced at the Toyota business car that was still silently hiding by the side of the road. He couldn't let his girlfriend face these guys alone. Hey, stop spacing out. Get in the car. At this time, the impatient Su Lingshan had already sat in the driver's seat and shouted at Fan Xian. Fan Xian jogged into the car and said with a smile, Captain Su, my name is Fan Xian, not Hey. Where do you live? Su Lingshan didn't want to call his name at all. Long Gate Street in the old city. Fan Xian replied. Su Lingshan frowned and glanced at Fan Xian's branded clothes strangely. Isn't that place about to be demolished? You live there. The rent is cheap, let's live there before it's demolished. Fan Xian noticed that the woman was staring at his clothes and explained, these were all bought by Xiao Shui, not my own clothes. Chapter 9 0009. Although Su Lingshan was full of questions, she was still willing to believe in Su Qingxue. After all, in the eyes of her and many other employees, Su Qingxue was an intelligent woman. Even in terms of feelings, she shouldn't be deceived by a man. Therefore, Su Lingshan didn't ask any more questions and drove to Yifan's place. Yifan sat in the back seat of the car. Bored, he slanted his eyes and admired Su Lingshan's figure from behind. This woman's figure was not like that of an ordinary Eastern woman, but rather a Western woman. If the older generation saw it, they would most likely like it. If you keep looking, do you believe that I won't dig your eyeballs out? Su Lingshan had actually discovered it long ago, because Yifan was simply brazen. When Yifan heard these murderous words, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Captain Su, I won't look. There's no need to be so scary, right? Whether I'm trying to scare you or not, you'll know once you try. Su Lingshan said coldly. Yifan silently turned his head to look out of the window. He had no interest in arguing with a woman over such a small matter. Su Lingshan only thought that Yifan was afraid and snorted in disdain. At the same time, she was especially puzzled. How could Su Qingxue know such a useless man? The car drove to Yifan's cheap apartment. It was broad daylight, and the people who lived here had all gone out to work, so the surroundings were empty. However, just as the two of them got out of the car, the black Toyota that had been following them stopped as well. At this moment, Su Lingshan also noticed something strange. When she saw 5 or 6 strong men wearing vests and holding steel rods walk out of the car with unfriendly expressions, the woman knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, Director Su guessed correctly. Someone wants to deal with you, Su Lingshan said with a frown. A bearded man in the lead said fiercely, "Little girl, if you don't want to be beaten up, then scram. We're here to find this stinking brat." Su Lingshan sneered, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yifan, stand behind me and don't run around." Yifan remained silent. He glanced at the second floor, the apartment he lived in, and a playful look flashed across his eyes. "Captain Su, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to my room." Yifan laughed and ran into the corridor. Su Lingshan saw the man run away and couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger. "Coward. Why are you running? Captain Su. Come on, come on." Yifan's cheers could be heard from the corridor. The few bearded men laughed out loud and mocked, "You are indeed a pretty boy. You are not as courageous as this little girl." Su Lingshan also despised Yifan 1,000 times in her heart. She was more and more sure that Su Qingxue was most likely deceived by this guy. Fortunately, Su Lingshan didn't put these thugs in her eyes. She snorted and clenched her fists. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight." She couldn't wait to get rid of this group of people so that she could deal with the man who ran away. At the same time, Yifan went up to the second floor, looked at the lock on his door, and smiled. This kind of crude method of breaking in was not an expert at all. It was just a small fish. However, this fish was still a bit strenuous for Su Lingshan, so Yifan planned to personally take care of it. Yifan knew that the door was unlocked, so he directly pushed it open and entered. As soon as he entered, there was a military knife that pierced towards Yifan's head with a cold light. This was a dark-skinned, sturdy man wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt, camouflage shorts, and a cap. His attack speed was very fast and very decisive. The man originally thought that he was going to succeed, but he didn't expect that Yifan's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. How was this possible? The man was shocked. When he suddenly turned around, he found that Yifan was already leisurely sitting on the only chair in the room with his legs crossed. "Why do you have such an expression? Don't tell me you think that you can stab me at such a slow speed." Yifan said with a smile, took out a cigarette, and lit it for himself. The man carefully took a few steps forward. He really couldn't see how Yifan dodged it. "You are Yifan." He was very suspicious, because according to the employer, this Yifan was just a worker, so it was impossible for him to know any martial arts. Yifan nodded, "You should have a picture of me. Could it be that I'm more handsome than the picture?" The man had a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that the situation was a little out of his control, but since he had accepted the money, he could only bite the bullet and try to assassinate him again. Just as the man was about to charge forward and attack Yifan's neck, a playful light flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Are all of Zakka's people so reckless?" Yifan said in English this time. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He stiffly swallowed his throat and muttered something. You want to ask me, why do I know your leader's name?" Yifan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said lightly, "Your military knife is the 35-centimeter hexagon that the ferocious tiger mercenary group usually uses. You also have the Indian tiger tattoo on your hand. In addition to your English accent, you are not a mercenary under Zakka, or you were once, the man finally confirmed that the man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary worker. The information was definitely wrong. I just retired from the organization this year. Do you know our leader? This time, the man changed to a respectful title. Zach Kaw. Yifan chuckled, the leader of a C-rank mercenary group is not worthy to know me. When the man heard this, he became angry and said with a murderous aura, what did you say? You look down on us, the ferocious tiger. Although he had already withdrawn from the organization and started working alone, his feelings for the ferocious tiger would not change. Who would have thought that as soon as he put on a fierce expression, Yifan's entire temperament would change? Yifan's gaze focused. His expression didn't seem to change, but the pressure he emitted was like a purgatory demon that had descended to the human world, wanting to completely devour him. The ferocious tiger mercenary shivered and almost lost control of his bladder. He fell to his knees. I was wrong. Please spare me. The mercenary shivered, his face even paler than paper. He had been a mercenary for more than 10 years, but he had never met a man with such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Yifan's aura only existed for a moment, and immediately, it was as if nothing had happened. Yifan once again put on a lazy smile on his face. Go back and tell your employer that if you want to compete, then come in an open and above-board manner. If you want to play dirty, then he is courting death. The mercenary felt as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body trembled as he stood up and nodded vigorously. Thank you for not killing me, sir. I will leave now. Just as he was about to turn around and run, Yifan called out to him again. Hey, leave through the window, don't let the people below see you. Yifan instructed. He didn't want Su Lingshan to discover anything, so it would be troublesome to explain. The mercenary thought that Yifan was regretting it, but when he heard this, he didn't dare to complain at all. He dejectedly squeezed out of the narrow window. The second floor was nothing to a well-trained mercenary. After quickly jumping down, it didn't take long for them to disappear. Just as the mercenary left, Yifan saw Su Lingshan aggressively charging over. The woman's short hair was a bit messy, she was sweating profusely, her face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath. It was obvious that defeating those thugs had cost her a lot of stamina. Captain Su, you really aren't inferior to a man. Yifan quickly flattered and laughed. When Su Lingshan saw that Yifan was actually sitting in the room smoking, she was so angry that she wanted to kick him. You coward. Are you that afraid of death? Captain Su, I'm not afraid of death. I just feel that since you can be the captain of the security team in the embroidery group, you must be very skilled. I don't need to worry about anything. Just come up and pack your bags. Yifan said with a smile. Quibble. You are a shameless coward. I really don't understand how Director Su knows a guy like you. I want to report what happened today to Director Su. Su Lingshan said with a face full of disdain. Yifan had an innocent face. Xiao Shui asked Captain Su to come with me so that you could protect me. You even want to report this? Little report. Su Lingshan really wanted to go up and punch the man, but when she thought of Su Qingxue, she held back and said, hurry up and pack up. Okay, Captain Su, please wait a moment. Yifan began to put the messy clothes and pants in the room into the old travel suitcase. Su Lingshan looked at the dirty clothes. They had all been worn for who knows how many years. They were wrinkled and old. Then, she looked around at the room that smelled of mold. She felt some sympathy for Yifan. Chapter 10. 0010. Although it was said that he was packing his luggage, Yifan actually didn't have much to pack. Other than a canvas bag with maintenance tools and some clothes, the room was emptied before he could even fill up a suitcase. Finally, Yifan seemed to have suddenly remembered something and found an old black jewelry box under the bed. When Su Lingshan saw it, she muttered, "Finally, there's something valuable." Yi Fan looked at the jewelry box with a complicated gaze, then turned around and grinned. "Yeah, it's quite valuable." Su Lingshan rolled her eyes at him. "What are you laughing at? Pack up and leave quickly." Okay. Yi Fan hurriedly agreed. Not long after, Su Lingshan drove Yi Fan all the way to the rich residential area in Huahai City. Yiga County was less than 10 kilometers away from the city center, but most of them were mansions. The distance between each building ranged from tens of meters to hundreds of meters. There were large amounts of greenery, parks, and various outdoor sports venues, causing the housing prices here to reach more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. Su Qingxua lived in mansion number 6. This house number also showed that even in such a rich area, Su Qingxua's wealth was not to be underestimated. When the car stopped at the entrance, someone immediately opened the door. The person who walked out was a kind woman in her early 50s dressed in plain clothes. She had a ruddy face and a mole at the corner of her eyebrows. "Captain Su, come in and have a seat. Have a cup of water." The woman warmly greeted Su Lingshan. Su Lingshan very politely greeted the woman. "Hello, Auntie Jiang, I won't be drinking water. I still have to go back to work." "So anxious." Auntie Jiang felt a little regretful. Then, she saw Yi Fan get off the car and said with a smile, "You must be Mr. Yi. Miss told me that you will be staying here from today onwards. I have already prepared everything for you." The moment Yi Fan saw Auntie Jiang, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "This old nanny is really not simple," Yi Fan muttered in his heart. Su Lingshan saw that Yi Fan was not replying and unhappily said, "Hey. Auntie Jiang is talking to you, why aren't you saying anything? You better respect Auntie Jiang. She watched Chief Su grow up and is an elder of the Su family. Don't think that just because she's a nanny, she can't be rude." Yi Fan grinned and said with a silly smile, "I didn't expect Aunt Jiang to be so young, that's why I was stunned." Aunt Jiang thoughtfully sized Yi Fan up a few times, then lowered her head and laughed. "Mr. Yi really knows how to joke. I'm almost 60 years old, I'm still young." Su Lingshan snorted, "Aunt Jiang, if this guy dares to be disrespectful to you, then call me. I'll take care of him." No, I believe in Mrs. Judgment." Aunt Jiang waved her hands. Su Lingshan was still worried. She said a few more words to Aunt Jiang before driving away. Only Yi Fan and Auntie Jiang were left in front of the door. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Auntie Jiang respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please come in. I'll bring you to familiarize yourself with it first. Auntie Jiang, call me Yi Fan or Xiao Yi. It's weird to call me Mr." Yi Fan also had a natural look on his face. "Then, I'll call you Yi Fan. You're Miss Boyfriend, it's not right to call you Xiao Yi," Aunt Jiang said with a smile. Hee, anything is fine." Yi Fan was not particular about it. After entering the mansion, Yi Fan admired the decorations inside. The simple and modern lines and the cold colors of gray and blue were very suitable for Su Qingxua's temperament. All the electronic devices were the latest and most fashionable. The floor was clean and there were some expensive Western paintings hanging on the walls. Although it looked very beautiful, this kind of house always lacked the taste of home. The only thing that was a little smoky was the spacious kitchen. There were 3 freezers and 3 refrigerators. Who knew how many ingredients were needed to store? "Auntie Jiang, are you and Xiao Shui the only ones living here?" Yi Fan asked. Auntie Jiang sighed, "Yes, Master and Madam don't live here. When Miss came out from the main house, I followed her out. All these years, I've been living here very lonely. It must be very boring for only 2 people to live in such a big house." Yi Fan shook his head. "There's nothing I can do. Miss likes peace and quiet." Usually, when she comes home, other than eating and sleeping, she works in the study. She rarely socializes. I'm used to it. At this point, Auntie Jiang seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh right, Yi-fan, how many people are in your family? Do your parents know that you're living here?" Yi-fan lowered his head and chuckled, "My parents passed away when I was very young. Anyway, I've been alone for so many years, so I can live anywhere I want." Auntie Jiang was slightly stunned and blamed herself, sigh, "Poor child. I really shouldn't have asked this." Auntie Jiang, don't mind it too much. I'm already used to it. Haven't I been living well all these years by myself? Yi-fan grinned. The old woman sighed and didn't talk much about it. She led Yi-fan to the second floor and prepared a room for him. "Yi-fan, you'll stay in this room from now on. The room next to you is Mrs. Study and bedroom. I think you guys will be closer if you live closer." Auntie Jiang said with an expectant expression, "This is Miss' first time in love. It must be fate that she met you. I really hope that you guys can have a good ending so that I can live up to the spirit of the great master in heaven." What? This is Xiao Shua's first time looking for a partner. Yi-fan was a little surprised. Although a woman's temperament was cold and it was hard to get close to her, such a beautiful woman should have a man chasing after her with a hot face. Could it be that all the men before had failed? Auntie Jiang smiled bitterly and sighed, "No one would believe me if I told them, but I watched Miss grow up. Ever since she was in middle school, there were all kinds of rich men chasing after her, but she didn't have the heart to talk about feelings at all. I was worried that Miss would drag on until she was 30 or 40 years old and refuse to get married. Fortunately, you appeared, which made me feel relieved. Yi-fan, you have to work harder. I'm waiting for you guys to get married and call you son-in-law." Marriage? Son-in-law. Yi-fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Auntie Jiang was really thinking too far ahead. He probably wouldn't be able to wait for this day. After all, he had only signed a 3-month contract. It seemed that Su Qingxue didn't tell Auntie Jiang that they were a contractual couple. Seeing Auntie Jiang reveal her true feelings, he was a little embarrassed. However, from Auntie Jiang's words, Yi-fan also heard some information. That was, the reason why Auntie Jiang was in this house was most likely related to Su Qingxue's deceased grandfather. After entering the room, Yi-fan simply arranged his luggage. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Auntie Jiang change her clothes and carry a cloth bag. She looked like she was about to go out. "Auntie Jiang, where are you going?" Yi-fan asked. "Oh, the freezer at home is full of seafood. I'm going out to order some fresh dishes so that I can give you a welcome dinner tonight. You can watch TV at home or go swimming outside," Auntie Jiang said. Yi-fan couldn't help but wonder, "Auntie Jiang, are you driving out?" I'm already so old, how can I drive?" "I'll go out and take the 3-stop bus," Auntie Jiang laughed. Yi-fan thought that he didn't have a part-time job today and blurted out, "Then I'll go with you. There should be other cars at home, I'll drive you there." Yi-fan remembered that Su Qingxue at least had a Maserati. When Auntie Jiang heard this, she was pleasantly surprised. "Great. As long as you don't mind accompanying an old woman like me to the supermarket." "Hee, why would I mind? I was still hoping that Auntie Jiang would buy me good food and cook a big meal for me," Yi-fan said with a smile. Auntie Jiang beamed and looked at Yi-fan with a gentler gaze. She waved her hand and said, "Come, let's take the elevator to the garage." Yi-fan was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, this Su Qingxue is really a rich woman. She even needs an elevator to go down to the garage. After walking into the elevator, Yi-fan realized that there were actually B1 and B2 floors underground. This mansion actually had a total of 5 floors. Yi-fan, what kind of car do you like? Go and pick one yourself. Basically, Miss only drives cars on the B1 floor. Every year, other than finding someone to maintain the B2 cars, she doesn't drive them, Auntie Jiang introduced. Yi Fan walked into B1 and found that there were a total of 10 cars parked here. The cheapest one was a BMW Z4, then there were Mercedes-Benz ML400, BMW X6, and the more expensive ones were Porsche 911. The Maserati that Su Qingxue drove before was also parked. In general, they were all high-end cars that could be seen on the road. However, when he walked to the B2 floor, Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The most ordinary one was actually a Lamborghini Huracan, followed by a Ferrari 430, Ferrari 458, Aston Martin DB9. The most frightening thing was that there was actually a silver-gray Bugatti Veyron parked there. This was a car that cost around 30 million yuan in the country. Auntie Jiang, why did Xiao Shui buy so many cars? Yi Fan felt sorry for these cars. It was too wasteful to put them all in the underground garage to eat dust. Auntie Jiang was also very helpless. Miss didn't buy them. They were all gifts from rich merchants and nobles who were chasing after Mississippi. However, Miss always followed the market price and transferred the money over, leaving the car behind. Doesn't she find this money a waste? Yi Fan asked. Who says so? But the money is all earned by Mississippi. She doesn't feel bad when she spends it, so we can't do anything about it. Auntie Jiang said with a smile. Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, according to the market value of the embroidery group, Su Qingxue's annual salary and dividends were estimated to be hundreds of millions. These cars that were worth tens of millions were nothing in her eyes. Yi Fan considered the practicality and didn't choose those supercars in the end. He chose a relatively ordinary Mercedes-Benz ML400 and drove Auntie Jiang to the nearby Metro supermarket. Chapter 11. 0011 Huahai City. In a seaside mansion, Jing Junfeng sat on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy face. Just a moment ago, not only was the bodyguard he sent beaten black and blue by Su Lingshan, even the assassin he hired at a high price actually returned the commission and liquidated damages. Furthermore, he even told him that Yi Fan told him not to play these little tricks anymore, and wanted him to compete fair and square. This was undoubtedly a blow to Jing Junfeng's head. This kind of humiliation made him want to go crazy. Junfeng, calm down. It's just a small obstacle, it's no big deal. A middle-aged man in a suit with an imposing appearance and a cold and arrogant expression walked down from the second floor. This person was the current head of the Jing family, Jing Hongji. Jing Junfeng took a deep breath, turned around and said, Father, are we just going to let it go like this? Let such a smelly bug step on his nose. I just received news that the brat surnamed Yi has moved to Su Qingxue's house. When Yi Fan was mentioned, Jing Junfeng's eyes could eat people. Don't keep calling him a stinking brat. This Yi Fan, I think he has some ability. Sheng Hongji said. Him. I've already checked. A poor ghost who lives in a low-rent apartment and does all the hard work. He has no money and no background. What's the big deal? Jing Junfeng said disdainfully. Jing Hongji snorted and said, if he was really so useless, why would the assassin you hired return the penalty and refuse to complete the mission? Jing Junfeng was silent. He was also puzzled by this point. Jing Hongji looked at the Vacheron Constantine watch in his hand. It's about time. Elder Ma should be here soon. Come with me to welcome him. Elder Ma. Hearing this, Jing Junfeng asked doubtfully, Father, are you talking about the former #1 assassin of the White Sharks gang, Ma Jinkuan? Didn't he wash his hands in a gold basin? Jing Hongji sneered, who in the underworld can really wash their hands in a gold basin? It was just to raise his value so that he could earn more money. With our relationship with the White Sharks gang, how difficult would it be to ask Ma Jinkuan to come out? Besides, now that the underground gangs of Huahai City are in a tripartite balance, the White Sharks gang needs our Jing family's financial support even more. Xing Junfeng was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "That's great. I heard that Elder Ma's eagle claw technique can even pierce through iron plates. He has never failed in more than 30 years, and is on a completely different level from the killer I hired. This time, Su Qingxue and the Yifan are dead for sure. Son, listen carefully, Su Qingxue is a talent. Killing her will definitely give you a lot of benefits, but as long as you have the chance to get Su Qingxue, you can't give up. No matter what, we have to make that woman submit to us. As for the man she found, even if he has some ability, it's impossible for him to pose a threat to our Jing family. Don't take it too seriously." Zheng Hongji's face was gloomy. "I understand, father. I will think of a way to continue pressuring the embroidery group and the Su family. In the end, I'll definitely make that woman crawl into my bed crying and screaming. Then, I'll make her hover between life and death. Let's see if she can still pretend to be a high and mighty goddess in front of me." Xing Junfeng said with a vicious smile. "Aunt Jiang, I'm back." At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue pushed open the door and returned home. Her cold face carried a hint of tiredness. She habitually kicked off her high heels, took off her jacket, and fell onto the wide leather sofa like a collapsing building. After stretching lazily, Su Qingxue turned to the side, intending to grab the remote control of the TV. "Ah!" Su Qingxue cried out in alarm, because she suddenly saw a somewhat dirty face grinning at her. "Xiao Shui, you're back." Yifan held a screwdriver in his hand, his upper body bare as he squatted by the sofa, his gaze aimed at Su Qingxue. At this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that there was one more person in the house. Her face instantly became tender and beautiful, and her face burned red all the way to her ears. "Pervert!" Su Qingxue turned around and ruthlessly kicked Yifan's face with her 2 jade feet. Yifan hurriedly dodged and rolled onto the carpet. He innocently said, "Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Can't I welcome you home? Where are your eyes looking at?" Su Qingxue tightly hugged her chest, her beautiful face turning pale, also. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Yifan explained in all seriousness, "When I talk to you, of course I have to keep my eyes on you. This is respect. As for me taking off my shirt, it's the same as you taking off your shoes when you get home. It's just a habit. This is my home. You're not allowed to take it off. Put it on." Su Qingxue had always been calm and rarely shouted like this. She was truly agitated. He hated himself for making such a mistake and actually believing that this was a good man. Yifan had no choice but to get up and put on his t-shirt. Su Qingxue turned her head away, not wanting to take another look. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yifan's muscles from the corner of her eyes, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. This was the first time she realized that a man's body could be so beautiful. The corners and curves were just right. It couldn't be said to be very strong, but it was very exquisite. Every muscle was arranged just right, as if it was a sculpture. Could it be that this guy still had a fitness routine? Su Qingxue muttered in her heart, but immediately shook her head. What was she thinking about? Seeing that Yifan had already put on his clothes, she went to get the remote control and planned to turn on the TV. But just as she was about to turn on the TV, Su Qingxue realized that something was wrong. Her mouth opened wide, and she was a little confused. You. What did you do to my TV set?" Su Qingxue was astonished to see that the giant 3D HD TV in her living room had actually been taken apart. Yifan waved the screwdriver in his hand and smiled. "Oh, when I was watching the TV just now, the picture quality was a bit blurry. I'm going to fix it. It's almost done. Wait a moment." Su Qingxue felt that she would lose control of her emotions. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and said, "Do you know how much this TV costs?" Og. 10,000. Yifan thought for a moment. Add 1. Su Qingxue said 11,000. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, it's 110,000. Idiot. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air and clicked his tongue. I say, this TV looks quite advanced, it's so expensive. Just a little blur, and you already took it apart. Can you still put it back? Do you understand the principle behind this? Su Qingxue continued to question. Yifan slowly smiled and said, this. Let's see how it goes, it won't take much time. Watch. Watch. Su Qingxue felt that her brain was about to explode. Aunt Jiang, who was in the kitchen, heard the shouts outside and slipped out to take a look. Miss, why are you arguing with Yifan? Why are you arguing the moment you get home? Aunt Jiang asked in puzzlement. Aunt Jiang. How can you let him do this? He took apart the TV set at home. Su Qingxue complained. Hey, I thought it was something else. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, Miss, just let Yifan try. If it doesn't work, then let the manufacturer's maintenance workers come. After saying that, Aunt Jiang smiled and said, Yifan, hurry up, it's almost time to eat. Yifan nodded and said cheerfully, okay, it'll be done in 5 minutes at most. Su Qingxue looked at the old and young, the peaceful scene and was a little confused. Didn't Aunt Jiang just get to know Yifan? How could they be so intimate? Seeing Yifan holding the screwdriver and turning it around on the TV, Su Qingxue wanted to throw the remote over. Don't do it. Are you going to pay for it if it's broken? No, you have to believe in your man. Yifan was very confident. You're shameless. Su Qingxue felt helpless, but when she looked at Aunt Jiang in the kitchen, the old woman had a happy expression on her face, as if she was enjoying listening to their noise. Aunt Jiang, say something. This guy is here to cause trouble. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and giggled. I, an old woman, can't care about the two of you. I'll go cook some more dishes, you guys do what you need to do, we're not little. Little. Seeing Aunt Jiang run into the kitchen, Su Qingxue blushed, but she couldn't say that they were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She gloomily untied the hair clip on her head and messed up her hair, as if this was the only way to vent some of her negative emotions. When Auntie Jiang brought out the dishes one by one, Yifan also put the TV back. Su Qingxue quickly picked up the remote control and planned to turn it on, but after pressing it a few times, the TV didn't respond at all. Yifan. Look at what you've done. Chapter 12. 0012 Yifan was confused as he looked at the woman. Xiao Shui, do you have a fever? Saying that, Yifan reached out and touched Su Qingxue's forehead. Su Qingxue quickly retreated and said angrily, what fever? Don't change the topic. Didn't you pretend to be very powerful? You want to compensate me for this TV? Yifan sighed, turned around and walked to the power outlet beside the TV. He picked up the plug and waved it at Su Qingxue. Beauty, can your TV be turned on without plugging it in? Aunt Jiang happened to walk out of the kitchen. When she saw this scene, she burst out laughing. Su Qingxue's almond eyes widened. After a while, she said as if nothing had happened, that doesn't mean it's fixed. After saying that, she pressed the remote control, only to find that the TV smoothly turned on and began to play. It's true. Those little blurs from before are all gone. Yifan, you really have some skills. Aunt Jiang praised happily. Su Qingxue was stunned for a while. She stroked her messy hair and resentfully glanced at Yifan. It's just good luck. Besides, what's there to be proud of about fixing a TV? Yifan had a helpless look on his face and said with a smile, I'm not proud of myself. I've always said to look at show. Don't slander me. Su Qingxue pretended not to hear and walked to the dining table. Seeing the dozen dishes on the table, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Aunt Jiang, why did you make so much? Miss brought her boyfriend home, so of course I have to make more to celebrate," Aunt Jiang said matter-of-factly. "What's there to celebrate? If I knew he was this kind of person, I wouldn't have let him move here," Su Qingxue said. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and laughed. "There's no medicine for regret in this world. I think Yi Fan is pretty good. Miss has good taste." Yi Fan nodded vigorously. Aunt Jiang still understood him. "That's because Auntie Jiang doesn't know how cunning he is. What's more, there's no way we can finish it all, what a waste." Su Qingxue frowned. "Just follow our previous 4 dishes and 1 soup, there's no need to add anything extra for him." Yi Fan didn't care what the woman said. He first scooped a bowl of rice from the rice cooker and handed it to Aunt Jiang. "Auntie Jiang, you've worked hard." Aunt Jiang was caught off guard. She had been in the Su family for decades and had always served others with their meals. No one had ever scooped rice for her. The old woman's eyes revealed a touch of emotion as she took the bowl of rice. This is too much. Why are you embarrassed? I am a junior, so it is only right and proper for me to serve food to my elders. Could it be that Xiao Shui has never served you food before? Auntie Jiang had taken care of her for more than 10 years, but she really didn't seem to have done so. It wasn't that she was arrogant. It was just that Aunt Jiang would usually prepare the food and she would just come over to eat, so she didn't think about these things. "Xiao Shui, although Auntie Jiang is a nanny, you still have to be a little filial. Furthermore, Auntie Jiang usually goes to the supermarket to buy groceries by bus. You have so many cars, why don't you take Auntie Jiang there and accompany her to the supermarket?" The more Su Qingxue listened, the more upset she felt. Although she felt very guilty, when she thought about how Yi Fan was teaching her a lesson, she felt very uncomfortable. "It's none of your business. How many years have I been with Auntie Jiang? Do I need you to teach me? Didn't I just help Auntie Jiang scoop some rice?" "You speak as if you are so amazing," Su Qingxue said unconvinced. Auntie Jiang quickly advised, "Miss, don't be angry. Yi Fan just casually said that. I watched Miss grow up. I know that Miss has a good heart." Su Qingxue said apologetically, "Auntie Jiang, if you want to buy groceries in the future, you can wait for me to come back. I didn't notice this before, I'll wait for you to come back from work before going to buy groceries. How would I have time to do it? It's fine, my old bones are still strong." Auntie Jiang smiled and waved her hand. "I was worried that Auntie Jiang would be tricked by this guy. He is the best at pretending to be honest, but in fact, he is bad. He is flattering you with bad intentions." Su Qingxue didn't forget that she let Yi Fan take advantage of her during the day. "Xiao Shui, you can't speak carelessly. How can I pretend? How can I lie?" Yi Fan had a face of righteousness. "You are a liar." Su Qingxue snorted. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling, Auntie Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past, the house was cold and cheerless. Today, when Yi Fan came, even Miss is so excited. "It's too lively, I'm not used to it. I'm not excited," Su Qingxue said to herself, but she didn't have enough confidence. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yi Fan, she got angry. All right, let's eat first. If this goes on, the food will get cold." Auntie Jiang called out and the 3 of them sat down to eat. Su Qingxue, who had a gloomy expression, seemed to be affected by Yi Fan's words. She didn't ask Auntie Jiang to help her scoop the rice. After scooping it up herself, she silently ate. The woman ate very carefully. She didn't show her teeth when she chewed, nor did she randomly pick up the food. She was very refined. Yi Fan was different. He ate in big mouthfuls and ate half a bowl of rice in one mouthful. Auntie Jiang, who was watching from the side, advised him to eat slowly. Not long after, Su Qingxue realized that 7 or 8 of the dozen dishes on the table were already empty. The reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Su Qingxue was convinced. She had never seen someone who could eat so much. Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything. After cleaning up the table, he praised Auntie Jiang's cooking. He took out a cigarette and put one in his mouth, planning to compete with a living immortal. You're not allowed to smoke. If you want to smoke, go out and smoke. Su Qingxue had a look of disdain. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly. He remembered that this was not his cheap rental house, so he got up and walked out of the house. Outside the house, the scorching heat hit him in the face. Yi Fan didn't mind. He sat on the steps with a cigarette in his mouth and enjoyed the smoke. Unexpectedly, just as he took 2 puffs, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove up to the door. A man and a woman walked out of the car. It was Su Changping and Tong Weijun. The driver behind them was less than 1.7 meters tall, but he had a strong body. His face was as sharp as a knife, and there was a small scar at the corner of his eyebrows. He was full of spirit and was obviously not an ordinary driver. Seeing Yi Fan at the door, Su Changping and Tong Weijun frowned and were very dissatisfied. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and quickly waved at them. Uncle and Auntie are here. Why aren't you here for dinner? Why are you here? Su Changping asked seriously. Yi Fan said, Xiao Shua asked me to move in. After all, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Look, I already said that this girl is crazy. Bringing this kind of man into the house, how can she face others when this gets out? Tong Weijun said angrily. Suddenly, the door opened. Su Qingxue stood there with a cold face and said, I brought my boyfriend home. He's not a lover. Why can't I see him? You little girl. You still dare to talk back. Is this how you talk to your parents? Tong Weijun screamed. Su Qingxue's face was frosty. She didn't move an inch and coldly stared at Tong Weijun. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the door, Auntie Jiang didn't bother to clean up the dishes and went to the door to welcome them. Is it master and madam? Please come in, it's hot outside. That's right, wife, let's talk inside. Su Changping's face was also ugly. Let's go in and have a good talk with Qingxue. Tong Weijun coldly glanced at Yi Fan and said in a strange tone, we have to talk, but this is an internal matter of our Su family. An outsider like him can't be present. He's my boyfriend, the man I'm going to marry. He's not an outsider. Su Qingxue retorted. Married? Yi Fan almost choked on his cigarette. This woman really dared to say anything. Tong Weijun glared at her with her phoenix eyes. Stupid girl, you really can say anything. I'm just stating the facts. Su Qingxue said indifferently. Tong Weijun was so angry that she trembled. Her eyes reddened and she looked like she was about to cry. Did you see that? She looks down on me, her adoptive mother. She doesn't take me seriously as her mother. Su Changping frowned and sighed. Stop arguing. Qingxue, we are worried about you. That's why we came to find you in such a hurry. There are some things that we didn't explain during the day and we have to explain to you. You can't let your parents stand at the door and talk to you, right? Miss, let master and madam come in first. Auntie Jiang also advised. Hearing Auntie Jiang's words, Su Qingxue turned around and walked back into the house. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to go in. To him, it would be better to smoke a few cigarettes outside so that they wouldn't have to sit together and be in a mess. Tong Weijun wiped the corners of her eyes. When she entered, she gave the driver a look and said, Zhang Dong, wait at the door and keep an eye on this brat. When we're talking, don't let him disturb us. Chapter 13. 0013. When everyone returned to the house, only Yifan and Zhang Dong were left standing outside. Yifan took out a cigarette and handed it over, smiling as he said, "Want one?" Zhang Dong shook his head, "Thank you, but madam doesn't allow us servants to smoke." "Is that so? That's a pity." Yifan saw that the other party didn't want to smoke, so he lit another one for himself. Zhang Dong gave a strange smile. "Mr. Yi, it's boring to just stand here. Why don't we have some fun?" "Oh. What's the fun?" Yifan asked with interest. Zhang Dong looked Yifan up and down. "I see that Mr. Yi has a strong body, so he must have trained a lot. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to arm wrestle. I want to spar with Mr. Yi." "Arm wrestling? That's not very good, I look young after all." Yifan waved his hand. Zhang Dong put on a fake smile and said, "It doesn't matter. He may be young, but he may not be strong. As a man, Mr. Yi shouldn't refuse such a small competition, right? The boyfriend that Miss found can't be a coward." Yifan seemed unwilling. "Since you've already said so much, then. Alright, let's do it once. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." "Ha!" Zhang Dong couldn't help but laugh. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "I'm looking forward to it." The two of them came to a stone bench in front of the courtyard, squatted down, and extended their right arms to each other. Yifan held a cigarette in his mouth and vaguely said, "You said let's begin." A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Dong's face. "Mr. Yi, do you know what I used to do?" Yifan was puzzled. "Aren't you the driver?" "That's right, I'm the driver now, but in the past, I was a member of the Northwest Military Region Special Commando Team, so. If I hurt you, don't blame me." "Who told you to make our madam angry?" After saying this, Zhang Dong yelled, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles on Zhang Dong's right arm tightened. In an instant, his strength exploded, and he fiercely pressed down on Yifan's right arm. Yifan's right arm was immediately pressed down, and was about to hit the stone bench. With this fierce attack, even if it wasn't a fracture, it would still severely strain his muscles. However, just as Zhang Dong thought that he had successfully taught Yifan a lesson, he discovered that Yifan didn't have any reaction. Zhang Dong was surprised to find that when Yifan's arm was close to touching the bottom, it suddenly couldn't press down anymore. No matter how much strength Zhang Dong exerted, Yifan's hand was only a centimeter away from the stone bench, not moving at all. Hiss, huff, Fan Xian took a deep breath of smoke, and the white smoke sprayed onto Zhang Dong's face. "As a driver, you're pretty good at arm wrestling." Fan Xian smiled evilly. His right hand suddenly exerted a force, instantly pushing Zhang Dong's arm back. Caw 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 caw, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed closely by Zhang Dong's miserable shriek. "Ah! My hand!" Yifan let go of Zhang Dong's trembling, soft and powerless hand, stood up, and looked down at him from above. "If I tell you, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Do you want me to call for an ambulance?" Zhang Dong was sweating profusely as he looked at Yifan with a trace of fear in his eyes. Why are you so strong?" "It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're malnourished and lack calcium." Yifan grinned, turned around and walked back into the house. At this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely anxious. Su Changping and Tong Weijun once again advised Su Qingxuan not to be willful, but Su Qingxuan naturally wouldn't compromise. "Qingxua, Daddy really doesn't understand. Which part of Jing Junfeng isn't better than the Yifan? Background, family, appearance, talent, and after chasing you for so long, it's obvious that he's sincere. Why do you have to see the Jing family as evil people?" Su Changping was very confused. "Do you still need to ask? She's the one who purposely goes against us." No matter what we say, she has to oppose so that the entire Su family will listen to her and show off her identity as the CEO, Tong Weijun said sarcastically. You guys are afraid of the Jing family, but I'm not. When Grandpa left, he told me to take care of the embroidery group, not to give away everything. If you guys mention Jing Junfeng again, then we have nothing to talk about. Aunt Jiang, send the guest off. Su Qingxue stood up from the sofa and said coldly. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he heard Su Qingxue sending off the guest. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. This conversation was really fast. When Tong Weijun saw Yi Fan enter, she frowned. Where's Zhang Dong? How did you come in? Oh, that driver. He was bored and wanted to arm wrestle with me. In the end, he accidentally fractured his wrist. Do you want to send him to the hospital? Yi Fan had an innocent look on his face. What? How is that possible? Tong Weijun's face was filled with astonishment. Su Qingxue also frowned. According to what she knew, that Zhang Dong was Tong Weijun's trusted driver and bodyguard. He shouldn't be that useless. Su Changping's face was filled with displeasure. This Zhang Dong, did he lose his mind from the heat? Why would he arm wrestle for no reason? He even said that he was a retired Special Forces soldier. I already told you not to find such a braggart as a bodyguard. It's better to go back and find a new security company. Tong Weijun's face alternated between red and white. She felt extremely embarrassed and cursed Zhang Dong thousands of times in her heart. She stomped her feet and hurriedly ran out of the door. Seeing his wife run out, Su Changping could only follow her. However, he seemed to be unable to let go of his daughter. He turned around and asked, Oh right, Qingxue, you said during the day that the Jing family was secretly trying to trip our company. What exactly happened at the company? You should take care of your wife and son first. You don't need to worry about the company, Su Qingxue said indifferently. You child, father is worried about you. You are also my daughter, Su Changping patted his chest and said. Su Qingxue turned her head and coldly snorted, I don't need you to worry about me. Just don't be used as a gun. Su Changping was exasperated. In your eyes, am I really that useless? When Aunt Jiang saw this, she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Master, Miss is just saying it out of anger. Don't get angry. Su Changping's eyes reddened. He let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the door. His back was filled with helplessness. Because Zhang Dong, the driver, had a fracture, Su Changping had to drive the car himself, which made things even more awkward. After such a commotion, the atmosphere in the house was somewhat stifling. Su Qingxue went upstairs without a word. Only Yi Fan and Aunt Jiang were left in the living room. Yi Fan asked, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have a brother? Aunt Jiang nodded, yes, she has a 3-year younger brother called Su Weiming who is still in university. However, the two siblings have different mothers and weren't very close since they were young. When the old master passed away, he gave the shares of the company to Miss, allowing her to sit firmly in the position of CEO. That's why young master is even more unconvinced. Yi Fan nodded in realization. Most of the rich and powerful families passed it down to males and not females. However, old master Su gave the embroidery group to his granddaughter. It was either Su Qingxue who was too outstanding or Su Weiming who was too weak. Yi Fan suddenly thought of the big sister fairy and asked, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have any sisters? Sisters? No, when Miss was 7 years old, her mother passed away, leaving Miss alone. She stayed in the orphanage until she was 10 years old, when the old master brought her back to the Su family. I've never heard of Miss having any sisters, Aunt Jiang said. Yi Fan sighed regretfully. It seemed that he was thinking too much. It should only be because he looked like her. Aunt Jiang said with a sad face, ever since old master passed the company to Miss, Madam and young master have been very unhappy. Old master is caught in the middle, so it's difficult for him to be a human being. What should this family do? Right at this moment, Su Qingshua's vexed voice came from the second floor. Yi Fan. What are those things of yours? It stinks to death. Yi Fan was stunned and quickly ran upstairs. Only then did he realize that Su Qingxue was standing in front of his room, covering her nose. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Xiao Shui, are you talking about my clothes? Yi Fan pointed at the clothes scattered around the room and smiled embarrassedly. I think it's quite troublesome to put them in the closet, so I put them outside. It's more convenient when I want to wear them. Looking at those dirty, smelly, and old clothes, Su Qingxue frowned. Don't you smell anything? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said in all seriousness, Indeed, my manly smell is quite strong. Su Qingshue's eyes became colder and colder. She wanted nothing more than to kick this guy down from the second floor. Seeing that the woman's expression wasn't right, Yi Fan smiled and said, I did forget to wash a few things, I'm sorry. Su Qingshu ordered, hurry up and throw away all these clothes. I'll give you the money, go out and buy some new ones. When Yi Fan heard this, he hurriedly shook his head, how can this be? These clothes can be worn after washing, it would be such a waste to throw them away. If you find it smelly, I'll go wash it immediately. I'll give you the money, you don't have to pay it back. It's not a matter of money. Clothes that have been worn for a long time have feelings for each other. Some of them were even given to me by my old friends, so I can't just throw them away. After saying that, Yi Fan ran into the house, put the clothes into the box, and ran downstairs with the box. Aunt Jiang. Where is the washing machine? I'll wash the clothes. Su Qingxue was speechless. She had seen stingy people before, but she had never seen such a stingy person. She didn't even want to give him new clothes and insisted on wearing such a pile of rags. On the other hand, Aunt Jiang was downstairs and said with a smile, Miss, you found a good man. Even his clothes are so old, so he definitely won't change his mind about his wife. Chapter 14. 0014. After dealing with his dirty clothes, Yi Fan went upstairs and arrived at Su Qingshue's study. Su Qingshue's study was very simple. 2 rows of bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, but if one looked carefully, the books were arranged according to category and alphabetical order. On a large desk, there was not a single speck of dust. The documents and office utensils were neatly arranged, and even the length and color of the pen were clearly classified. It could be seen that the woman's attitude towards work was very strict, and every detail was in pursuit of perfection. Su Qingxue, who was sitting behind the desk, was seriously reading a document. The woman's expression was serious, and her temperament was intellectual and elegant. When Yi Fan entered, Su Qingxue didn't say anything. She obviously planned to finish reading the information first. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely picked up a book from the bookshelf and looked at it. However, these books were all about management and economics, so Yi Fan found them boring. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qingxue raised her head and saw that Yi Fan was reading. She asked, Do you like these books? Being a businessman is not suitable for me. Yi Fan shook his head, Oh right, Xiao Shui, why are you looking for me? Su Qingxue was expressionless, but her beautiful eyes carried a trace of coldness that was like a cold pond. Yi Fan, there are a few things that I hope you can figure out. What is it? Yi Fan felt that the woman in front of him was emitting an unapproachable aura. The two of them were clearly only 2 to 3 meters apart, but it was as if they were on opposite ends of the earth. First, we are only in a contractual relationship. I am your employer, and you are my contract worker. When there is no one else, you can call me by my name, or you can call me boss or director Su, but you can't call me Xiao Shui, because we are not that close. Second, the reason you are in my house today is because I am considering your safety and also need to act for others to see. It is not because I want to develop a further relationship with you. Men and women are different, you can't just take off your clothes like you did today. Third, the contract will end in 3 months at the latest, and it might even be terminated early. Don't think that just because you flatter Aunt Jiang and please the old man, I will be soft-hearted. Your performance in my house today has already crossed the boundary of a contract boyfriend. I hope you can behave yourself. After Fan Xian heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was undeniable that he was a little disappointed in his heart. So, do you think I'm flattering Aunt Jiang? Yi Fan laughed at himself, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't have that many tricks up my sleeve. You and I don't belong to the same world. It's very difficult for us to come to a conclusion. I know this better than anyone else." Su Qingxue frowned slightly. When she heard the words, "not the same world," she deeply felt it. It's good that you know. I hope you can know your limits. Don't leave when the time comes and make Aunt Jiang very sad. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan nodded. He put his hands in his pockets and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little. Qingxue, there's something I think you need to consider." "What is it?" Shu Qingxue asked lightly. Fan Xian said sincerely, "I can see that your father really cares about you. It's just that he's kept in the dark about a lot of things, which is why he made the wrong judgment. After all, he's your biological father. You should tell him about the company's matters and some of the things that the Jing family did behind his back." "You shouldn't." "Shut up." Su Qingxue suddenly interrupted Yi Fan's words coldly. The woman suddenly stood up and stared at him coldly. "Do you know what happened in the past? Do you know how I grew up in this family? Who do you think you are? Why do you care about my family's matters? This is my personal matter, there's no need for an outsider like you to interfere." After saying that, Su Qingxue pointed outside the door and shouted, "Get out of my house. I don't want to see you." Coincidentally, Aunt Jiang came up with a plate of fruits and walked to the door of the study. When she saw Su Qingxue loudly reprimanding her, Aunt Jiang was also stunned as she stood at the door. What's going on? Did you quarrel?" Aunt Jiang asked worriedly. Su Qingxue seemed to have been touched and was unable to restrain her anger. "Aunt Jiang, don't worry about it. Tell this guy to bring his luggage and get the hell out of here." Yi Fan also didn't expect that talking about their father and daughter would make Su Qingxue so angry. He felt depressed and couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman. He walked to the door and smiled embarrassedly at Aunt Jiang before going downstairs and leaving the mansion. He couldn't take his luggage with him because his clothes were all in the washing machine. However, Yi Fan didn't care. He couldn't beg a woman to let him stay there. If it was his temper a few years ago, he would have already rushed up to teach a woman a lesson. Although he had a big heart, he would still be annoyed after being messed around like this. After all, he only had good intentions. Yi Fan simply walked out of the residential area and took the subway to the bar street where the nightlife was lively. He hadn't been to the bar for a long time. Firstly, he wanted to save some money, and secondly, he was busy with all kinds of part-time jobs. His days were quite happy. But today, he wanted to drink to his heart's content. If he could find a beautiful woman, that would be for the best. The Pink Beauty Bar was a bar with a high style. Most of the people it attracted were white-collar workers. They could drink quietly and also find some excitement. After Yi Fan walked into the bar, he came to the bar counter and asked for a glass of whiskey. Just as he was about to look for a beauty in the bar that was worth flirting with, he heard someone call his name. "Yi Fan. Is that you? Sister Yuing." Yi Fan turned around and found Feng Yuing sitting at a round table with a few other women who were also dressed in OL attire. Why are you here to drink? I've never seen you before. Feng Yuing seemed to have drunk a little. Her cheeks were pink and she had a charming smile on her face. Seeing an acquaintance, who was even an eye-catching beauty, Yi Fan's mood improved a little. He walked over and said with a smile, "This is my first time here." A petite white-collar lady wearing a black uniform giggled, "Minister, could this be your boyfriend? He's quite manly." So the minister likes this type of person. Xiao Lian, what nonsense are you talking about? He's a younger brother of mine. Feng Yuing said vaguely. Another white-collar man, Xiao Ying, who was wearing a white shirt and had short hair, said, "Minister Feng is shy. Just tell us about your relationship, and we won't go to the company to leak the secret." Sigh, I didn't expect Minister Feng to have a master. If those suitors knew, they would probably cry to death. Another white-collar worker said mischievously. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You guys keep teasing me. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you guys when I get to work." Saying that, Feng Yuing moved her body and vacated a seat on the sofa, saying, "Yi Fan, come with us. You're alone anyway." Yi Fan originally wanted to find a woman to indulge in, but with so many beauties accompanying him to drink, it wasn't bad. Thus, he readily agreed. As they drank and chatted, they found out that these women were all from Feng Yuying's department. They were basically her trusted subordinates and had a good relationship with each other in private. They would often get together after work. In order to confirm, Yi Fan asked, "Sister Yuing, is the White Sharks gang still harassing you?" Feng Yuing revealed a brilliant smile, "You might not believe me, but did you know that today, the hall master of the White Sharks gang actually came to the company to apologize to me? I don't even know what happened, but no matter what, it's over." "That's good." Yi Fan nodded. Xiao Lian rushed to say, "Minister Feng, believe me. It must be some tall, rich, and handsome guy who secretly likes you who helped you subdue those people." "Idiot, do you think this is an idle drama? How could there be such a good thing?" Xiao Ying shook her head. Feng Yuing also had a trace of doubt in her eyes, but no matter how she thought about it, she didn't seem to know such a person, so she could only give up. Feng Yuing clinked her cup with Yi Fan, "Come, no matter what, sister respects you. It's all thanks to you that I was able to be safe yesterday." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of white-collar workers smelled the scent of gossip and rushed to ask what happened yesterday. Feng Yuing naturally wouldn't go into details and simply explained it. "Oh. So it was a hero saving the beauty. Minister Feng, you still say that Yi Fan is just a little brother, we don't believe you." Xiao Lian giggled. Feng Yuying's pretty face turned even redder from their words. Just as she was about to explain, she suddenly saw a group of people walking over. Seeing the person who had arrived, Feng Yuying's face instantly turned ugly and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Everyone present could feel the change in the woman and couldn't help but look over curiously. A slender, fair-skinned young man wearing a Givenchy t-shirt and a Rolex walked over with 3 or 4 other men who were also wearing branded clothes. He had a lazy and arrogant smile on his face. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. "So it's my dear Ying. How have you been recently?" Feng Yuing suppressed her emotions and pretended not to hear anything as she drank her wine. Xiao Lian and the other subordinates were all filled with righteous indignation, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just as Yi Fan was wondering what was going on, this young man had already pointed his spear at him. Chapter 15. 0015. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't move aside. He shook the whiskey in his cup. "You can come and snatch it. Stinking brat, do you know who I am? Those who dare to mess with me in this area have already lost their arms and legs." The man laughed in disdain. "Is that so? Yi Fan didn't take it seriously and continued to drink. Seeing that Yi Fan really didn't want to move, the man slammed the table. "I'm warning you one last time, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit." Feng Yuing, who was at the side, finally couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes reddened as she raised her head and scolded, "Zhou Can. Have you had enough? I don't want to see you. Take your scoundrel friends and leave." Zhou Can laughed evilly, "Ying, you're finally willing to call me by my name. Don't be so fierce, I'm just here to express my concern for an old friend." "No need. And we've never been friends," Feng Yuing retorted. Zhou Can said frivolously, "So heartless. I originally wanted to give you some money to spend, but I heard that your vegetative brother's medical fees are quite expensive." Hearing this, Feng Yuying's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Zhou Can in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, You still have the face to mention my brother. You beast, bastard. You will die a horrible death." Feng Yuing lost control of her emotions and directly splashed the wine in the cup onto Zhou Can's face and body. "Stinking woman. Are you crazy?" Zhou Can was covered in wine. He immediately flew into a rage and slapped Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing cried out in alarm. She thought that she was going to be hit, but she didn't expect that her hand would be blocked in midair. Yi Fan's left hand firmly held onto Zhou Can's right wrist. Hitting a woman is not a skill. Yi Fan's voice became somewhat low and deep. "Let go. Stinking brat, you're courting death." Zhou Can's liver flared up as he punched towards Yi Fan's face with his other hand. But before he could hit him, Yi Fan's right hand had already pushed him in the chest, pushing Zhou Can to the ground. Zhou Can didn't know what was going on. A huge force caused him to flip over. His entire body felt as if it was falling apart, and the pain was unbearable. Boss, how are you?" A group of subordinates helped Zhou Can up. Feng Yuing and the other female white-collar workers all had panicked looks on their faces. Many customers in the bar also looked over. "Yi Fan, hurry up and leave. You can't afford to offend this person." Feng Yuing worriedly pushed Yi Fan, telling the man to hurry up and run. However, Fan Xian was calm and composed as he asked, "If I leave, what will you do?" "Me?" Feng Yuing was stunned, and a strange warmth surfaced in her heart. Was this man trying to protect her? At this moment, Zhou Can stood up and said with a sinister expression, "You still want to leave? No way. How dare you hit me? I'm going to call my dad right now and ask him to send someone to kill you." When Feng Yuing heard this, she hurriedly stood up and said, "Zhou Can, I was the one who splashed the wine on you. If you have a problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Zhou Can chuckled, "Feng Yuing, you're still scared, right? There were surveillance cameras here, so this guy couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If you want to protect him, you have to accompany me to the hotel tonight to have some fun." Hee hee. Hearing the man's lustful laughter, Feng Yuying's face turned red and she said, "Shameless. Despicable. If you don't want to sleep with me, then I can only call my dad and tell him." Zhou Can said as he took out his phone. Feng Yuying's delicate body trembled, her face full of helplessness. She was very clear that if Yi Fan was really targeted by the Zhou family, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin and be tortured. And Yi Fan only made a move to protect her, so how could she just watch as Yi Fan was hurt? "Wait. I. Feng Yuing wanted to say, "Agree," but this humiliation made her unable to say it. You. My patience is limited." Zhou Can's finger moved on the screen of his phone, his face full of ridicule. Just as Feng Yuing gritted her teeth and was about to agree, she saw Yi Fan beside her like a fierce tiger, standing up and punching Zhou Can in the stomach. "Oh! Zhou Can felt his stomach churning and his internal organs were about to explode. He immediately vomited out all the acid in his stomach. However, Yi Fan followed up with another kick, kicking him 3 meters away. His entire body crashed into a table, and it was so painful that it felt as if his bones were broken. Waves of exclamations came from the bar. No one expected that the seemingly gentle Yi Fan would be so tyrannical when he made a move. When those lackeys saw that Zhou Can was beaten up, they hurriedly came forward to punch and kick Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan didn't even look at them. With a punch from the left and a kick from the right, he knocked these guys to the ground in a few moments, complaining incessantly. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Can, who was already curled up on the ground, trembling and vomiting. He calmly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, huff. Yi Fan exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and said indifferently, "Forcing a woman to go to bed with you is no different from a rapist. People like you are the most despised in prison." Zhou Can vomited all over the floor. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears as he shouted, I want to get my dad to catch you. You're dead for sure." After saying that, Zhou Can led a group of lackeys and ran out of the bar dejectedly. Yi Fan sighed and sat back in his seat. Facing the table full of dumbstruck women, he said, "Don't worry about them, let's continue drinking." Feng Yuing and the others all smiled bitterly. Things had already turned out like this, how could they dare to stay and drink? Let's go back first today. Xiao Lian and the other white-collar workers all took their bags and left. Everyone had left, and the table was empty. Yi Fan and Feng Yuing sat there, which was not suitable. Thus, the two of them also paid the bill and walked out of the bar, heading towards the subway station. A warm wind blew through the hazy streets in the night. The two of them walked side by side, looking like a couple. Feng Yuing sighed with a face full of worry, "Yi Fan, you are too reckless." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "That Zhou Can, his father is Zhou Haiyang, the hall master of the Purple Bamboo Forest, one of the 3 big gangs in Huahai City. Although the Purple Bamboo Forest is very low-key, its strength is on par with the White Shark Gang. We can't beat him." "Is that so? I just don't want you to be bullied." Yi Fan smiled, not taking it seriously at all. When Feng Yuing heard this, a strange feeling surfaced in her heart. She looked at the man with a complicated gaze and stopped in her tracks. Yi Fan walked a few steps forward and found that the woman had stopped behind him. He curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Yuing?" Feng Yuing pursed her plump red lips and said faintly, "Can you accompany me to the riverside?" Under the night sky, the quiet and enchanting spring river ran through the entire city and flowed into the sea. After buying a bag of cold beer at a 24-hour convenience store, the two of them sat on the slope by the river, watching the river flow and boats pass by as they drank beer. Through Feng Yuying's narration, Yi Fan also knew that the woman had some grudges with that Zhou Can chased after me for a long time 2 years ago, but I knew that he wasn't a good person, so I kept rejecting him. Later on, there was one time when he came to my house and wanted to force me. Coincidentally, my brother came back and had an argument with him. He pushed my brother down the stairs, causing him to suffer a severe brain injury and become a vegetable." Feng Yuying's eyes had a trace of tears as she whispered, "Because of Zhou Can's family, Zhou Can was only detained for a few weeks before being released. As for my brother, he had already been lying in the sanatorium for more than 2 years. Because of this, my parents have aged a lot. They blame me for not taking good care of my brother. I also don't have the face to go back to my hometown and see them." Although Yi Fan had roughly guessed what had happened, he still sighed after hearing it. Behind the woman's beautiful appearance, the pressure she had to bear alone could be imagined. Perhaps it was because of the bitterness in her heart that Feng Yuing lived in the company's apartment and immersed herself in her work. The whiskey in the bar and a few cans of beer, when the wind blew by the riverside, made the alcohol particularly strong. Feng Yuying's delicate face was exceptionally rosy, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes shone with light, charming and seductive. Yi Fan. Why are you so good to me? Feng Yuying hugged her knees, leaned her head on them, and looked at the man beside her in a daze. Yi Fan burped and said truthfully, I only did what I had to do. Besides, I am a man, so when I see a beauty, I will be more or less attentive. Poochie. Feng Yuying smiled sweetly and glared at him, you are really frank, but I still have to thank you. Yi Fan took out another can of beer, opened it and handed it over, another one. Feng Yuying pouted, I want to go to the toilet. I drank too much. Then I'll drink. Yi Fan wanted to take it back. No. I still want to drink. Feng Yuying snatched the beer and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh, a woman's mind was indeed hard to guess. Seeing that the beer was gone, he took out a cigarette and started smoking. When the last can of beer was finished, the alcohol was fermenting more and more. Feng Yuying was obviously a little dizzy as well. She leaned her head on Yi Fan's shoulder and mumbled something in her mouth. Yi Fan turned his head and smelled the delicate fragrance of the woman's hair. Sister Yuying, should I send you back to the apartment? After a dozen seconds, Feng Yuying slowly raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with hazy eyes. Chapter 16. 0016. Of course Yi Fan dared. Where would Yi Fan not dare to go? Besides, the place Feng Yuying was talking about was just a commercial house she bought herself. In the Crescent Moon Bay district, Feng Yuying bought a house with a mortgage. It was 150 square meters, and in the third ring of Huahai City, it was considered a pretty good location. However, Feng Yuying usually stayed in her apartment and rarely returned to her home. To Feng Yuying, the desolation here reminded her of her younger brother in the sanatorium. She took the elevator up to the 20th floor, and when she reached the door, Feng Yuying took out her keys, but her hand was slightly trembling as she opened the door. Perhaps it was the cold air in the subway that made Feng Yuying sober up a little. The woman realized that this invitation was so ambiguous. What was she thinking, to actually bring a man here? One must know that the two of them had only been close for 2 days, but since she was already here, she couldn't just drive Yi Fan away. They were all adults, and inviting Yi Fan to her private house in the middle of the night was already very obvious. If she drove Yi Fan away, wouldn't she be fooling around with him for no reason? Thinking of the scene where Yi Fan stood up for her, Feng Yuying made up her mind. Sister Yuying, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong key? Yi Fan saw the woman's nervousness and felt that it was quite interesting. Feng Yuying took a deep breath, opened the door, and said softly like a mosquito, come in. Walking into the house, the decorations were very warm, the sofa, tables and chairs were warm, and there were some landscape paintings hanging on the beige walls. However, because no one lived here usually, the air lacked the smell of home. After throwing away her bag and taking off her coat, Feng Yuying was only left with a thin white shirt. Under the light, it was especially moving. The alcohol made the woman's fragrance especially strong. Feng Yuying turned around, her beautiful eyes blinked, and her long eyelashes trembled, indescribably charming. Yi Fan. Are you single? She felt that there was a need to ask clearly. Yi Fan almost wanted to laugh. It seemed that Feng Yuying was really awake. She actually considered these questions. I do have a girlfriend, but it's fake. Does that count? Yi Fan said. Feng Yuying only thought that he was joking and rolled her eyes at him. Yes is yes. What does it matter if it's real or fake? Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. Really? Then no. After Feng Yuying heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She walked in front of Yi Fan, raised her head, closed her eyes, and looked a little nervous. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the woman's innocent appearance, but she was clearly very nervous. Sister Yuying, what are you doing? Yifan asked playfully. Feng Yuing opened her eyes and blushed. She said with some annoyance, You bully me. You clearly know it. Know what? Feng Yuing bit her red lips and said angrily, Forget it if you don't know. With that, the woman turned to leave. Ugh, before Feng Yuing could even cry out in alarm, she discovered that she had already been kissed by Yifan. A pair of bright eyes blinked as she looked at the man up close. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Wait a minute. When Feng Yuing was touched by Yifan's hand, she suddenly quivered. Yifan stopped moving and asked with a heavy breath, What's wrong? Feng Yuying's face was tender and beautiful as she stammered, I want to go to the toilet first. Yifan smiled, You can't hold it in anymore. Feng Yuing wished she could crawl under the sofa. This was too embarrassing. Yifan didn't waste his breath and got up from the woman, Go. Feng Yuing quickly got up and ran into the bathroom as if she was fleeing, closing the door behind her. When she ran into the bathroom, Feng Yuing leaned against the door and slowly fell down. Her heart was beating like a deer as she subconsciously touched her two red lips. It seemed that there was still the scent of a man left behind. This Yifan looked honest, but his skills were so powerful. Feng Yuing muttered in her heart, becoming more and more curious as to where this man came from. However, as her mind became calmer and calmer, Feng Yuing also began to feel apprehensive. After she went out, how should she continue? To put it bluntly, she was still a traditional and conservative woman. If she hadn't been provoked tonight, and Yifan had helped her twice, giving her a great sense of security, she wouldn't have invited Yifan to her house in a hot-headed manner. Of course, it wasn't that she hated Yifan, it was just that she felt that the relationship between the two had not reached that point yet. 5 minutes later, Feng Yuing hesitated and walked back to the living room. Just as her heart was beating like a drum, she saw that Yifan had already taken off his clothes and was lying on the sofa, snoring. Feng Yuing was startled for a moment, then she heaved a sigh of relief. Since the man was asleep, then there was nothing to worry about. Idiot, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Feng Yuing smiled and shook her head. She took out an air conditioner blanket from the bedroom and covered Yifan with it. She was very careful, afraid that she would wake the man up. After a day of torment, she was also sleepy. Tomorrow was the weekend, so she didn't have to go to work. Feng Yuing planned to take a bath tomorrow morning, so she laid on the big bed in the bedroom and fell asleep not long after. What the woman didn't know was that after she fell asleep, Yifan, who was in the living room, helplessly opened his eyes. Yifan was naturally pretending to be asleep, because he discovered that Feng Yuing seemed to still be a virgin. Whether it was the woman's skills or reaction, she was clearly inexperienced. Fortunately, Feng Yuing went to the washroom. In this way, Yifan also found an opportunity to calm down, so he simply pretended to be asleep and ended everything. The next morning, the sun shone into the living room. Yifan smelled an alluring fragrance. When he opened his eyes, he found a graceful figure wearing a loose white t-shirt, an apron, and black hair, making breakfast in the kitchen. The woman was wearing a pair of orange hot pants. She stood there with her legs crossed. As her body swayed, it was especially seductive. Yifan's gaze slightly froze. A beautiful family woman, a warm little nest, this kind of faint feeling of home, made him yearn for it. Coincidentally, Feng Yuing turned around to take the plate and saw Yifan looking at her. Feng Yuying's bare face revealed a trace of shyness and joy. Why didn't you say anything when you woke up? Why are you secretly staring at me? Ing, you're so beautiful. Yifan blurted out. Feng Yuying's face instantly turned red. What did you call me just now? Yifan grinned. I've already kissed you, touched you, so calling you Ing isn't too much, right? Chapter 17. 0017 Yifan entered the bathroom and found that she had already prepared a towel and a toothbrush for him. He secretly sighed at how good it was to have a woman to take care of him. After washing up, he came to the dining table in the living room. There was a large plate of egg fried rice and a bowl of seaweed soup. Yifan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Yuing thought that the man found the breakfast too simple, so she smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't live here often, so there aren't many ingredients. Next time, I'll buy some ingredients and make some delicious food for you to try. I really know how to cook." Yifan hurriedly shook his head. "I didn't mean that, it's just I haven't eaten breakfast alone in a long time, it feels weird." Feng Yuing was silent for a while, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. Then she smiled gently, "You can come find me, I'll cook for you." When Yifan heard this, he couldn't help but smile playfully. "Ying, are you saying that you want to live with me?" That's not what I meant." Feng Yuing blushed and scolded herself in her heart for being so stupid. Why did she suddenly say such words? Just as the two of them sat down and were about to eat breakfast, they heard the doorbell ring. Feng Yuing was puzzled. Why would someone come so early in the morning? She walked to the door and looked through the peephole, but her pretty face turned pale. "Open the door. King, open the door. We know Yifan is inside." A loud voice shouted from outside. Feng Yuying's face was filled with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. She turned around and asked, "What should we do?" "It's the hooligans from the purple bamboo forest who came looking for you." Zhou Can must have said something to his father. Yifan ate 2 mouthfuls of food, then unhurriedly took out his phone and sent a text message. After sending the text message, Yifan stood up and said, "Don't worry, open the door. It won't be a big deal to go there. You don't know, they are very ruthless, and they have something to do with the Defense Department. If you are taken away by them, you will definitely suffer a lot." Feng Yuing was so anxious that her eyes were filled with tears. She blamed herself and said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday." Yifan walked to the woman's side. "Idiot, you didn't do anything wrong, why are you blaming yourself?" After Yifan finished speaking, he didn't care about Feng Yuing, who was staring at him blankly, and directly opened the door. At the door stood 4 tall and burly men in black shirts. The leader had dyed purple hair and wore earrings. "Do you think we can't find you just because you're hiding in a woman's nest? You've got guts, you even dared to hit our young master." Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Hitting him doesn't require much courage." "Hee, stinking brat, you're quite stubborn. Since you have the guts, why don't you go out and play with us brothers?" The purple-haired man slanted his mouth and said. Fan Xian already had a plan. He didn't want to cause any bloody scenes in front of Feng Yuing, so he nodded. "No problem, where are we going?" You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die so much, then come with us." After saying that, the 2 hoodlums came up and pushed Yifan to the elevator. The purple-haired man turned around and threatened Feng Yuing, "Smelly B***tch, if you dare to call the police, you know the consequences." Feng Yuing stood helplessly at the door. She suddenly realized that she was really too useless. 2 streams of tears fell silently. When Yifan was pushed into the elevator, Feng Yuing clenched her teeth. She knew that calling the police was probably useless, and that she would also be in danger. However, she couldn't just watch Yifan be taken away, so she took out her phone and called the police. Half an hour later, Yifan was brought to a nightclub by a van. Because it was morning, the shop was empty. There was no one at all. Yifan entered the dance hall on the first floor and found that there were already more than 20 elite thugs surrounding the place. A fat middle-aged man was standing together with Zhou Can. When Zhou Can saw Yifan, he immediately revealed an excited and sinister smile. "Dad. This is the guy who hit me last night. He called me a rapist." Rapist. Zhou Haiyang's skin was dark. He wore a jade thumb ring on his hand and had a cigar in his mouth. Although he was short, he had a fierce aura. Do you know me? Zhou Haiyang asked as he puffed out his smoke. Yi Fan shook his head, no. Which gang are you from, or which family? Zhou Haiyang asked again. No sect, no family. Yi Fan thought of the words in the martial arts novel. Zhou Haiyang smiled. Then do you have any enmity with our purple bamboo forest, or with our Zhou family? Yi Fan said, I just met your son yesterday, where did the enmity come from? Zhou Haiyang's face immediately darkened. So you're saying that you're F***king courting death? Zhou Can, who was standing at the side, couldn't wait any longer and shouted, what are you guys still standing there for? Press him to the ground and beat him up. Keep his eggs, I'm going to kick his eggs until they explode. Yes. Young master. A group of thugs aggressively stepped forward, eager to be the first to please their boss. But at this moment, a throwing knife flew towards the center of the dance hall like lightning, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A roller lamp was cut down by the throwing knife, falling from the sky and smashing into pieces. Clang clang. An explosion rang out, shocking the group of thugs to the point that they were dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Zhou Haiyang, who recognized the owner of the throwing knife, instantly changed his expression and turned his head to look in the direction of the door. President. What? The president is here. The group of subordinates were also shocked as they respectfully went over to greet him. Ning Zmo simply stood on the steps at the entrance, as if the entire spacious hall had become centered around her. She was the queen here, and no one could resist. However, it was clear that the queen was in a hurry when she set out today, so she was dressed very casually. She wore a loose, gray, sleeveless dress with black, open-toed cold slippers. Her beautiful hair was casually draped over her shoulders, but her graceful temperament made her appear astonishingly cold and elegant even in her simple clothes. Behind Ning Zmo, only Zhao Zhong followed. Zhao Zhong's expression was incomparably grim. President, why did you suddenly come over? Why didn't you inform us in advance? Zhou Haiyang grinned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Ning Zmo coldly glanced at the father and son, then walked directly to the middle of the dance floor in front of Yi Fan. A deep sense of self-blame and shame flashed through the woman's eyes. Her voice lacked confidence as she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. The group of Purple Bamboo Forest gang members present were all completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. The dignified president of the Purple Bamboo Forest, the underground queen of Huahai, with a deep background and a mysterious noble bloodline, actually lowered her head and admitted her mistake to a poor brat from who knows where. However, the following scene made everyone even more flabbergasted. Yi Fan extended a finger and gently lifted Ning Zmo's chin, as if he was an emperor who was doting on his concubine. Sister Ning, why are you apologizing to me? I was the one who beat up your hall master Zhou's son, and they didn't do anything to me. Ning Zmo nervously asked, You? Are you really not angry with me? Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Do you think that if I were really angry, I would still send you a message? Hearing this, Ning Zmo heaved a sigh of relief. However, she immediately turned her head and stared at the Zhou father and son duo with an ice-cold gaze. It was these guys who had caused her image to be damaged in Yi Fan's heart. How many times have I said it? If the people of the Purple Bamboo Forest dare to commit crimes behind my back, I will severely punish them. Ning Zmo's words were filled with dignity. Zhou Haiyang looked at his trembling son and stiffly smiled as he stepped forward and said, President, I really didn't know. You know this brother Yi. If I had known earlier that you were family, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. Ha! Who's your brother? Yi Fan indifferently replied. Zhou Haiyang could only smile and ask, President, I really didn't know that you knew this Mr. Yi. Why don't you introduce him? Ning Zmo expressionlessly said, You are not worthy to know. In fact, even Ning Zmo herself didn't know Yi Fan's background. She only knew very well that this man was definitely not someone that could be placed in a small place like Huahai. Chapter 18 0018 Yi Fan casually said, There's no need to go through too much trouble. Just don't let me see this father and son pair in the future. When Ning Zmo heard this, she immediately frowned and nodded as she muttered, So it's like that. Zhou Haiyang had an awkward expression as he sullenly said, President, Mr. Yi, if I offended you, please forgive me. I'll treat you to a good meal and treat it as an apology. How about it? Suddenly, Ning Zmo smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful flower-like smiling face. Uncle Zhou, you've been in the association for a long time. When my maternal grandfather was still alive, you were already a hall master. Originally, with your qualifications, even if you betrayed me, I would still have given you a way out. Hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's hair stood on end as he turned pale with fright and said, President. You. What do you mean? You want to kill me? The other Zhou family members also panicked. They couldn't believe that just because Zhou Haiyang and his son provoked Yi Fan, they were going to kill Zhou Haiyang, a senior member of the association. Ning Zmo sighed, There's no other way, I don't dare to let Yi Fan do it himself. That would be even more disrespectful to you. I will let little Zhao make his move faster, there won't be any pain. Zhou Haiyang staggered back, his head was covered in sweat and his face was ashen as he said, No. Impossible. Why? I have worked hard for the purple bamboo forest. Why do you want to kill me just because of this stinking brat who came out of nowhere? Ning Zmo, are you crazy? I am your elder. Dad. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Woo woo. Zhou Can ran over in fright, hugged Zhou Haiyang and started crying. Zhou Haiyang's face was fierce as he said, Don't be afraid, son. This place is full of our people, they can't do anything to us. When we get out, gather the other gang members and tell them that this woman is crazy. Let's see what she can do. Saying that, Zhou Haiyang shouted, Someone come quickly. Block them all and protect our retreat. The group of Zhou family's thugs hesitated for a moment, but a few of them ran out, wanting to cover their master's retreat. But at this moment, there were only two rustling sounds as two throwing knives pierced the foreheads of the two thugs. The two thugs immediately fell to the ground and died with their eyes wide open. In Ning Zmo's hand, there were a few willow leaf flying daggers that she had taken out of nowhere. She said coldly, This is the purple bamboo forest. Just who is the one you are loyal to? This domineering attack completely shocked everyone. The group of thugs all knelt on the ground and shouted, President, spare us. You guys, Zhou Haiyang's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that his subordinates had all submitted to Ning Zmo. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Zhou Haiyang, Hallmaster Zhou, please excuse me. A blood-colored hand pierced through Zhou Haiyang's chest. Unknowingly, little Zhao had already arrived behind Zhou Haiyang. On his right hand, he wore 5 metal finger sheaths. They were incomparably sharp. As he pierced through Zhou Haiyang's body, he also crushed his heart. Dad! Zhou Can screamed and fainted from fright. When Xiao Zhao was about to kill Zhou Can as well, Yi Fan interrupted him. Xiao Zhao, don't kill this guy. Kick his balls to pieces, then strip him naked and throw him on the streets, Yi Fan said. When Xiao Zhao heard that, he shook off the flesh on his hand and nodded with a smile, No problem, Fan Ji, you have the final say. The group of thugs at the side all looked at Zhou Can with sorrowful eyes. They even said that they wanted to break Yi Fan's balls, but in the end, their own balls were going to explode. At this moment, the dead Zhou Haiyang's phone rang. Ning Zimo picked up his phone and turned on the hands-free mode. Hello, is this Hallmaster Zhou? A woman named Feng Yuing called the police and said that she wanted to arrest you guys. I've already suppressed the matter for you, deal with that woman yourself. Hello. Did you hear that? Ning Zimo directly smashed the phone into pieces and said with hidden bitterness, So, you're doing this for that woman again. Yi Fan was stunned. He came back to his senses and smiled. Coincidence, it's just a coincidence. I understand, you don't have to explain. Ning Zimo had a disappointed and sad look on her face as she turned around and walked out. Yi Fan was speechless. What kind of show was this? Regardless of whether a woman was really sad or putting on an act, he still had to coax her. Yi Fan hurriedly followed her out and arrived at a Mercedes-Benz S600 that Ning Zimo was sitting in. This car was equipped with bulletproof glass and the engine had been adjusted. Sister Ning, don't be like this. Ying and I aren't as complicated as you think, Yi Fan said. Ying? You're already calling her Ying. Ning Zimo leaned her head against the window and said sadly, So there's someone else in your heart all this while. No wonder I can't enter your heart no matter what. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh and said, You can't enter my heart because you're already in my heart. Ning Zimo finally raised her head and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I send you a message? I took care of these guys myself. Didn't I do it to give face to you, the president? If I single-handedly clean up a hall in your purple bamboo forest, how can you still have any dignity in the association? And how are you going to explain it to the gang? Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo thought about it and felt that it made sense, but she was still not satisfied. She asked expectantly, Between me and that Feng Yuing, who's prettier? Yi Fan replied without hesitation, Of course it's you, Sister Ning. You're a goddess. Ning Zimo was even happier, but she said, You only know how to brush me off. I'm prettier than her, why don't you call my name? I'm the same age as her. What? You've even investigated my age. Sister Ning, is there a need for you to do this? Yi Fan was almost convinced by this woman. Ning Zimo also felt a little embarrassed and muttered, Who asked you to always ignore me? I want to see which vixen can take you away. I'm not ignoring you. It's just what? Ning Zimo asked anxiously. It's just that. I don't have much of a goal. I just want to work, earn some money, and live a stable life. It's not suitable for me to be with you. Yi Fan said honestly. Ning Zimo's expression instantly changed. Her anxious look turned cold and angry. She pointed at the car door and shouted, Get out! Get out! Yi Fan was shocked and scratched his head. He didn't know how he made the woman angry. Sister Ning, did I say something wrong? Get out of the car! Ning Zimo shouted again. Yi Fan had no choice but to get out of the car. However, he was still puzzled. Sister Ning, why are you angry? So in your eyes, I, Ning Zimo, am the kind of woman who gets close to you for benefits. Yi Fan, you disappoint me. Ning Zimo's eyes were filled with tears as she slammed the car door shut. Yi Fan stood outside the car door and couldn't say a word for a long time. Of course, he didn't mean it that way. But his actions seemed to mean it that way. Xiao Zhao washed his hands from somewhere and quickly ran into the car. When he realized that his boss quarreled with Yi Fan, he didn't dare to make a sound. He smiled apologetically at Yi Fan and hurriedly drove away. Yi Fan stood by the side of the road and scratched his head in frustration. Ning Zimo was angry, so he didn't want to be unlucky. He took out his phone and wanted to call Feng Yuing to tell the woman that he was safe, but then he remembered that he didn't leave Feng Yuying's number. He could only walk to the nearby subway station and prepare to return to Feng Yuying's place. However, the moment Yi Fan walked into the underground station, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from behind. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. His actions didn't change and he continued to take the subway with a normal expression. However, when he was one stop away from the Crescent Bay district, Yi Fan left the station ahead of time. After walking to a small and cold street, Yi Fan turned a corner and arrived at a dark alley with no one around. After confirming that there was no one around, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. "Come out. Don't you feel bored following me like a coward?" Yi Fan said helplessly as he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Chapter 19. 0019 in the mansion of Egret County. Because it was the weekend, Su Qingxue did not go to work. She sat in the dining room downstairs, eating a fruit platter for breakfast while watching the morning news. Aunt Jiang took out some dry clothes. Looking at the clothes that Yi Fan had left at home, the old woman sighed. "Miss, Yi Fan was chased out by you last night and didn't come back for the whole night. He didn't even bring his luggage with him. Could he be sleeping on the streets?" Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then said with a frown, "He really didn't come back." "That's right, I saw that the room was empty in the morning. Could something have happened?" "Miss, why don't you give him a call and ask? He's such a big person and it's not winter outside, so nothing will happen. He might have gone back to his place to sleep." Su Qingxue didn't want to take the initiative to call him. Aunt Jiang hesitated for a moment, then said with a sigh, "Miss, don't think that I, an old woman, am talkative. Yi Fan mentioned the matter of the master to you last night, and it actually has something to do with his own experience." Su Qingxue looked at Aunt Jiang doubtfully. "What do you mean?" "Miss, think about it. Yi Fan's parents both passed away when he was young. He grew up alone and lived alone, so he must be very eager to have his own parents. When he saw that you and the master were arguing, he definitely didn't feel good. He wanted to have a father, but he didn't even have the chance to argue." Aunt Jiang said sadly. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened, and after a moment of absent-mindedness, she said, "Aunt Jiang, you said that he's an orphan." This time, it was Aunt Jiang's turn to be puzzled. "What, miss, you don't know?" Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and a complicated expression flashed across her eyes. She recalled what Yi Fan said last night and suddenly understood something. "I'll make a call and ask." Su Qingxue picked up her phone and added, "Let me make it clear first, Aunt Jiang asked me to call. It has nothing to do with me." When Aunt Jiang heard this, she covered her mouth and smiled. She squinted her eyes and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. Miss, you are really magnanimous." Only then did Su Qingxue clear her throat and make the call. Not long after, the call connected. Su Qingxue tried her best to make her tone gentle as she asked, "Where are you?" "Outside." Yi Fan's reply was very cold. "Of course I know you're outside." Su Qingxue snappily said, "Where are you now?" Yi Fan asked, "What's the matter?" She originally wanted to care about where the man slept last night, but Yi Fan's cold tone made her give up on this idea. "Nothing much. I'm just asking. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Yi Fan had already hung up the phone. The woman's pretty face slowly turned cold. She slammed her phone on the table, picked up her fork, and stabbed it into a piece of honeydew melon as if she had a grudge against that piece of melon. "Aunt Jiang, don't worry about him, let him be." The old lady had a helpless look on her face. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have made the call. In the alley, Yi Fan put his phone back into his pants pocket, took a drag of his cigarette, and swept his gaze across the dark-skinned, thin man in front of him. The man was dressed in ordinary street clothes, with a braid and a cap. From his facial features, one could tell that he was not from China. "How did Mr. Yi find me?" The man spoke in English. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He believed that his tracking skills were top-notch, but he had been seen through after such a short period of time. Yifan puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said expressionlessly, "You? It's you guys, right? You changed your stalkers 3 times in total. Including you, 1 woman and 2 men, your accent is from the Samar region of country F. If I'm not mistaken, the tattoo on the back of your hand and the eagle head ring on your finger, you are the bounty hunters of the B-rank organization, Monkey-Eating Eagle." The braided man opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled with a tense expression and said, "It seems that Mr. Yi is indeed not ordinary. No wonder he became friends with Dr. Ganesha." Hearing the name Ganesha, Yifan basically guessed the other party's intentions. He said in a deep voice, "I don't care what you, Monkey-Eating Eagle, want to do, you shouldn't have come to me." Mendo smiled and said, "Our organization is searching the world for Dr. Ganesha. In the laboratory of the Elephant Head God, there is a piece of information about the address of Hua Hai City. That's the apartment you live in. To be able to make the Elephant Head God specially record the address, it must be someone he cares about. Mr. Yi, do you know where the Elephant Head God is?" Yifan frowned. This elephant's nose actually left behind such a clue. He hoped that the Monkey-Eating Eagle didn't spread this information. "He's already dead, this is not a secret," Yifan said. Mendo was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "That's true, but he's the Elephant Head God, so everything is possible." "I'll say it again, Ganesha is dead." Yifan's tone became heavier, and his gaze became colder. Mendo subconsciously swallowed his throat. An invisible pressure made him feel his body begin to stiffen. Who the hell was this guy? Mendo's heart began to pound. After all, bounty hunters who walked the line between life and death were very sensitive to danger. "Then may I ask, does Mr. Yi know where Dr. Xiang left the ANKH before he died?" Mendo gathered his courage and asked tentatively. Yifan lightly said, "Something that no one has ever seen before, it's just an illusory rumor." "Is that so?" "Some rumors say that Dr. Xiang gave his inheritance to a mysterious friend for safekeeping." Mendo carefully looked at Yifan's eyes and expression, trying to see something. However, Yifan's face was calm, and he was just a little impatient. "I've already said it clearly. I'll only give you 5 seconds to scram." 5. 4. Mendo was scared out of his wits. His heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and immediately ran away. In the blink of an eye, Mendo, who was walking like the wind, had already run far away from this block. Yifan finished smoking a cigarette and stepped on the cigarette butt. His eyes flashed with a hint of vicissitudes and helplessness as he muttered to himself, "Elephant nose, you said you're already dead, yet you still left me such a mess." Yifan shook his head and sighed. Although he had thought that he would be found sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so fast. It was all because someone else had left an address there. Originally, he wanted to be a peaceful little fart, earn some money, and live a comfortable life. But now, it seemed that this wish was going to fail. Keeping a low profile can't solve the problem. Could it be that I'm a firefly in the night? Yifan thought self-deprecatingly. He wasn't afraid of getting involved in some disputes, but he was afraid that some unscrupulous fugitives would target the people around him. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Thinking about all sorts of things, Yifan continued to walk towards Feng Yuying's house. 2 blocks away, in a small white car, Mendo and the other 2 monkey-eating eagle bounty hunters were discussing with frowns on their faces. "What did you say?" "He already discovered us," a woman dressed in fancy clothes asked. "This person looks very ordinary. Could it be that he's deliberately bragging to scare you?" another fat man guessed. Mendo shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Impossible, this person is definitely an expert. Standing in front of him, I don't even dare to breathe loudly." I'm almost tongue-tied when I speak. He was clearly standing there with flaws all over his body, but I felt that I couldn't defeat him at all. I have a premonition that as long as I dare to make a move, I won't be able to come back. The two companions sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman didn't quite believe it. It can't be. How can it be so terrifying? Your strength can be considered to be in the top 5 in our organization. However, the fatty snorted and said, so what if we're in the top 5? Although we, the monkey-eating eagle, are a B-rank organization and have some status in the underground world, this is China, a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's better to be cautious. Mendo and the woman nodded. Indeed, it would be more difficult for them to sneak into China. They couldn't be too careless. The fatty continued, I believe that if there are many doors, then those who can be friends with the elephant head god will definitely not be ordinary. They should be experts. Are we just going to give up like this? It wasn't easy for us to find the information about ANKH first. The guild leader trusted us, so he let us carry out this mission. If we let others deal with it, where would our face be? We are bounty hunters, licking blood from the edge of the blade and fishing for money from the frying pan. We can't just give up on such a big cake just because the other party might be an expert, right? The woman was unwilling. Mendo rubbed his chin and muttered, although he might be stronger than us, he is still a person of the society after all. He might have a lot of restraints around him. Just now, I heard him talking to a woman on the phone, maybe. We can investigate the people around him. Chapter 20 0020 Yifan returned to Crescent Bay's Feng Yuying's residence and pressed the doorbell. Very quickly, Feng Yuying opened the door. Seeing Yifan standing there safely, the woman was both happy and surprised. Yifan, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Are you hurt? Yifan turned around, spread out his hands and smiled. Do I look like I'm injured? Feng Yuying let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. Come in quickly and tell me what happened. I was worried to death at home. I don't know if I'll end up making a fool of myself after calling the police. Yifan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Feng Yuying calling the police was actually a risk. No matter what, this was also a heart. Entering the living room and sitting on the sofa, Yifan casually made up an excuse. He said that the people from the Defense Bureau helped him and warned the Zhou father and son before letting him go. If he really told her about those bloody things, Feng Yuying would probably be afraid, so Yifan felt that there was no need. Really? I thought it was useless to call the police. It seems like the public security in Huahai is pretty good. Feng Yuying said with concern, Yifan, don't be so impulsive in the future. I know you have some skills and are good at fighting, but there are some things that you can endure for a while. There are many outlaws in society, there is no need to clash with them. Yifan looked at the woman with a smile, Ying, you care so much about me, have you fallen in love with me? Feng Yuying's face immediately turned red. She picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at him, saying angrily, what are you thinking? You were in danger to protect me, isn't it normal for me to care about you? Looking at the woman's shy look and charming face, Yifan's heart ached. He hadn't touched a woman for so long, and it was rare for him to meet such a mature woman, which was exactly what he wanted. Yifan grabbed Feng Yuying's hand and pulled her from the other side of the sofa to his chest, crashing into her. Yeah! Feng Yuying exclaimed. She raised her head and realized that Yifan was looking at her with a fiery gaze. You! Ugh! Without waiting for the woman to speak, Yifan had already kissed her heavily. Ing! Thanks to Yifan's skilled technique, Feng Yuying's delicate body quickly heated up. She felt that she was already strange and found it hard to control. However, deep down in her heart, her conservative personality allowed her to maintain her last shred of sobriety. She gently pushed Yifan away, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she softly said, Yifan, don't be like this for now. We've known each other for a while. But we don't know much about each other, so we should at least have a proper relationship. Yifan also stopped what he was doing, feeling a little apologetic in his heart. That's right, Feng Yuing isn't like those women he played with when he was overseas. To those women, the matters between men and women are entertainment, the same as singing and dancing. But Feng Yuing was different. She felt that this was a very sacred and solemn ceremony, so she couldn't easily give up her first time. I'm sorry, Ying, I was too reckless. I won't do it again. Yifan let go of the woman and suppressed his own flame. Seeing that Yifan respected her thoughts, Feng Yuing felt very satisfied. After all, this meant that Yifan cared about her. Feng Yuying's beautiful eyes twinkled as she hugged Yifan's neck and took the initiative to give him a kiss. As long as you treat me well, I'll be yours sooner or later. Can you give us some time? Hiss. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. This sudden sweet response hit his heart and he felt his entire body go limp. This woman looked like she was intellectual and dignified, but she had the potential to be a vixen in her bones. After Feng Yuing said this, she became shy again. She quickly stood up and tidied up her clothes, saying, "All right, you're back safely, so I'm at ease. Next time when I have time, I'll go buy some delicious dishes and make some specialties for you to try." Yifan still wanted to cuddle with the woman, so he was puzzled. Why do we have to do it next time? Isn't it the weekend today? We can eat together at noon. Feng Yuing said apologetically, "It's the weekend, but my boss has something to talk to me about. I was originally worried about you, but now that you're fine, I have to hurry out." Is that so? All right then, I'll be leaving too. Yifan remembered that Su Qingxue had called him. Coincidentally, his tool bag was also at Egret County, so he should go back and tidy it up. Even if he was kicked out of the house, he couldn't lose the tool to eat. Feng Yuing had a red Audi S3, which happened to be parked at the Crescent Bay. This car was exquisite and petite, and the price was moderate. It was in line with Feng Yuying's temperament as an executive of a company. It was just that she usually lived in an apartment, which was very close to the company, so she didn't drive much. The woman originally wanted to give Yifan a ride, but it was very convenient for Yifan to take the subway, so she didn't force him. She just left each other's phone numbers so that they could contact each other another day. After sitting on the subway for half an hour and walking for a while, Yifan once again arrived at Egret County 6. After pressing the doorbell, Aunt Jiang immediately opened the door. The old woman's face revealed a happy smile. "Yifan, you're finally back. I'm really worried about you, come in quickly." Yifan looked at Aunt Jiang, who was sincerely happy, and felt a little ashamed in his heart. It seemed that the old man treated him as one of his own, so he really should give her a call to reassure her. But just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar female voice from inside, asking a question. "Yifan? Why are you here?" Yifan was startled. He raised his head and looked towards the living room, only to discover that Feng Yuing was sitting on the sofa. Yifan's head was a little muddled. He thought back to what the woman said before, that her superior was looking for her to discuss something. So this superior was Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, who had a cold expression on her face, quietly sat there, drinking black tea. A few thoughts flashed through her limpid eyes, and she calmly asked, "Department head Feng, do you know Yifan?" Although Feng Yuing was puzzled, she answered truthfully, "Yeah, we've known each other for a while. Previously, I was almost kidnapped by the White Shark gang at the apartment, and it was Yifan who helped me." Feng Yuing didn't dare to say that they had just come out of her residence. After all, the relationship between the two of them was quite ambiguous, so it wasn't convenient for her to say it. Oh. Su Qingxue didn't expect that Yifan was the man who saved Feng Yuing. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "How did you guys meet?" "Director Su, you don't know. He's the water and electricity repairman hired by our splendid apartment. His repair skills are really good." Feng Yuing didn't forget to praise the man. But when these words fell into Su Qingshue's ears, the woman instantly felt that she had been tricked again. No wonder this guy had a toolkit at home, no wonder he knew how to repair the TV, so his identity wasn't just a home tutor. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a simple and honest smile on his face, pretending that nothing had happened. Feng Yuing turned around and asked curiously, "Director Su, are you asking Yi Fan to repair some electrical appliances?" Actually, Yi Fan was thinking about how to explain, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Actually, she didn't want too many people to know about this because she only signed a contract with Yi Fan for 3 months. After this special period, they had nothing to do with each other anymore. So, this level of relationship between a man and a woman only needed to be known by the necessary people. Many of the subordinates in the company actually didn't need to know about it. To put it bluntly, it would be embarrassing to find a man to pretend to be her boyfriend. It might even become a joke and a stain on her reputation. Su Qingxue maintained her composure, thought for a while and said, "Department head Feng, let's go to my study room first. There is some information that you need to take a look at." Feng Yuing was a strong woman in the workplace after all, so her job was still her priority. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go upstairs then." After the two women went upstairs, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He ran to the kitchen and asked Auntie Jiang for 2 cups of ice water. He gulped it down and felt a little better. Chapter 21. 0021. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang quickly smiled and asked, "Yi Fan, you're finally back. Miss is concerned about you and called you. Why didn't you say anything before hanging up?" Hearing that, the sale blinked. "What? Qingxue cares about me? Auntie Jiang, don't tease me, she just chased me out last night." "It's true, Miss didn't know about your background, so after I told her, she naturally understood your good intentions." Aunt Jiang couldn't wait for the two of them to reconcile. Only then did Fan Xian understand. He thought to himself, "This girl has a sharp mouth and a tofu heart. If that's the case, I don't have to move out anymore." After more than an hour, Feng Yuing came downstairs and said goodbye to Auntie Jiang, who was in the kitchen. Yi Fan was watching TV. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, he quickly followed her. Ing, listen to my explanation." Yi Fan stopped Feng Yuing and didn't let her go to the garage. Feng Yuing had a cold look on her face as she sighed. "What do you have to say?" "It's not what you think, Qingxue and I are just..." Yi Fan wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, he realized that it wasn't right. Wasn't this just leaking the contents of the contract? How could he explain this to Su Qingxue? Feng Yuing remained silent, but a mischievous smile slowly surfaced on her face. Fan Xian felt that something was wrong and asked in bewilderment, "Ing, do you already know?" Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. "You want to surprise me, right? What's there to hide? The whole company knows that you're working on Monday. How long do you plan to hide it?" Yi Fan had a dumbfounded expression on his face. What exactly happened? Right at this moment, Su Qingxue came down from upstairs and coldly shouted, "Yi Fan, come to my study." Feng Yuing patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "Go quickly, Assistant Yi, the boss is calling you." Special assistant. Yi Fan was about to cry in his heart. What the hell was this? Feng Yuing looked at the lady's watch in her hand and said anxiously, "I have to hurry to the high-speed rail station. CEO Su asked me to go on a business trip immediately. That's all for now, see you at the company. Bye-bye." After Feng Yuing finished speaking, she smiled sweetly and went to the garage. Fan Xian was confused. He silently walked upstairs and entered the study. Closing the door of the study, Yi Fan scratched his head. "Qingxue, what did you say to Sister Yuing?" Su Qingxue sat behind the desk and was printing some materials. She lightly replied, I told her that you and I met in the orphanage. We only met recently. Seeing that you don't have a job, I recruited you to be my special assistant. Su Qingxue sat behind the desk, printing some materials. Because the place you live in is too bad, and the family lacks a man to help Aunt Jiang, so I let you live here. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth twitched, these words. She believed it. Feng Yuing was my senior back in university. There's no doubt about her work ability and loyalty. Other than being more shrewd at work, her life is rather simple. As long as what I say isn't too outrageous, she'll believe it. Su Qingxue obviously understood Feng Yuying's personality very well. Yifan felt upset in his heart. Aren't you using her trust in you to deceive her? So what if I lied to her? Do you want the whole company to know that we are a fake couple? Do you want this relationship to be real? Besides, what does it have to do with you if I lie to her? What can she lose? Su Qingxue asked in return. Yifan Xian was speechless. Just now, he felt that this woman was cold on the outside and warm on the inside, but now, he felt that she was cold and heartless. Rather than caring about others, sign this contract yourself. Su Qingxue handed a document to Yifan. Yifan took a look. It was actually a temporary contract. Do you really want me to be a special assistant? I've already said it to my senior, so I naturally have to keep my promise. Besides, you might be in danger wherever you go right now, so coming to our company is the safest. Also, you lied to me that you were a tutor, but now you're a plumber. God knows what kind of part-time job you'll do. When I called you just now, you were so unwilling to answer it. You might as well stay in the company obediently, so that if there's a problem, I won't have to look for you all over the world. Su Qingxue's cold eyes were still filled with strong dissatisfaction. Yifan embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Qingxue, I really had something to do this morning. It's not convenient to pick it up. Su Qingxue slammed the table and pointed at the contract. I don't want to hear your explanation, and I don't care what you're doing. Sign the contract, immediately, right now. Being intimidated by the woman's icy aura, Yifan quickly picked up the pen, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, No, I don't even know what I can do in the company. If I don't go in, I'll be exposed. Monthly salary of 50,000, I'll sign it. Yifan's pen moved like lightning. He quickly signed every piece of paper and handed the contract to Su Qingxue with a smile. 1 month 50,000, 3 months 150,000. The key was that he would be free after 3 months, so it would be a waste if he didn't earn this money. Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. This man's conditions were actually not bad, his mind was nimble, and he even knew French. If he were to be nurtured, he might be a talent. Director Su, from today onwards, I will be your special assistant, a part-time boyfriend in private. Yifan even saluted happily. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth curled up into a strange smile. I forgot to tell you, my assistant's salary is 100,000 a month. Ah. Aren't you trying to trick me? Yifan immediately felt his heart bleeding. Su Qingxue snorted lightly, put away the contract, and looked at him with a bit of contempt. To deal with a man like you who doesn't speak a single word of truth, this is called a tooth for a tooth. In the future, be more honest. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. Yifan felt that his eyes were filled with darkness. He had really underestimated this woman's methods. The next day, Yifan originally wanted to go to a small district to repair the air conditioner, but he was directly stopped by Su Qingxue. He was forced to read the company's information at home, so that he could familiarize himself with the company's basic operations and situation. Yifan had no other choice. He had already signed 2 copies of the contract. In these 3 months, he could only listen to the commands of this superior girlfriend. In the evening, Yifan remembered that the bicycle was still at the old apartment, so he brought it to Egret County. Unexpectedly, because the car looked too old-fashioned and rusty in many places. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would want it. When it entered the gate, it was even stopped by the security guards. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang went over and saw that it really was an acquaintance of the residents, so she let him bring the car home. After knowing about this, Su Qingxue was filled with anger. She didn't know what this man's brain was made of. Was there a need to be so stingy with something that was sold as scrap metal? Yi Fan didn't care so much. After riding for more than a year, he had even personally bought it from the old goods market. He already had feelings for it, so how could he just throw it away like that? Monday morning, Yi Fan officially went to work for the first time. He put on the shirt and trousers that Su Qingxue gave him, put on a tie, and stepped on leather shoes. He really did look like that. Su Qingxue didn't know where she got her driver's license from, but she directly let Yi Fan be the driver. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Money can make the devil push the millstone. Now that the driver's license was so difficult to get, Su Qingxue was actually able to casually get one for him. Driving the black Lexus LX 570, Yi Fan held the steering wheel and couldn't help but yawn. This speed wasn't even as fast as his little broken bicycle. From the rearview mirror, Su Qingxue was sitting in the back with an Apple laptop. It seemed that there was no formal meeting, so Su Qingxue was wearing a rather casual light blue off-shoulder dress. Her black hair that draped over her shoulders made her skin look especially white and rosy. The white pleated skirt below just reached her knees, revealing a pair of white, jade-like calves. There was not a single flaw. How could this woman's body be so perfectly proportioned? How could her skin be so exquisite? Honk! The sound of a car horn came from behind. Su Qingxue frowned and raised her head. Coincidentally, she saw a pair of colored eyes staring at her from the rearview mirror. Yi Fan. What are you looking at? The green light. Yi Fan hurriedly started the car. His old face turned red. The 2-minute red light actually passed in the blink of an eye. He was too fascinated by it. Chapter 22. 0022 I didn't see anything. I woke up early and was taking a nap. Yi Fan pretended that nothing had happened. Su Qingxue felt a burst of disdain, clenched her teeth, and read, "A liar full of lies, a stingy ironcock, greedy and lustful, at least you're a man, can't you be a bit more promising?" Yi Fan was said to be useless, so of course he wouldn't agree. He argued, "Who said that? I did lie to you about something, but how am I a cheapskate? Who doesn't like money? And it's precisely because I'm a man that I like to see beauties. You still dare to quibble? I won't mention your bicycle yesterday. Take a look at what this is." As Su Qingxue spoke, she took a bag from the last row of the car. Inside was the clothes that Yi Fan had changed out of in the garage a few days ago. She had kept it in the car and forgot to take it down. "You can't even bear to throw away these trashy clothes, and you even let Aunt Jiang wash and iron them for you. Are you stingy? Even your work clothes were prepared by me, and you have the face to refute me." Su Qingxue threw the bag back into the back seat, afraid that the old clothes would emit a strange smell. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, "Such a beautiful girl, her words really don't give me any face. I don't mind wearing those old clothes to work, isn't it you who requested to wear these new clothes?" But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, there was no reason to talk to a woman. Arriving at the embroidery building, Yi Fan drove the car into the underground garage and parked it at the CEO's special parking spot. Before getting off the car, Su Qingxue warned, "Remember the 2 requirements in the company." "Got it, I'll call you CEO Su. I can't reveal our relationship." Yi Fan made an okay gesture. After confirming, the 2 got out of the car. After a few steps, they arrived at a VIP elevator used by the upper echelons of the company. A white-collar woman had been waiting there for a long time. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black OL uniform, a white shirt, and silver round glasses. She looked delicate and pretty, but her expression was very steady. The white-collar woman was carrying a briefcase. When she saw Su Qingxue walking over, she immediately lowered her head respectfully. "Good morning, Director Su." Su Qingxue nodded her head and glanced at Yi Fan. "She is Qinya, my #1 assistant. You should learn from her." Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and extended his hand towards Qinya. Hello, my name is Yi Fan, please take care of me." Qinya hesitated for a moment but still shook hands with Yi Fan. However, she didn't look at him directly, obviously not taking him seriously. Yi Fan thought to himself, no wonder he could become Su Qingshue's #1 assistant. He was really cold. Qinya quickly turned on a tablet computer in her hand, opened a document, and reported, "Director Su, today is 7, 9, 13, 18, 26, 34. Hearing Qinya report a dozen or so numbers, Yi Fan was confused, not knowing what she was talking about. Su Qingxue remained silent. She walked to the elevator, opened the door, and walked in. The moment she walked into the elevator, Su Qingshue's expression and temperament clearly became even more serious and cold. A strong sense of oppression from a superior arose involuntarily. Yi Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When this woman entered the working state, why did it seem like she had changed into a different person? She was completely different from the Su Qingxue who was lying on the sofa, eating fruits and watching TV. Next, Su Qingxue pressed a series of numbers on the buttons in the elevator. 7, 9, 13. Yi Fan discovered that these numbers were all reported by Qinya, and they were actually all floors. The key was that Su Qingxue had only listened to it once, and she had already memorized all the numbers. Director Su, isn't your office on the top floor of the 66th floor? Why did you stop on so many floors? Yi Fan had already read the information about the embroidery group, so he knew what each floor was for. Qinya, who was at the side, answered him on behalf of Su Qingxue. This is CEO Su's routine morning meeting. Solving some problems on the way to the office can save a lot of time for the company's employees to run up and down, and speed up the office efficiency. Just as Qinya finished her explanation, the elevator reached the 7th floor. After Qinya pressed the button on the elevator door remained open. At the entrance of the elevator, there was already a manager of the investment department in a suit. He was already prepared and handed a document to Su Qingxue. Director Su, the latest raw materials developed by the DL Chemical Company can replace the old synthetic rubber technology in many fields, greatly reducing the production cost of rubber products on the market by 45%. We unanimously agreed that we should increase the DL Company stock to 4.3%, the manager quickly reported. Su Qingxue used a few seconds to flip through the report, but directly threw it out of the elevator and coldly said, "Sell all the DL Company's shares in our hands." The manager was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Director Su, why? Sell it when it's about to rise. Their raw materials will be unsaleable, so their stocks will soon fall. They should take advantage of this opportunity to sell them. Seeing that the manager still had a puzzled look on his face, Su Qingxue frowned and said, "Didn't you guys see the recent personnel changes in DL? The logistics department sent more and more people to manage the warehouse. What do you think is the reason?" The manager suddenly realized, because their production line has overproduced, it caused the warehouse pressure to increase. Director Su is wise. Why didn't I think of it? Without waiting for the manager to flatter her, Su Qingxue had already signaled Qinya with her eyes. Qinya understood and immediately closed the elevator. Continuing to the 9th floor, the elevator opened. This time, it was a middle-aged female supervisor who handed over a document. Director Su, the Tai Hong Group is unwilling to transfer that piece of land in the west of the city. They said that they have to add an additional 20 million, what do you think? Su Qingxue didn't say anything further. She took a red pen and wrote a few words on the document, add another 50 million. When the female supervisor saw this, she immediately thought that Su Qingxue had seen wrongly. Director Su, they only need to add 20 million. Do as I say, wait for the other party to agree, then come to me for the final approval. Su Qingxue said. The female supervisor opened her mouth with a blank expression, but she could only nod her head. The elevator closed again, and Yi Fan, who was standing behind the woman, was dumbfounded. Director Su, did you hear wrongly? He only wanted to add 20 million, why did you give him 50 million more? Is this 30 million for nothing? Su Qingxue simply ignored him, because the elevator had already reached the 13th floor. Another document was handed over, and Su Qingxue signed it with a few words. Just like that, level after level, Su Qingxue stopped at each level for no more than 2 minutes. Every decision was incomparably decisive, and these executives, even if they didn't quite understand, obediently nodded their heads to carry it out. It was as if they firmly believed that as long as they followed Su Qingxue's instructions, they would definitely not make a mistake. For this young woman in her 20s, the upper echelons of the company, who were in their 30s to 50s, showed absolute trust. Yi Fan, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but be puzzled. Was this girl really that powerful? As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai, the embroidery group was a well-known company in China. It had a wide range of businesses. Other than venture capital, luxury goods, fashion, real estate, high-end hotels, and other main businesses, there were also education, e-commerce, wine, auto parts, advertising, engineering design, and other industries. In other words, as the CEO, Su Qingxue had to have a certain level of research in all industries in order to be able to plan the overall situation. After dealing with more than 10 jobs in a row, it took about half an hour for the three of them to finally arrive at the 66th floor. They entered a huge CEO's office. 3 of the windows were made of reinforced glass, and there were even bulletproof glass reinforced. From here, they could overlook the scenery of Huahai City, as if the entire city was under their feet. As for the other decorations, other than some simple green potted plants, there was nothing special. The simple and neat cold colors perfectly combined with Su Qingxue's temperament. Su Qingxue sat on the CEO's seat, while Qinya, who was beside her, took out some of the information that she needed to read in the morning and handed some of the organized documents to her superior. Yi Fan stood at the side, feeling a little bored. He could only sit on the sofa and use his old phone to play gluttonous snake. Su Qingxue looked up at him and said, "Qinya, show him the information about the Tai Hong group." After Qinya heard this, she was stunned for a moment, but she still immediately took out the information from her tablet and handed it to Yi Fan. Chapter 23. 0023 Su Qingxue lightly said, "Aren't you curious why I spent 30 million more to buy that piece of land?" Yi Fan nodded. This really puzzled him. "I'll give you half an hour to find the reason from the Tai Hong Corporation's investigation. If you can find it, I'll arrange an independent office for you," Su Qingxue said. Hearing that, Yi Fan blinked. Independent office? Is there a computer in there? With a computer, he could play games, and when he played games, he could earn money. Of course. Su Qingxue said with certainty. Yi Fan grinned happily, took the tablet computer, and quickly flipped through it. Su Qingxue didn't care about him anymore. In her opinion, being able to find a far-fetched reason in 20 minutes was already not bad. Even Qinya, who had followed her for 3 years, would probably only be able to figure out the reason after entering the office. However, he didn't expect that in less than 5 minutes, Yi Fan would let out an "oh" sound. Su Qingxue raised her head in surprise. "What's wrong?" Qinya frowned as she looked over. "Don't disturb CEO Su's work." No. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. "I just found a reason." So fast. Su Qingxue warned, I'll only give you one chance. Think about it and say it. Qinya, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. In such a short amount of time, she couldn't even finish reading the information. How could she find out the key reason? Yi Fan stood up, returned the tablet computer to Qinya, and said slowly, Tai Hong Corporation seems to be very stable, but their capital chain is actually already in danger. If that land can't be sold quickly and get that money, they will probably go bankrupt. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and a sharp glint flashed across her eyes. In such a short period of time, this man was actually able to see the hidden information about the capital chain from the information. Just this reading speed alone was extremely shocking, not to mention his ability to understand. Qinya was also astonished. She couldn't imagine that this guy had really finished reading the information. Yi Fan continued to speak smoothly, Director Su, I have to say that this move of yours is very clever. If you add another 20 million, they will definitely sell it immediately. However, if you add another 50 million, they will be suspicious. Why did you buy it with such a blood capital? Could it be that there is really some huge benefit to this land? In that case, they must be hesitating, wondering if they had overlooked something or missed out on some important information. Other companies would not buy such an outrageous price. In this way, they would delay the crucial selling time. When they really intended to sell the land to you at an additional price of 50 million, as long as you rejected them, they would be at their wits' end. In the end, they could only accept the original price. They couldn't even earn the extra 20 million because they didn't have time to find another buyer. When Yi Fan said this string of deductions, Su Qingxue's bright eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. She was right. Although this man was a little perverted and stingy, his mind was still very flexible. He should be a fast learner. With proper training, he might really be able to do something. Qinya, who was at the side, was already dumbfounded. She seemed to have underestimated the new assistant that the boss had found. That's right, how could Su Qingxue really find an idiot to be her assistant? Qinya naturally gave the credit to the boss. Yi Fan, on the other hand, clicked his tongue and sighed, Director Su, if this move of yours really succeeds, the people from the Tai Hong Corporation will hate you to death. This is too damaging, to them, it's a blood loss. There's nothing too deceitful in war, and the business world is like a battlefield. Since they were greedy first, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Moreover, if they were smart enough, they should have immediately found me and agreed to sell this land. They have a guilty conscience in their hearts and are insatiably greedy, so they fell into my trap. Su Qingxue said with a calm face. Yi Fan shrugged, he had to admit this, Director Su, you are indeed very smart. Most people would not be able to think of a way to do the opposite. I think you're not bad either. At least you can decipher it in 5 minutes. Su Qingxue gave a rare compliment. Hearing the praise, Yi Fan laughed happily, but he still had to be polite. Of course not, it's just a so-so. Ha! Humph. Don't be too arrogant. Our Director Su is a member of the Par Society. Don't think that just because you're a little smart, you're amazing. Qinya said proudly. She held her head high and puffed out her chest, as if it was her own glory. When Yi Fan heard this, he was a little surprised. He blinked and said, Director Su is a member of the Intelligence Society. Qinya exclaimed, you know quite a bit. And you even know about the Intelligence Society. That's right, our Director Su's IQ is 180, and she's a genius through and through. Otherwise, why do you think everyone in the company trusts her so much? The Intelligence Society was one of the world's top organizations with high IQ. It was said that there were less than 50 members, and the threshold to join was at least 175 IQ. Every single one of them was a genius amongst geniuses, and it wasn't something that you could enter just because you had money and status. And what Yi Fan thought of was not just this. As far as he knew, most of the geniuses with an IQ of 180 were usually outstanding in certain areas, such as scientific research, creation, and business. But at the same time, their brains were often mediocre in other aspects, and they might even be weaker than ordinary people. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that these geniuses would be eccentric in life, which was what ordinary people would call anomalies. Thinking of Su Qingshue's cold personality in life, her relationship with her family, and the blank space in her love life, Yi Fan couldn't help but understand a lot. Su Qingshue's expression was incomparably cold. She glared at Qinya and said in an ice-cold voice, "You are not allowed to talk about the intelligent society in the future." Qinya's face paled. She realized that she had spoken too much and quickly lowered her head in agreement. Her expression was still very nervous. In fact, many of the company's upper echelons knew that Su Qingsue was a rare member of the intelligent society, but no one dared to mention this. Because it was said that when the old chairman chose to bring Su Qingsue, such a dishonorable illegitimate granddaughter, home, other than the fact that this granddaughter was a direct descendant, there was another point, and that was the level of intelligence that Su Qingsue had displayed when she was young. Many people believed that if it wasn't for Su Qingshue's good brain and that she was a rare genius, she might not have been able to return to the Su family to recognize her, let alone become the CEO. This kind of thing was somewhat cruel to a girl. Even the glorious title of being a member of the intelligent society was filled with sadness for her. "You can go out now. Qinya, take him to the office." Su Qingsue was obviously in a bad mood. Yi Fan couldn't wait to play with the computer, so he ran out first. Following Qinya, they arrived at an independent office on the same floor. There was indeed a computer inside. Yi Fan was very happy, and at the same time, he asked curiously, "Assistant Qin, if I didn't answer the question, where would you arrange for me to go?" There was a trace of playfulness in Qinya's eyes. "From the beginning, I arranged for you to be in this office. Whether or not you can answer correctly, it's still this office." Yi Fan's smile froze. F***ck, he was tricked by Su Qingsue again. Could it be that she had an IQ of 180 when it came to tricking people? If he was tricked, then so be it. Yi Fan was also very broad-minded. Previously, when he played games, he would enter the internet cafe or go to Moo Moo Moo's house to play as a tutor. This time, he actually had an office and a computer with good performance. Yi Fan couldn't wait to display his skills. Just as Yi Fan was turning on the computer, Qinya placed a thick stack of information on Yi Fan's desk. "What is it?" Yi Fan glanced at it. The cover was filled with French. "Director Su said that you know French, so this is the work you have to complete in the next 3 days. After translating it according to the format, print it out and give it to me. My office is right next to yours." Chenya's tone was very formulaic. Yi Fan blinked his eyes and discovered that this was the evaluation data of a French company. It recorded the company's business situation last year. However, it was clear that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain this information. He didn't want it to be leaked, so he didn't find another translation company. "So I really do have work to do." Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seemed that Su Qingsue had already thought of this. "Nonsense, could it be that I called you here to be in a daze? Our company doesn't raise idlers." After Qinya finished speaking, she coldly snorted and turned around to leave. "Yes, yes." Yi Fan nodded with a smile, but when Qinya left, he immediately locked the office door. Chapter 24. 0024 inches expected of a big company, the internet speed is really fast. Yi Fan pushed the stack of documents that needed to be translated to the side and busied himself with QQ again. As soon as he logged into QQ, just as he was about to see if there was any high-paying job, a good friend called Princess Moo began to shake the window. "Whoa whoa. Teacher, you're finally online. Come to my house and help me rush to the king realm. This Princess Moo was Yi Fan's student, Moo Moo Moo. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and typed, "Student, teacher is at work. You still have a month before school starts, so you should revise your lessons first. $500. Help me get back to the diamond first. I have pocket money." Moo 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 immediately sent a message. Seeing the word pocket money, a smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he quickly typed out a line of words. "Since you are so motivated, teacher will help you. Hee hee, Teacher Yi, when are you coming to my house?" Moo 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 asked happily. Yi Fan replied, "I'm at the company right now. There's a computer here, so I don't need to go to your house to help you practice." "What? Have you found a job? Which company?" Moo 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 quickly asked. "Embroidery Group," Yi Fan said proudly. Bragging. The threshold for the embroidery group is to graduate from a key university, and they have to be screened layer by layer. "Don't you not even have a primary school diploma?" Yi Fan flicked the cigarette butt. He found that there was no ashtray beside him, so he flicked the ash onto the table. "Your teacher, I am handsome. I conquered the boss of the brocade and directly became a special assistant," Yi Fan said. Moo 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 sent a few laughing emojis. "Crazy, delusional. Did you see that Su Qingshua's photo is beautiful, so you rubbed it too much and started hallucinating? Let me tell you a cruel reality. Many people in Hua Hai call her a female devil behind her back. She is a famous iceberg woman, unscrupulous in order to achieve her goal. Many people call her an emotionless money-making machine." Yi Fan frowned and replied, "Is there a need to be so exaggerated? The machine is already here. Besides, how did you know?" "Humph, this princess is after all a small socialite in the upper class of Hua Hai, and Su Qingxue is an influential figure in the business world. I've heard this kind of news a lot." Although she brought huge profits to the company, he didn't know how many people were jealous and scolded him. Although she had brought huge profits to the company, he didn't know how many people were jealous and cursed at him. In the end, after Yi Fan's repeated reiteration, Moo 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 helplessly accepted reality and agreed to let Yi Fan practice online. Yi Fan's salary was not low, but earning money while playing games had always been something he liked to do, so he was happy to accept a job that cost 500 yuan. However, before playing the game, Yi Fan planned to finish translating the information for the next 3 days so that Su Qingxue wouldn't deduct his salary. He flipped through the thick document and glanced at it. It was not difficult to translate in French. It was all common business words, and there were no unfamiliar scientific terms. It was not difficult at all to translate. Yi Fan looked at the French document while typing blindly on the keyboard with both hands at the same time, inputting the translated information into the file. It only took Yi Fan 2 hours to complete the 3-day mission. He even made a cup of coffee and went to the toilet. After completing the mission given by Su Qingxue, Yi Fan started to play the game. Unknowingly, it was already 11 in the afternoon. Yi Fan had just played a round when Chinya's shout came from outside the office. "Yi Fan! Open the door. What are you locking it for?" Yi Fan quickly closed the game and ran over to open the door. "Hee hee, Assistant Chin, is there something you need from me?" Chinya walked into the office and smelled the thick smell of smoke. Seeing the table full of cigarette butts and ash, her face darkened. "Who allowed you to smoke in the office?" Yi Fan scratched his head. "No one told me I couldn't." "You." Chinya glared at him. "Next time, go to the smoking room on the 55th floor." Yi Fan agreed, but he didn't take it seriously. He had to run more than 10 floors to smoke a few cigarettes. How could he still live? Chinya glanced at the computer screen and sneered. "Where are your games? Why aren't you playing anymore? Continue playing." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He should have hidden the game icon well, How did Chinya know about it? As if seeing Yi Fan's shock, Chinya disdainfully said, "What do you think the technical department of our brocade is doing?" The employee's computer generated abnormal traffic, and there were game files downloaded. We are all aware of it. Don't think that we really don't know when you're playing games in the office. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was too ruthless. He was actually monitoring the employee's computer. He had never been a white-collar worker before, so he had no idea that there was such a thing. I will report this matter to CEO Su. Instead of working hard, you play games. According to the company's rules, 20% of your salary will be deducted. After Chinya finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. When Yi Fan heard 20%, wouldn't that be 10,000 yuan? How could this work? He hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I've already finished my work, you can't deduct my salary, it's not like I have anything else to do." Chinya turned her head and sneered, "What are you talking about? You completed the translation task for those 3 days." "Yeah." Yi Fan picked up a document that had already been printed and handed it to Chinya. "If you don't believe me, look, I just haven't had the time to give it to you yet." At first, Chinya felt that Yi Fan was talking nonsense, but when she thought about how Yi Fan had passed Su Qingshua's test in the morning, her heart started to beat like a drum. This was according to the requirements of a professional translator. He had been given 3 days of work. Could it be that he had really finished it in just one morning? Chinya hesitantly took the document and flipped through it. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Why does it seem like it's really finished translating? However, this was really inconceivable, so Chinya still ran to the computer and opened a French translation software. She began to randomly pick out some words and confirm the translation. After picking out more than 20 words and discovering that all of them had been translated accurately, Chinya's expression stiffened. She pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise as she carefully sized up Yi Fan. "How did you do it?" Chinya felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that when this guy translated, he didn't even need to look up information and think? This would only be possible if he could turn French into his mother tongue, right? Logically speaking, even if it was a commercial document in Chinese, one would have to spend a lot of effort to think about it. Li Fan Xian said with a relaxed expression, "Is this very difficult? I'll just look at it and translate it." "Oh right, there's a word in this document that the French company might have written wrongly. I marked it out and directly changed it. You can confirm it." Chinya felt that her brain couldn't wrap around it. This guy even found the wrong words used by the French. He couldn't help but ask in a daze, "Where? Where?" On the 7th page, it's written that the color of the camel's fur is brown. Châtain is brown, and they want to use yellowish brown. It should be John Brun. These two are not the same color, do you think so? Yi Fan said. Chinya took a deep breath and looked at Li Fan with a complicated gaze. After a long silence, she said, "It's already lunchtime. You can go down and eat. I'll give the materials to Director Su." Yi Fan was indeed hungry, but he still asked nervously, "Assistant Chin, then my salary, forget it this time. If you play games again, I'll still deduct it for you." Chinya coldly snorted and walked out like a gust of wind. When Yi Fan heard that he wouldn't deduct the money, he was in a good mood. "Assistant Chin, it's already noon. Aren't you and Director Su going to eat? Let's go together." Chinya said without turning her head, "I'm on a diet. Director Su doesn't eat lunch at the company, you just take care of yourself." Yi Fan thought to himself, "You're already at the airport, yet you're still trying to lose weight. If you lose any more, you'll become a basin." However, he didn't care about Chinya. It was just that Su Qingshua actually didn't even eat lunch while working, which made his heart ache a little. Especially after hearing what Mu said before, he felt that women were even more pitiful. It was one thing for this woman to work hard, but how could she not even eat? Aunt Jiang definitely didn't know about this, otherwise she would be worried to death. While thinking about these things, Yi Fan took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the Brocade staff cafeteria. As a listed company, there was naturally no need to talk about the treatment of its employees. The restaurant was also an elegant environment. It was a combination of Chinese and Western buffets, allowing the employees to choose what they wanted to eat. After Yi Fan filled a plate with food, he looked around. Almost all of the embroidery group were female employees. Although there were many beauties, he also wanted to find a place where beautiful girls gathered. Since he was already here, it would be a waste if he didn't take a look. At this moment, a female voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Chapter 25. 0025. Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was Lu Xiaolian and Yu Yingying, whom he had met at the bar before. The two white-collar workers from the sales department were also looking for a seat with a plate in their hands. Seeing someone he knew, Yi Fan was naturally happy to greet them. Hello, is Sister Yuing not here? TCH, you only have your big sister Yuing in your eyes, right? Lu Xiaolian pretended to be jealous. Yi Fan nodded seriously, yes. The two girls were stunned for a moment before they started giggling. Department head Feng hasn't returned from his business trip yet, but we heard from the department head that you actually became our CEO's second assistant. You're so amazing, we'll need you to take care of us in the future. Yu Yingying said with a smile. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. He was only a temporary worker for 3 months, so who would he take care of? Thus, he said, I don't even know how long I can work for, maybe I'll be fired after a while. To be able to catch CEO Su's eye, you must have quite a bit of ability. CEO Su is very strict with people, Yu Yingying said very seriously. Let's not talk about this for now. In the future, we will all be in the same company, so there will be plenty of opportunities to chat. Let's find a seat first, it's almost full, Lu Xiaolian said. Yi Fan glanced around and discovered that there was an empty table near the window. There was only a woman sitting there eating. The key point was that he knew this woman. She was the captain of the security team, Su Lingshan. Let's go there. Yi Fan felt that Su Lingshan's looks were quite good. Compared to the other beauties in the restaurant, she had a different kind of wild charm. However, the two women's faces stiffened. Lu Xiaolian whispered, Captain Su is sitting there. Let's not go. Yi Fan felt strange, why? It's not like she'll eat us. I heard that Captain Su is a soldier and is very strict. You can't talk too much when eating with her, and you can't say the wrong thing. If you make her even the slightest bit dissatisfied, you will be taught a lesson. She is very fierce to female employees, let alone male employees. The key point was that she was CEO Su's trusted aide, so normal higher-ups didn't dare to provoke her. In the past, there were many young talents from the company who wanted to pursue her, but they were all humiliated by her. A few of them even took the initiative to resign, Yu Yingying explained in a low voice. Yi Fan suddenly understood. No wonder, the other places were all filled, leaving only 2 empty tables beside Su Lingshan. So everyone was afraid of her. Firstly, it was indeed crowded elsewhere, and secondly, he wasn't afraid at all, so he said, then you guys continue searching, I'll go and sit first. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 girls, Yi Fan walked straight to Su Lingshan's table and sat across from the female security captain. This scene fell into the eyes of many people in the restaurant, and many people immediately guessed that another guy was going to be unlucky. This is a rose with thorns, the crowd thought. Su Lingshan also frowned, as if she didn't expect someone to sit over. When she raised her head and saw that it was Yi Fan, she was even more surprised. It's you. Hello Captain Su, we meet again. Yi Fan said as he started to eat the fried rice on his plate. Go to another table, I don't want to see you. Su Lingshan's eyes were filled with disgust. She only found out this morning that Su Qingxue had found a new assistant, Yi Fan. This also resolved some of her previous doubts. After all, if Su Qingxue and Yi Fan were dating, she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. However, this man's cowardly and shameless manner made her dislike him. She still didn't understand why Su Qingxue would find such a man to be her assistant. Captain Su, you have to be reasonable. There's no rule that no one can sit at this table, right? Yi Fan said. Then go to the next table, that table is also empty, Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan shook his head, I'm not going. Why? Su Lingshan frowned. Yi Fan replied, because I want to watch a beauty eat, and you're the prettiest here. Su Lingshan's face wasn't very white, but at this moment, it was obvious that it was already rosy. She had many suitors, but no one dared to talk about her appearance so straightforwardly and crudely. Usually, they would be more tactful. She gritted her teeth and scolded in a low voice, scoundrel. Say that again. Yi Fan said innocently, I said that you're the prettiest here, can't you do that? If you say that again, I'll beat you up. Su Lingshan glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Yi Fan silently picked up a glass of orange juice and drank a mouthful, then I won't say any more, don't hit me. When the man suddenly admitted defeat, Su Lingshan had no place to use her strength. She felt that she was being played by Yi Fan, which made her very unhappy. She lowered her head and ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Su Lingshan felt uncomfortable all over because the moment she raised her head, she would realize that Yi Fan was staring at her. At this moment, Yi Fan was enjoying himself because he discovered that from this angle, he could see a beautiful scenery from Su Lingshan's collar. Ugh! I didn't think that she was actually quite sexy, Yi Fan sighed in his heart. What are you looking at? Su Lingshan questioned. Yi Fan blinked. Do you want to hear the truth? Nonsense. The eggs on your plate, Yi Fan said very seriously. There are no eggs on my plate. You're lying. Su Lingshan was furious and slammed the table. This gave the surrounding people a shock. They thought to themselves that this brat must be crazy, he even dared to tease a tigress. Yi Fan picked up a fried chicken leg, took a bite and said, Captain Su, you really had an egg just now, did you forget to eat it yourself? Go to hell. Pervert. Wolf. Do you think I don't know? If you don't tell the truth, I'll stab your dog eyes blind today. Su Lingshan picked up the fork in her hand and said aggressively. How could Yi Fan admit it? He sighed and said, I'm such an honest person, why don't you believe me? Then what do you think I'm looking at? You still dare to quibble. Do you really think I'm just scaring you? Su Lingshan felt that she had to teach this man a lesson, so the fork in her hand suddenly pierced towards Yi Fan's eyes. When many people saw this scene, they immediately turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to look any longer, it was too scary. However, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He sat there with a smile and watched as the silver fork was less than a centimeter in front of his eyes, but he didn't even blink. Of course, Su Lingshan couldn't stab the fork into the man's eyes, but an ordinary person would definitely not be able to dodge in time when they were threatened by such a sudden action. They should be in a rather sorry state. Even the people watching at the side felt their hearts jump to their throats, they felt that it was too dangerous. Yi Fan wasn't scared. He looked at her calmly, but it became Su Lingshan who felt very awkward. Captain Su, everyone is watching, it's not good to play so excitedly, Yi Fan snickered in his heart. Even if this woman pointed a gun at his head, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. What's a fork? However, Su Lingshan's frightening actions made Yi Fan more or less dissatisfied. It was just admiring a beauty, was there a need for such hatred? Su Lingshan's hand that was holding the fork trembled for a while, she was puzzled, why did this guy suddenly become so daring? Although she was very unconvinced, Su Lingshan could only retract her hand resentfully, at least you have some guts. I'll let you go today. If you dare to look around again, I'll beat you to death." Yifan seemed to have an honest look on his face as he smiled and said, "Captain Su, can I ask you something?" "What?" Su Lingshan said unhappily. "Are you A, D or F?" After realizing what the question was, Su Lingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and she shouted, "Bastard! You really were peeping at me." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lingshan realized that the situation wasn't looking good. How could she shout this in public? As expected, dozens of pairs of eyes in the restaurant looked over with a strange expression. Su Lingshan's face was burning red, her ears were burning and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. She had never been so embarrassed in the company. "Yifan, come out with me." Su Lingshan didn't want to be rough in the restaurant. "I haven't finished eating yet." Yifan shook his head. Su Lingshan realized that a lot of people were snickering and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She used one of her hands to capture Yifan's collar. However, Yifan suddenly leaned back, just in time to avoid this attack. Chapter 26. 0026 Yifan calmly kicked the stool beside him a few centimeters away. Just as Su Lingshan was about to exert her strength, her knee was hit like this. Her hamstrings went numb, and she fell straight down. "Ah!" Su Lingshan cried out in surprise. She didn't notice Yifan's actions at all. The moment she fell, she thought that she was too careless and bumped into a stool. Just when Su Lingshan was worried that she would fall in an ugly manner, a strong arm hugged her. Yifan's arm seemed to be very natural. First, it moved horizontally across Su Lingshan's chest, then it straightened the woman. When Su Lingshan was touched, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled violently. She hugged her chest and cursed, "Pervert! You touched me." Tell me, Captain Su, what should I touch you for?" Yifan asked mischievously. I. How could Su Lingshan say it out loud? Yifan said innocently, "Captain Su, you came to hit me, but you almost tripped. I helped you up, but you still scolded me. This is unjust. Why do I feel like it's snowing outside?" Su Lingshan realized that more and more people were looking at her. She didn't want to stay any longer and glared at Yifan fiercely. "Just you wait, Yi. I'll make you regret everything you've done today sooner or later." Su Lingshan angrily said these words, turned around, and quickly ran out of the restaurant. The group of people in the company all looked at Yifan in shock. This was the first time they had seen Su Lingshan being restrained by a man. At this moment, 4 men in security uniforms walked to Yifan's side. The man in the lead had a flat top, a mole on his chin, and a dark smile on his face. He patted Yifan's shoulder and said, "Bro, you're amazing. You even subdued the female Yiksha. You are Director Su's newly recruited special assistant, Yifan, right?" Yifan was not interested in men, so he casually replied, "It's me, what's the matter?" Hee, I'm the captain of the security team. My name is Jiang Chao, and the 3 behind me are my brothers from the security team." Jiang Chao was very familiar with him. He grabbed Yifan's hand and shook it. "Captain of the security team. Isn't that Captain Su? Why are you also the captain?" Yifan was curious. A few female employees in the cafeteria giggled. "Ha, they are the water carriers. Isn't it the toilet cleaning team?" Hee. Hearing these discussions, the male security guards couldn't help but lower their heads in embarrassment. Jiang Chao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Our company's security team is divided into the male team and the female team. The female team is led by Captain Su and is mainly responsible for security. As for our male team, we are responsible for taking care of the working environment of our employees." Yi Fan listened to the discussions of the people around him for a while, then thought about it and finally understood what was going on. Su Lingshan had even trained a group of female security guards with extraordinary skills. They were proficient in Taekwondo and Sanda, and their combat strength had firmly suppressed Jiang Chao and the other male security guards. In this way, Jiang Chao and the other male security guards had no status. They couldn't train, patrol, or protect the CEO. They could only help the company move the water dispenser buckets, take out the trash, and even clean the men's toilets. The most respectable job they could do was to be a doorman. Yi Fan quite admired this group of male compatriots. For the sake of the outstanding benefits of the embroidery group, they were really able to bend and stretch out. "Captain Jiang, is there something you need from me?" Yi Fan was almost done eating and was about to leave. Jiang Chao hurriedly pulled him back and asked with some anticipation, "Special Assistant Yi, there aren't many men in our company, and there are even fewer young men. We should unite and fight for our own interests together, right? What are you trying to say?" Yi Fan blinked. Hee, then I'll get straight to the point. I saw that you were fearless in the face of danger and dared to fight Captain Su head-on. You have a lot of potential. So, I want to find you to join our company's basketball team and compete in the Hua Industrial and Commercial Basketball Competition. Jiang Chao clenched his fists. Yi Fan frowned. Basketball team. The company still has such a thing. That's right, all the reputable companies in Hua basically have a basketball team, but our company is special. Women are in charge of the house, there are very few men, and the higher-ups don't pay much attention to it, so we're basically at the bottom every year. But this year was different, it was the year of the Olympics. The government was also engaged in national sports, so they attached great importance to this business basketball match. Director Su had already spoken, asking us to show some results. If we were to be at the bottom again and lose face in front of the provincial and municipal leaders, we would directly disband the basketball team and not let us participate in the competition. Although this task is difficult, this is the only chance for us, the brocade man, to be able to hold our heads high. If we get the results, we'll become heroes. Yi Fan curled his lips. He wasn't interested in playing basketball, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm an assistant, not a security guard. As long as it's a male employee of the company." Jiang Chao quickly said. Yi Fan could only pretend and said, "I don't know how to play, forget it." "No. It doesn't matter if you don't know, we'll teach you." Jiang Chao grabbed Yi Fan's hand and pleaded, "Just join us first, basketball isn't hard to learn." Yi Fan was puzzled, "Are you guys that short of people? How many people are on the basketball team now?" Jiang Chao's face stiffened as he glanced at the 3 security guards behind him. "Don't tell me, it's just 4 people. I remember there are 5 people playing basketball." Yi Fan felt sad. "Last month, one of my brothers couldn't stand the oppression of the female yiksha and cleaned the toilet for 3 months. He was humiliated and resigned. I'm looking for people all over the company, but no one dares to join. They're all afraid of being humiliated by the female yiksha. Only Brother Yi, you have the guts to not be afraid of the female yiksha." "Stop, stop, stop." Yi Fan stopped him and said, "I'm really not interested in playing basketball. You can find someone else." With that, Yi Fan turned around and left. Behind him, Jiang Chao and the other 3 male security guards were listlessly mocked by the female employees who passed by. "Brother Chao, just give up. I really can't find anyone," a security guard said. "It's a pity about the prize money. In the past, I could at least get 1,000 yuan or so." Another security guard said regretfully. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Just when Jiang Chao and the other 3 felt that their position in the company was about to drop and that they would never be able to make a comeback, Yi Fan, who had just walked away, suddenly returned in front of them. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and with a friendly smile on his face, he asked, "You guys said. Is there a prize for that competition?" Jiang Chao and the other three were stunned and quickly nodded their heads. That's right. There was a bonus. The Chamber of Commerce and the government organized it together, and the lowest participating team would have a participation prize of 5,000 to 6,000. Yifan narrowed his eyes. What about the champion? Last year it was 500,000, and this year I heard it was 600,000. It seems. Jiang Chao thought for a moment and said. You don't need to hand over the bonus to the company. Yifan asked. Jiang Chao shook his head. Why would we need it? Other companies don't know, but our company definitely won't. Director Su is very generous, he will only reward, and won't deduct the bonus. It's a pity that we're not up to standard, and we're at the bottom every year. Yifan's smile became even more brilliant, and he patted Jiang Chao's shoulder. Captain Jiang, for the sake of the dignity of the men in the company, I have decided to abandon myself. For the sake of the big me, I will fight together with you guys. Jiang Chao and the other three were so moved that tears almost fell. They immediately hugged each other and started to high-five each other. Yifan left his cell phone number with them, and after discussing the schedule for practice and competition, he planned to return to the office first. However, before that, Yifan also took a lunchbox and filled it with some fresh fruits. He didn't forget that Su Qingxue hadn't eaten lunch yet. Even if a woman didn't eat, she still had to eat some fruits. Returning to the top floor, Yifan directly walked to the CEO's office. He knocked on the door, and Su Qingxue's cold voice came from inside. Come in. Yifan pushed open the door and entered. He found that the woman was sitting in front of the computer, looking at the screen while recording something in her hands. There was even a large pile of information spread out on the table, making her seem quite busy. Put the report on the table, let's go out first. Su Qingxue thought it was Qinya, so she didn't even raise her head. It wasn't until Yifan placed a box of fruits on the table that the woman frowned and raised her head. Why is it you? I heard from Qinya that you don't eat lunch. That's not good, eat some fruits. Yifan grinned. Su Qingxue's face was full of displeasure. I've already eaten, and what I eat is none of your business. Have you eaten? Chapter 27. 0027-inch gum syrup. Yifan was stunned for a moment, and said in astonishment, this is gum syrup. You're using this as lunch. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She put down the pen in her hand and asked, you even know the English word for gum syrup? It seems like your English is also not bad. Have you passed the professional level 8 exam? Yifan was not interested in talking about foreign languages. He sighed, are you crazy? Even if it's to replenish the sugar your brain needs, you still have to eat proper food. What's the point of drinking syrup? Food affects the blood and oxygen supply to the brain. My working time is very precious, I can't waste it on dozing off. Also, you don't have the right to care about me. Figure out your identity. Su Qingxue replied coldly. Yifan suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was not only a workaholic, but also a masochist. He suddenly remembered what Mu 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 had said, a money-making machine. It wasn't scary for others to think of Su Qingxue as a machine, but Su Qingxue herself seemed to think of herself as a machine. She gets energy like a machine, not like a human to enjoy food. A complicated expression flashed across Yifan's eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a period of time in the past. He was once a machine, and that feeling was not good. Shaking his head, Yifan pushed the fruit lunchbox in front of Su Qingxue. His tone became especially gentle as he said, eat some fruit, don't let your stomach be empty. Su Qingxue's gaze froze for a moment. She didn't know why, but listening to the man's voice and looking at the man's expression made her feel especially unfamiliar. It was as if for a moment, Yi Fan was not the Yi Fan she knew. If you don't want to eat, take it away. Su Qingxue was very stubborn. Yi Fan chuckled, took out his phone and started to make a call. What are you doing? Su Qingxue frowned, she had a bad premonition. I want to call Auntie Jiang and tell her that you don't even eat lunch at the company. It's like a car with gasoline, you only drink sugar water. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue became anxious. Auntie Jiang was an old nanny who had watched her grow up. She was one of the few elders that she cared about a lot. If Auntie Jiang knew about this, the old man would definitely be very sad. You're not allowed to hit. Put down the phone. Su Qingxue slammed the table and stopped him. He knew that this woman wasn't really cold-hearted, so he continued to threaten her, unless you finish eating this box of fruit, I'll beat you up. If Aunt Jiang finds out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to make me compensate you, right? You, shameless. Despicable. Su Qingxue was very angry, her beautiful face was a little puffy. Yi Fan shrugged, a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, whatever you say. What does it matter to you whether I eat or not? Why do you care about this? Su Qingxue didn't understand. Yi Fan didn't think too much about it and blurted out, seeing you hungry, my heart feels bad. There was a moment of silence in the office. Su Qingxue's bright eyes looked at the man, as if she had never expected such an answer. After a full 10 seconds, the woman snorted and pursed her pink lips. Her eyes darted left and right as she said, who would believe you, a liar with no integrity. Yi Fan also laughed and touched his neck in a self-deprecating manner, isn't it you? Why are you asking so many questions? It's so embarrassing. Speaking of which, are you going to eat or not? Su Qingxue exhaled and took the lunchbox, I'll just eat, it's so annoying. Hee, that's more like it. I'll go to the sofa and watch you eat. Yi Fan was about to turn around and sit, but he heard Su Qingxue's distressed expression again. What's wrong? Su Qingxue pointed at the grapes in the lunchbox, I don't like grapes. Why? How good are grapes? With glucose and amino acids, they can help you fight fatigue and strengthen your stomach. Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue's eyes dodged, and she seemed to be very embarrassed as she said, I'm too lazy to peel the skin. Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he muttered, so you're actually this lazy. Su Qingxue refused and frowned, what are you talking about? I just don't eat grapes, you want to care about that. Yi Fan also didn't want to argue with a woman about such trivial matters. He walked to her side, picked up a grape and said, look, this grape doesn't need to be peeled. Just squeeze it and suck it. After saying that, Yi Fan even demonstrated and squeezed a grape into his mouth, leaving only a layer of skin. Su Qingxue said in disdain, this way of eating is too ugly, I don't want it. You still care about eating grapes? Is there a need, young miss? This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of such a thing. Su Qingxue did not retreat in the slightest, I don't care, I won't eat it anyway. Yi Fan had no choice but to sigh and take out a small bunch of grapes from the lunchbox. Only then did Su Qingxue pick up the toothpick and start to eat the remaining fruits and vegetables such as hami melon, watermelon, and small tomato. Yi Fan took a cup of water from the water dispenser and sat down on the sofa. He peeled the grapes one by one and put them into the cup. His hand speed was very fast. After a while, a small bunch of grapes had already been peeled. The green and lustrous color was quite alluring. Su Qingxue was engrossed in eating the fruit. She wanted to finish it quickly so that she could continue working, but she didn't expect that there would suddenly be a cup of grapes on the table in front of her. The woman raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a surprised expression. What are you doing? Aren't you too lazy to peel it? I'll peel it for you and you can just eat it. You can't be too lazy to even spit out the grape seeds, right? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. What is your goal? Why do you have to let me eat grapes? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great beauty Su, do you have a persecutory delusion? I just feel that today's grapes are quite fresh, so it's a pity that you don't eat them. Why are you thinking so complicated? Do I have to say that I added medicine to the grapes, and that if you eat them, you will be enlushed? Will you believe me? Of course not, but you are very suspicious. Su Qingxue wanted to see something from Yi Fan. Yi Fan couldn't do anything to this woman. Do whatever you want, I just think that eating some grapes is good for your body. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it. After saying that, Yi Fan went to the tea table and wiped his hands with a tissue. Su Qingxue looked at the round and jade-like grapes in the cup, then looked at Yi Fan, who was wiping his hands, and a strange feeling spread in his heart. It seemed like, after her mother passed away, she had never eaten grapes again. Even Aunt Jiang had never thought of helping her peel grapes. He picked up a peeled grape and put it in his mouth. A little sour, a little sweet, Yi Fan turned around to look at the woman and found that she was already eating. The corner of his mouth raised slightly as he sat on the sofa and silently watched the woman finish eating bit by bit. After Su Qingxue was almost done eating, she seemed to have thought of something and said, I've seen the document you translated from the French company. It's even more accurate than the translation company we found before, and the grammar is also very smooth. Your French should have reached C2, right? Yi Fan was puzzled. What is C2? You don't know? Su Qingxue asked curiously, didn't you take the DLF certificate? C2 is usually the highest level of French. French is generally considered to be very difficult to learn, so it's not easy to reach C2. Yi Fan shook his head. I learned it from the wild. When I was abroad, I chatted with some French guys, so I naturally learned it. I didn't learn it professionally. You've even been abroad. Studying abroad. Su Qingxue felt that it was necessary to get to know Yi Fan again. This guy's situation was completely different from when he submitted his resume on the internet. When I was young, I was adopted abroad. I didn't like to go to school and fought all the time. Later on, I worked everywhere and came back when I couldn't earn any money. However, if you insist on saying that I'm a turtle, then I guess that counts as well. Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. She always felt that Yi Fan was fooling her. How could a man who was proficient in French and English go to work repairing electrical appliances? If it wasn't on purpose, then he had other plans. However, Su Qingxue couldn't find any evidence at the moment, so there was no point in asking any further. After eating most of the fruits, they were so sweet that they were a little greasy. Su Qingxue got up and walked to the water dispenser, wanting to drink a cup of warm water. Seeing this, Yi Fan stood up and said, You want water? I'll help you pour it. No need, I'll do it myself. Su Qingxue didn't want to be taken care of by this man. Yi Fan didn't care and sat back on the sofa. Chapter 28. 0028 Yi Fan was very curious. What would the scenery under the skirt of such an iceberg female CEO be like? Involuntarily, Yi Fan fell to the side and looked up from afar. From a slanted angle, he could see the scene in the office. As the three sides of the office were covered with floor-to-ceiling windows, and the water dispenser was also in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the scene in the office could be reflected on the windows. Although it wasn't very clear, Su Qingxue had been keeping an eye out. She subconsciously looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and happened to see that the man behind her was tilting his body, opening his mouth and staring at her. Yeah. Su Qingxue let out a delicate cry, straightened her body, used her hands to press down on the corner of her skirt, and turned around. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at the man. She even had the heart to kill this guy. Pervert. Su Qingxue cursed loudly. What virtuous lady, what iceberg beauty, she couldn't care less about her demeanor at all. Yi Fan had already returned to his usual sitting position at lightning speed. With an innocent expression, he asked, "Director Sue, what's wrong? Why are you scolding me?" At this moment, Yi Fan felt that he could win an Oscar. Have you never seen a woman in your previous life? Are you crazy? Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned red. She had never seen such a shameless man before. Yi Fan pitifully said, "Director Su, if you want to scold me, you have to tell me the reason. I didn't do anything. I've never seen a man as shameless as you. You were just peeping at me." Peeping at me. At this point, Su Qingxue couldn't continue. Yi Fan continued to play dumb. "What did I peep at? I was just enjoying the scenery of Huahai City, you might have misunderstood. You're still quibbling." Su Qingxue turned around and poured a cup of steaming hot water into the cup, then turned around and rushed in front of Yi Fan. "Director Su, what are you doing?" Yi Fan was bewildered. "Do you believe that I won't pour hot water into your eyes right now? I'll turn you into a blind man." Su Qingxue raised a cup of hot water, wanting to ruthlessly cure this scoundrel. Yi Fan unswervingly said, "Director Su, you really misunderstood me. If you want me to be blind to satisfy you, then I can only run. You still want to escape." Su Qingxue was agitated. Her hand trembled and she accidentally spilled the hot water. Seeing that the hot water was about to spill onto Su Qingxue's white and tender arm, Yi Fan suddenly stretched out his hand. In a split second, Yi Fan's hand blocked all of the hot water. Su Qingxue was alarmed and stared blankly at the man. When she came back to her senses, she quickly put down the cup of water. "How are you?" Yi Fan grinned, shook off the water on his arm, and said, "My skin is rough and my flesh is thick, this little bit of water is fine." Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan's arm. It didn't seem to be scalded, so she felt a little more at ease. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would help her block the hot water at such a critical moment. She felt a little touched in her heart, and it was very difficult for her to be angry at a man again. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," Su Qingxue said softly, not daring to look at the man. Yi Fan, on the other hand, gave a simple and honest smile. "What's wrong with that? I can't let a beauty get burned. As long as you don't misunderstand me, it's fine." Seeing Yi Fan's calm and honest appearance, even Su Qingxue herself wondered if she had wronged the man. "Are you really not peeping?" Su Qingxue hesitated and asked with a frown. Yi Fan sighed, "Director Su, since you don't believe me, I can't explain anything. I'll go back to the office first." After saying that, Yi Fan walked out of the office, leaving Su Qingxue in deep thought. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, he cleared his throat and said, "Director Su, before I leave, I want to ask you something." Su Qingxue was stunned. She thought it was a problem at work, so she nodded. "Ask away." Yi Fan asked in all seriousness, "Do you like the pink fabric, or do you like the little strawberries on it?" After asking this, Yi Fan immediately closed the door and slipped away. Su Qingxue, who was in the office, picked up the cup of water and smashed it towards the office door at the same time. Clang! A loud sound rang out. "Yi Fan!" Su Qingxue screamed, her entire pretty face was fiery red. She felt that her previous idea of being able to nurture this man was too stupid. The little good impression she had of Yi Fan just now was definitely an illusion. This guy was a pervert. Pervert. Wolf. Beast. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had slipped back to his office, happily lit a cigarette, knocked on his legs, and smiled beautifully on his chair. If the people in the company knew that the female CEO of the iceberg in their eyes was wearing a little girl's pink cotton underwear with strawberries all over it, who knew what they would think? They would probably be shocked. While humming a little tune, Yifan started to go to the computer and fiddle with the program inside. If he wanted to play games, he had to avoid the company's network surveillance, so he had to set something up. While he was busy, his assistant, Chinya, walked in again. At the same time, she brought over a large pile of information. It was like a small mountain. All of this information has been translated into French and English. It will be done today, Chinya said coldly. Yifan's chin almost dropped to the ground. It can't be, Assistant Chin, so many. One day. Director Su said that since your ability is so outstanding, you can't let your talent go to waste. Chinya pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose with a trace of complacency. She could roughly guess that Yifan had offended Su Qingxue. She had heard Su Qingxue shout in the office from next door. Of course, she didn't just think that it was a problem at work. Little did she know that her boss had let a man see a panda cub. Revenge, it was a complete and utter revenge. Yifan felt bitter in his heart, but he was under the eaves, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He was worried that his salary would be deducted, so he could only work. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything and just pretended not to see it. Yifan regretted it too late. After working until evening, with Yifan's efficiency, he was still barely able to translate half of the information. Yifan's entire face turned green. How was this work? This was torture. He had to think of a way to escape from the sea of suffering, but when he thought of being deducted his salary, he was unwilling. When it was finally time to get off work, Chinya pushed open the office door and said, "You can get off work now. You need to go to the underground garage first, start the car, turn on the air conditioner, and wait for Director Su." Yifan couldn't wait to leave this damned place and take the elevator to the underground garage. Just as he was about to turn on the air conditioner in the car, he discovered that Su Lingshan, who was dressed in uniform, was staring at him with her phoenix eyes and her hands in front of her chest, looking majestic. "You scum, you've finally come down," Su Lingshan sneered. Yifan pretended to be stupid and smiled. "Captain Su, you're off work too." "Hee hee, bye-bye. Who's going to say goodbye to you?" Su Lingshan walked up and stopped Yifan, saying, "You can't be thinking that this morning's matter is over just like that, right?" Yifan thought for a moment and said, "What happened in the morning?" "I don't remember what happened." "Perverted and despicable stinky man, you still won't admit it after doing it. You made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't beat you to tears today, I won't be called Su Lingshan." As she said that, Su Lingshan suddenly swung her long leg, as fast as lightning, towards the bend of Yifan's leg. Yifan retreated and quietly dodged. "Captain Su, if you continue like this, I'll get angry. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'm a good man." "You're a good man. You're just a coward. Scoundrel. If you have the guts, then come and hit me, coward," Su Lingshan said and was about to attack again. Coincidentally, the elevator door opened and Su Qingxue walked out. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxue was stunned and frowned. "Lingshan, what's going on?" "Director Su," Su Lingshan didn't back down and said boldly, "I seriously suspect that there's something wrong with this man's character. He was in the dining room at noon, and he was staring at me with a lecherous look, causing me to make a fool of myself. I was about to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it would ruin the atmosphere of the company." Yifan thought that it was over. This woman really dared to say it, so he quickly explained, "I didn't, Director Su, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm just sitting opposite her to eat. I said she's beautiful and she got angry. Who am I going to reason with?" Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan were in the same boat. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred towards Yifan, but she didn't expect that not only did this man peep at her, he even didn't let the female security guards in the company go. For a moment, Su Qingxue had the thought of fighting against a common enemy. This kind of bad man should be punished and told to take care of his thieving eyes. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue immediately nodded. Since that's the case, then I won't interfere with your personal grudges. Just don't let him enter the hospital, he still has to work tomorrow. Chapter 29. 0029 Su Lingshan was already rubbing her palms together. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Fan playfully. Don't worry, CEO Su, I know what I'm doing. Su Qingxue thought about it again. Although there was no one here for the time being, it wouldn't be good if an employee passed by and saw the security captain beating up the CEO's assistant. Thus, she said, wait a minute, let's go to the security training room on the second floor. I'll let you guys spar. Spar. Yi Fan had a bitter face. Is there a need for that? CEO Su, what grudge do you have? Su Qingxue thought that the man was afraid and felt proud of himself. She said expressionlessly, I heard from department head Feng that you helped her chase away the White Sharks gang members at the splendid apartment. I think you should have some skills, so it's a good opportunity to experience it. Him. Chase away the White Sharks gang members? Su Lingshan mocked. That day when he went back to his rented house to get his luggage, he was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw a group of hoodlums. If it wasn't for me, he would have been beaten half to death. I don't believe it. When Su Qingxue heard that there was such a thing, she looked at Yi Fan with even more disdain. No matter what, you'll know after you practice. Yi Fan had no choice, he couldn't run away first, so he followed the two women up to the second floor unwillingly. Because the majority of the splendid group was female, they needed protection, so the security training was very strict. Although the majority of the female security guards were female, they were all retired soldiers or special police officers, or had a foundation in martial arts. With so many strong women training here, the facilities were naturally very complete. There were all kinds of things needed for sanda, taekwondo, boxing, and traditional martial arts. Half of the entire second floor was provided for the daily training of the security guards. It was time to get off work, so there weren't many people around. Su Lingshan forced Yi Fan to stand on the stage and assumed a military fighting posture. This posture made her figure appear exquisite and well-proportioned. Her upper body was ample, but she was also valiant and awe-inspiring. She was full of vigor. You really want to fight? Yi Fan looked troubled. Don't worry, I will help you loosen all the bones in your body, but I won't take your life, Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan grinned, all right then, fists and legs have no eyes. Captain Su, let's be careful. Coward, you should worry about yourself. As soon as Su Lingshan finished speaking, she rushed forward with a single whip-straight punch, chopping towards Yi Fan's shoulder joint. But at this moment, Yi Fan, with a speed that was just that fast, squatted down and passed through Su Lingshan's fist path. At the same time, Yi Fan's left hand turned around without anyone noticing. Aw! Su Lingshan let out a delicate cry. She felt a hand touch the front left side of her body. Stinking rogue! Su Lingshan scolded, looking at Yi Fan with a murderous look. Yi Fan hid in the corner of the arena with an innocent look on his face. Captain Su, why are you scolding me again? You touched me. Touch? Hey, you can hit me, but I can't even touch you. You might as well let me eat arsenic and die on the stage. Nonsense, I mean you touched me there. Su Lingshan's face turned red. Where is that? Yi Fan pretended not to understand, but he was secretly pleased in his heart. Of course, he couldn't really touch it, that would be too much. It was enough to punish this swift and fierce female security guard a little. Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, didn't understand what was going on at all. Because Yi Fan was too fast and the angle was hidden, she couldn't see it clearly. Su Lingshan found it hard to speak, so she could only continue to rush over. This time, she used her long legs and kicked towards Yi Fan. F***ck, didn't I just touch it a little, and this woman wants me to die without descendants? Isn't this too ruthless? Yi Fan muttered in his heart, but his body wasn't slow. Seeing that he was about to be kicked, he moved to the side at just the right time, then bent over and rushed forward. Su Lingshan kicked out, only to realize that he had disappeared. When she turned her head, she realized that Yi Fan was already behind her. How did this guy escape so quickly? Su Lingshan was astonished. But at this moment, she was so angry that she couldn't be bothered to care too much. She turned around and made a few consecutive fighting moves. Her fists were like a tiger, and her attacks were even more ferocious. Yi Fan pretended to be very nervous and ran around the stage. He seemed to be in a very sorry state, but in reality, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. He wasn't touched at all. Su Lingshan chased him back and forth dozens of times, but she was the one who got tired first. Surnamed Yi, do you have to be so cowardly? Running around, are you born in the year of the mouse? If you're a man, let's fight fair and square. Su Lingshan clenched her teeth. Yi Fan spread out his hands and laughed. Captain Su, aren't you making things difficult for me? How would I know any formal martial arts? I only know how to run. Don't you have any pride as a man? Su Lingshan shouted. Even Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was too good at hiding. She said, Yi Fan. Can't you be a little braver? Yi Fan shook his head. No, bravery can't be eaten. I'm afraid that if something unexpected happens, it'll be terrible if I die without descendants. You coward, I'll fight it out with you. Su Lingshan was unable to restrain her anger. She rushed up and threw another round of military punches. Unfortunately, in Yi Fan's eyes, not only was the woman's fist not powerful, it was also very slow. Yi Fan dodged in advance every time. He was like a slippery loach that couldn't be caught no matter what. Su Lingshan gradually realized that this guy was definitely hiding something. Otherwise, how could a normal person have this kind of stamina? After running for so long, he didn't even pant. What was even more despicable was that this guy was just putting on an act and wasn't willing to show his strength at all. This made Su Lingshan feel even more humiliated. After she missed again, Su Lingshan came up with a plan. She suddenly knelt on the stage, covered her pretty face with her hands, and started sobbing. The woman's cry was filled with grievance and helplessness. It was as if she was a little wife who had been abandoned by a man. Anyone who saw it would feel sad and anyone who heard it would cry. In this way, Yi Fan became embarrassed. He thought gloomily, sparring with women is really boring. If you can't beat them, you'll cry. How can you play? When Su Qingxue saw this, she was incomparably shocked. This was the first time she saw Su Lingshan being beaten to tears. The key was that Su Qingxue didn't see Yi Fan hit Su Lingshan. On the contrary, Su Lingshan had always been very brave. Yi Fan was just hiding here and there. However, as a woman, Su Qingxue naturally helped Su Lingshan and loudly reprimanded, Yi Fan. Why aren't you apologizing to Lingshan? You're a man, don't you know when to stop? Yi Fan felt very wronged. He didn't even hit her once. However, Yi Fan was also afraid that women would cry. He could only walk in front of Su Lingshan, squat down, and comfort her. Captain Su, don't cry. I was wrong, okay? Without waiting for Yi Fan to finish, Su Lingshan suddenly slapped Yi Fan's left cheek. Paw! After a crisp sound, Su Lingshan punched Yi Fan's stomach again. Yi Fan let out an "oh" cry in pain. He hugged his stomach and started rolling on the stage. It hurts, it hurts. Captain Su, spare me. Su Lingshan coldly snorted and stood up. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Lowly bastard, coward, I told you to hide. Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, frowned. So Su Lingshan was purposely showing weakness and looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yifan. These two hits seemed to have hurt Yifan quite a bit. She didn't know how the man was and if he was injured. Thinking about it, Su Qingxue immediately shook her head and scolded herself for thinking for that guy's sake. Who told him to be lecherous? Squinting at women. Finally, she successfully defeated Yifan, but Su Lingshan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy or accomplishment. She knew very well that she had actually lost. This man, the more she looked at him, the more extraordinary he became. Maybe Su Qingxue also realized this, that's why she hired him as an assistant. Su Lingshan thought to herself as she walked down the stage, Director Su, I'll get off work first. Goodbye. Su Qingxue nodded, it's been hard on you. Very quickly, Su Lingshan left the training room, while Yifan was still lying on the stage, looking half dead. Su Qingxue coldly looked at him for a while and said, Are you done? If you're not dead, quickly get up. Yifan weakly said, Xiao Shui, I seem to have internal injuries. Stop pretending, if you don't get up, I'll drive back myself. Su Qingxue snappily said. Yifan turned his head and looked at the woman eagerly. I need my girlfriend to kiss me before I can get up. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she bit her lips and a captivating red appeared on her face. Chapter 30. 0030 Yifan was overjoyed, thinking to himself, is there really a benefit? He hurriedly used his finger to point at his lips. Here, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and her gaze turned even colder. She looked left and right and directly picked up a dumbbell that weighed over 10 kilograms and was about to smash it towards Yifan's mouth. I'll kiss your big head. Yifan was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped up. Naturally, he didn't have anything to do. Just now, he purposely let Su Lingshan hit him a few times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wrap things up today. Don't be agitated. I'm just joking. Su Qingxue had a look of anticipation on her face. She raised the dumbbell and lectured, if you continue to gossip, I'll deduct your salary. Yifan hurriedly came down from the ring and smiled, please calm down, CEO Su, I'll go and drive now. He didn't want to lose a sum of money for no reason because of such a small matter. It was hard to translate the information and it wasn't easy to go to work. There was a bit of traffic on the way home from work. An hour later, the two of them returned home in Egret County. Aunt Jiang had already prepared a table full of dishes. After seeing Yifan's appetite, she didn't have much to worry about. With a glance, there were 7 to 8 plates. Yifan, how do you feel on your first day at work? At the dining table, Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Yifan was about to say that he had been abused for an entire day when Su Qingxue gave him a kick under the table and warned him with her eyes not to speak nonsense. Yifan could only chuckle, pretty good. Let's not talk about anything else, it's really a feast for the eyes. This sentence had a double meaning and made Su Qingxue, who was sitting opposite, so angry that she wanted to face her bowl. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a phone call came in. Aunt Jiang hurriedly picked it up and realized that it was Su Chongping who called. She then passed it to Su Qingxue. Miss, Master's call. Su Qingxue frowned but still took the phone and asked coldly, Dad, what's the matter? Xiao Shui, after thinking about it, I don't think it's appropriate for you to buy the Flying Guest software company in Huahai City. The company's stock price has been rising and it would cost at least 4 billion to buy it. With such a huge sum, how can you make a decision on your own without asking the uncles in the company? Your Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang are worried sick, Su Chongping said worriedly. When Su Qingxue heard this, her face immediately darkened. This plan has already been approved by the shareholders. The shareholders meeting approved it, but that's because a lot of people have blind faith in you. and they aren't familiar with the industry. You have to know that the directors haven't even given their approval yet. Su Changping said. Su Qingxue lightly snorted. Why didn't they oppose me during the meeting at the company during the day? This child, they didn't oppose you during the day because they wanted to save you some face. These uncles all founded the brocade with your grandfather. They were all afraid that you would take the wrong path and destroy the company. Dad, although you are one of the major shareholders of the company, you don't have any position in the company. I won't talk to you about this. If they want to talk, then let them talk to me personally, Su Qingxue said without giving him any face. Su Changping was infuriated from being ignored like that. He said in a serious tone, all right then. We'll have a board meeting tomorrow, and you'll convince us with your true abilities. If you can't convince us, don't blame the board of directors for carrying out the articles of impeachment and voting to revoke your position as CEO. If this goes on, you'll be out of control. How can you do that? The father-daughter pair didn't say much and the conflict had already intensified. This made Yi Fan, who was at the side, speechless. Aunt Jiang was even more distressed. According to Yi Fan's guess, Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang mentioned in the phone call should be the two vice-COS of the company, Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren. They were both veterans of the company. Although Su Qingxue secured the position of CEO with her outstanding intelligence, some of the older people in the company had more influence and it was hard to replace them all in a short period of time. After all, confidants like Feng Yuing who could reach the company's top management at such a young age were still rare. Therefore, it seemed like Su Qingxue was the one in charge of the company, but when it came to some important decisions, there would often be internal conflicts. Su Qingxue wasn't afraid. So be it, I'll see you in the company's conference room tomorrow morning. After she finished speaking, she immediately hung up. Aunt Jiang sighed bitterly, Missy, why are you doing this? You don't have to be so angry when talking about work. Aunt Jiang, don't bother about it. Su Qingxue stood up, I'm full. Yi Fan blinked, so fast. You've only eaten half a bowl of rice. Su Qingxue didn't bother with him at all. She frowned and walked back to the study room on the second floor full of worries. Yi Fan, don't try to persuade her. Missy doesn't want to eat anything when she has work to worry about. Aunt Jiang shook her head with a face full of pity. Yi Fan thought to himself that the company's operations didn't have much to do with him anyway and he wasn't interested in it, so he just ate by himself. That night, in a private club by Qingshan Lake, the father and son of the Jing family were drinking with two men in their 50s by the lake. Four waitresses dressed in sexy, off-the-shoulder dresses with their fair legs exposed accompanied the men, pouring wine for them and satisfying the other needs of a few customers. Director Zhu, Director Wang, is Su Qingxue really planning to buy the flyer? Zheng Hongji asked with a smile. Zhu Wanghua, whose hair was sparse, was hugging a little girl and his hands were taking advantage of her. When he heard the question, he sneered, it's absolutely true, the shareholders' meeting has already been approved, but there will be a board meeting tomorrow. Old Wang and I, as well as a few brothers, pulled that brat Su Changping along. We plan to vote against Su Qingxue no matter what she says. Oh, Su Changping agreed. Zheng Hongji asked. Wang Liren laughed and said, that brat is just an idiot, he doesn't know anything. As long as we, the elders, say a few words, he will naturally believe it. Anyway, Su Qingxue won't take him seriously, and as her father, he's not convinced either. Zheng Hongji took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. At the board meeting tomorrow, Su Qingxue will definitely take out some reasons and information to buy the flyer. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you to pass on the information. Don't worry, Director Zheng. After working together for so long, is there a need to say anything? Furthermore, we will definitely stop Su Qingxue and not let her successfully buy it. Zhu Wanghua expressed his understanding. Wang Liren also nodded and said, "That's right, we are waiting for young Master Jing to marry Su Qingxue in the future, so that the two families can join forces." Maldiv *Ker, the brocade that we old brothers built together, no matter what, we can't let it fall into the hands of a little girl. Jing Junfeng, on the other hand, raised his wine cup and laughed. "Thank you Director Zhu and Director Wang for your care. This cup of wine, I will first toast the two of you. In the future, when we merge with the embroidery group, your shares in the embroidery group will definitely not disappoint you." Zhu Wanggui and Wang Liren beamed. "Is there a need to say that? Don't we know about the Jing family's generosity? It's a world of difference from that heartless girl, Su Qingxue." After saying that, the four of them clinked their glasses and downed it in one gulp. Jing Hongji signaled with his eyes to a waitress behind him. The waitress with phoenix eyes immediately hooked her arms around Zhu Wanggui's neck and said coquettishly, "Director Zhu, it's so late, I'm so scared to go home. Can you send me back later?" A mischievous smile appeared on Zhu Wanggui's drunken face as he touched the waitress's hand. "No problem, where is your house? If it's far, let's go back earlier." Director Zhu, you're so bad. So annoying." The waitress complained in a delicate voice, but she was already leaning on Zhu Wanggui's chest. On the other side, Wang Liren couldn't hold it in any longer. He hugged the young lady and kissed her. Jing Hongji and Jing Junfeng looked at each other and revealed a cold evil smile. The next day, as soon as Yifan arrived at the office, he set up a computer program so that his computer couldn't be monitored by the company's technical department. At the same time, Yifan also understood that he couldn't finish his work, so he might as well slow down a bit and play games first. On the last day, he would complete his work mission. This way, he would be able to play happily for 2 days. Yifan was proud of his intelligence. He played games all the way until lunchtime, just in time to go down for lunch. Arriving at the dining hall, Yifan took another large plate of food and found Su Lingshan, who was sitting by the window. Because of what happened yesterday, many of the company's employees who were eating knew that Yifan was Director Su's new assistant. Many people couldn't help but look forward to what kind of a passionate collision Captain Su and Assistant Yi would have today. Chapter 31. 0031 Su Lingshan raised her eyes and ignored him. This scene surprised many of the employees who were watching. Could it be that Captain Su has already been taken down by Assistant Yi? Not resisting anymore. At this moment, Yifan saw that there was an Italian sausage on the lady's plate and coincidentally took one for himself. He couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Captain Su, you like sausages too? Why don't I give you my sausage too?" The moment he said that, he meant it to be polite, but why did it sound a little weird? As expected, a blush appeared on Su Lingshan's face. She stared at Yifan, obviously thinking that the man did it on purpose. Yifan said awkwardly, "I'm talking about the one on my plate, not the one on my plate." The more he said, the darker it got. The nearby employees were secretly covering their mouths and laughing. "No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak." Su Lingshan's eyebrows twitched, but she still held back her temper. Many employees felt that it was strange, the hot-tempered Su Lingshan could actually endure this. If other men dared to speak like this, she would have beaten them up long ago. "Assistant Yi is still amazing." Yifan replied with an "oh" and started eating. Of course, he couldn't help but look at Su Lingshan's chest. Unfortunately, with yesterday's experience, Su Lingshan buttoned up all the buttons on her collar. She couldn't see any scenery at all. After 3 minutes, Su Lingshan saw that Yifan really didn't say a word. Her gaze wandered and she pretended to ask casually, "Where did you learn your skills?" Yifan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to chew on his steak. Seeing that the man was ignoring her, Su Lingshan couldn't help but slap the table. "Hey! I'm asking you a question." Yifan replied innocently, "Captain Su, didn't you tell me not to speak? Why do you want me to speak again?" It's very difficult for me. You. Su Lingshan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. This man clearly didn't want to answer her on purpose. She didn't want to be snubbed. She snorted coldly, picked up her plate, and walked away. A playful smile flashed across Yifan's eyes. He turned his head and looked out the window. He had a panoramic view of Huahai City. He couldn't help but sigh. Going to work and teasing his female colleagues was actually quite enjoyable. When he returned to the top floor, Yifan brought a box of fruits just like yesterday. However, he didn't bring any grapes this time. Instead, he brought some strawberries. Arriving at Su Qingshua's office, just as he was about to enter, he heard an intense argument coming from inside. Vice President Xu, Vice President Wang, tell me, what is the reason for leading the opposition? You are deliberately singing a different tune from me. Su Qingshua's voice was cold and angry. Sigh. Director Su, you're still young. The water in this market is very deep. Your purchase this time was obviously impulsive. Impulsive? I think you guys don't want me to take the company to the next level. You're afraid that you won't be able to keep your positions in the company. Why don't you just tell me how many shares you need to take before you won't go against me? Wang Liren anxiously said in a loud voice, CEO Su, we are all old people who have followed the old chairman step by step to build up the company. We love Splendid more than anyone else. You can't say these words carelessly. I don't want to hear your empty and meaningless words. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't change your mind, they'll all be fired. Now, both of you, get out. Su Qingshu ordered them to leave. Zhu Wangguo was so angry that his voice trembled. You. How could you do this to us? We are your elders. There are only superiors and subordinates in the company, there is no seniority. Su Qingshu coldly replied. Good. What a great CEO Su. Old Zhu, let's stop talking and go. Wang Liren angrily slapped the sofa. Very quickly, Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren angrily walked out of the office. Seeing Yifan standing at the door, the two vice presidents naturally didn't have a good expression on their faces and even glared at Yifan. Yifan sighed, but this had nothing to do with him, so he just walked into the office. Su Qingshu was standing on the sofa with a frosty face. Seeing Yifan come in, she asked unhappily, what are you doing here again? Yifan walked over, handed over the fruit box, and said with a smile, eat some fruit, calm down, and don't ruin your body for the sake of work. Su Qingshu was expressionless. After looking at the fruit, she indifferently said, I don't have an appetite right now, you can take it away. At least eat 2 bites, I brought them all. Yifan was stunned, his face full of confusion. I don't need it, Su Qingshu said. Such a good fruit, wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Yifan said. Su Qingshu turned around and walked back to the desk. I still have a lot of things to do, you can eat by yourself. Yifan frowned, you want to drink gum syrup for lunch again? If this continues, I'll call Auntie Jiang. When Su Qingshu heard this, she turned around and said impatiently, aren't you annoyed? What does it have to do with you whether I eat or not? We are only in a contract relationship, not a real boyfriend and girlfriend, why do you care so much about me? Also, you are a man, and you keep threatening me with Auntie Jiang. Can you have some backbone? Yifan quietly looked at the woman for a while, calmly smiled, and then put the fruit box on the desk. I'll let you take it. Su Qingshu frowned. Yifan was unmoved, and lightly said, you are right, I am just a contract worker, there is no need to care about your health. Even if you have stomach cancer, it has nothing to do with me. But it is my freedom to give you something to eat. I will put the fruit there, if you like it, then eat it. If you don't like it, then throw it away. It is up to you. Oh, one more thing. Yi Fan did not wait for the woman to speak, and interrupted again. Auntie Jiang is an old person in your family. She watched you grow up, not with me. As for me, I will only appear by your side for 3 months. After 3 months, I will have nothing to do with you or Auntie Jiang. So, I never wanted to use her to threaten you, and this has nothing to do with my backbone. I just want to remind you that it is fine to be willful and lose your temper, but you should consider the people who care about you. After hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then lightly bit her lower lip. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. The woman's face was somewhat unconvinced. Yi Fan did not say anything else, and directly turned around and walked out of the office, even closing the door. When the office quieted down, Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then walked back to the desk and sat down. She opened a drawer and was about to take out the gum syrup, but then she paused. Consider the people who care about you. Yi Fan's words seemed to echo in her ears, and Auntie Jiang's loving smile also appeared in front of her eyes. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, closed the drawer, and took the lunchbox full of fruits over. After opening it, she found that almost half of it was strawberries. Su Qingxue naturally understood why, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Pervert, Su Qingxue whispered, picked up a strawberry, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was sour and sweet, and tasted pretty good. She wanted to finish eating quickly so that she could continue working, so she inserted a few pieces of watermelon and honeydew into her mouth. For a moment, Su Qingxue's cheeks were bulging, as if her entire face had become a little rounder. At this moment, the office door suddenly opened. Chapter 32. 0032 Ugh. Su Qingxue cried out and quickly covered her mouth, but she really couldn't take it anymore. Her mouth was full of fruits and she couldn't swallow them all at once. Her face was as round as a bun, and there was even juice flowing from the corner of her mouth. Because of her nervousness and shock, Su Qingxue's pair of clear and bright eyes were even wider than usual, and they were filled with panic and astonishment. Seeing the woman reveal such a charming appearance, Yi Fan laughed even more happily. This was what a young girl in her 20s should look like. Ha ha. I knew it, my dear Xiao Shui is still very kind and sensible. Eat slowly, don't choke, I'll take a picture of you first. Saying that, Yi Fan took out his phone, wanting to take a picture of the woman. Su Qingxue was about to go crazy. This bad guy was actually still guarding outside the door. Could it be that he had already guessed that he would take the fruit to eat? How could there be such a cheap person in the world? If he were to leave behind evidence like this, his image would be completely ruined. Su Qingxue covered her face with her hands and quickly ate all the fruits. Then, she slammed the table and shouted with a flushed face, "What are you patting? Do you believe that I won't deduct your salary? Hurry up and get out." Yi Fan had a wronged expression on his face as he waved the old man's phone in his hand. "Director Su, don't. This phone of mine doesn't even have a photo function, I'm just joking." Only then did Su Qingxue remember that the phone this guy used was given to her for charging. Thinking back to her loss of composure just now, she still blushed. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she always lost control of her emotions in front of this man. She stroked her hair, cleared her throat, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and once again returned to the posture of an ice beauty. "If you dare to do this again, I will definitely deduct your salary." Su Qingxue had the dignity of a superior. Yi Fan grinned, nodded to show that he understood, and waved at the woman, "Yes, yes. Then I'll be leaving first, bye-bye." When the man left, Su Qingxue collapsed on the chair as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. When she thought about the scene just now, she was both angry and wanted to laugh, especially when Yi Fan walked in from outside. She didn't even need to look to know how silly she was. However, thinking about it carefully, all of this was quite interesting. Involuntarily, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of Su Qingxue's mouth. For a moment, it was as if a snow lotus had quietly bloomed on top of a snow-capped mountain that had been frozen for 1,000 years. She was like an independent fairy, otherworldly and otherworldly. Unfortunately, no one was able to see this scene. While playing games in the afternoon, Yifan received a call from the male security captain, Jiang Chao of the company's basketball team. Jiang Chao said that the match was about to start, so he had to hurry up and train. There was a gym near the company, so he asked Yifan to go practice with him. Yifan naturally didn't want to go, but Jiang Chao's pitiful tone made Yifan feel that this brother was quite pitiful, so he agreed. When it was time to get off work, Yifan could only ask for leave from Su Qingxue. He couldn't go home with her at night. Su Qingxue was too lazy to ask what the man wanted, so she just drove home. It seemed that in a woman's heart, he was still such a small, dispensable character. He didn't know why, but even though he knew that he wouldn't have any future with Su Qingxue, after knowing this reality, Yifan still didn't feel good. Following Jiang Chao and the other 4 security guards, they arrived at the basketball court of the gymnasium. For the first time in Yifan's life, he touched a basketball. However, it wasn't that Yifan didn't know how to play basketball. This kind of sport, to him, was nothing more than a question of whether he wanted to play or not. Brother Fan, what position do you want to play? Position? What's the point? Yifan said indifferently, isn't basketball just throwing the ball into the basket? If you get more points, you'll win, right? That's what you say, but, without waiting for Jiang Chao to say anything, Yifan suddenly threw the basketball in his hand towards the basket in the distance. The two of them stood in the middle of the field. The basketball drew a high parabola and swept across half the field. With a "so" sound, it fell into the basket. Jiang Chao and the other 3 opened their mouths wide, thinking that they were hallucinating. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, "Damn! Isn't this 2F** King accurate? Brother Fan, didn't you say that you don't know how to play?" Yifan narrowed his eyes, as if he had performed too well. Perhaps he should consider how to pretend to be weaker, otherwise, others would definitely find out that there was a problem with him. Thus, Yifan threw a few more 3-point shots, but these few times, his accuracy dropped to 50%. Even so, Jiang Chao and the others still treated him like an idol, calling him Brother Fan with great joy. In their opinion, with Yifan, it seemed that they finally didn't have to be the last one. After training for more than an hour, Yifan saw that there was no time for him to go home for dinner, so he agreed to eat barbecue with the 4 security guards nearby. The barbecue was accompanied by cold beer, which was just in line with the summer temperature. It had been a long time since Yifan ate at the same table as so many men. He burned his cigarettes and bragged, feeling pretty good. He was considering whether or not he should find a company to work in and get to know some colleagues after leaving the brocade. Just as Yifan drank a few bottles of beer and went to the toilet, his phone rang. Yifan looked and saw that it was Aunt Jiang calling. He immediately picked it up and asked, "Aunt Jiang, I'm eating out today." Aunt Jiang hurriedly asked, "Eat out? Is Miss eating out too? Little Snow? She didn't go home." Yifan was stunned. "Yeah, isn't she with you? I can't get through to Mrs. phone either. What's going on?" Aunt Jiang asked anxiously. Yifan frowned. "Aunt Jiang, don't be anxious. I'll take a look and tell you when there's news." He had a bad premonition in his heart, so Yifan called Su Qingxue. He didn't expect that the call would go through the moment he called. "Qingxue, where are you? Why did Aunt Jiang say you didn't go home?" Yifan asked. The voice that came from the other side of the phone caused Yifan's face to instantly darken. "Mr. Yi, it seems that this beautiful lady really has a special relationship with you." Yifan recognized the voice. It was the monkey-eating eagle bounty hunter who had been following him but was seen through Menduo. "Do you know what you are doing?" Yifan's voice was bone-chilling. On the other end of the phone, Menduo subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Even through the phone, this man could still make him feel fear. If it wasn't for the temptation of the elephant head god's Ankh being too great, they wouldn't have taken the risk and plucked the fur from the tiger's head. But since he had already come this far, of course he had to be a bit more forceful, so he said, "Mr. Yi, of course we know that our actions will anger you. However, there is an old saying in China, how can you get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Even if you really are an expert, we still have to give it a try." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "Speak, what do you want?" Chapter 33. 0033 It's very simple. Hand over the Ankh or tell us where the elephant head god is, and we'll let this lady go immediately, Mendo said. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and directly asked, "Where is the transaction location?" Mendo's tone was urgent. "Sure enough, the Ankh is in your hands, right?" "Yes," Yi Fan replied. Mendo immediately gave him an address. "Mr. Yi, we will only give you 3 hours. If you exceed the time limit, I'm afraid you will never be able to meet this lady again." After Yi Fan wrote it down, he hung up. He strode out of the barbecue shop. Jiang Chao and the others thought that he was going to continue eating, but they saw Yi Fan running out. Sigh. "Brother Fan. Brother Fan, where are you going?" Jiang Chao and the others shouted. "You guys eat, I have something urgent to attend to." Yi Fan shouted and immediately took a taxi and left, leaving the 4 security guards looking at each other in dismay. On the way, Yi Fan didn't forget to call the old nanny at home. "Auntie Jiang, I've already contacted Xiao Shui. I'll bring her home." Aunt Jiang was silent for a moment, but didn't ask any questions. She only said, "Then I'll wait for you at home." "No problem." Yi Fan solemnly agreed and hung up the phone. The location Mendo mentioned was an island to the east of Huahai City. This place was mainly for fishing and tourism. It was connected to the city by a bridge across the sea. Usually, many citizens would go there for a vacation. Because it was a fishing moratorium, the fishing port was very desolate. Outside a warehouse where fishermen put their belongings, the Lexus SUV was parked. Inside the warehouse, a thick fishy smell filled the air. On a chair, Su Qingshue's hands and feet were tied up and she couldn't move at all. Although the bangs on her forehead were messy and she looked very sorry, the woman did not shout. Instead, she coldly looked at the woman and 2 men in front of her. On the way home, it was one of the women who stopped her car like a foreigner asking for directions. As a result, as soon as he opened the window, he was bewitched by the fragrance and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Su Qingxue discovered that she was already tied up in this warehouse. "What is your goal?" "If you want money, you should let me call home," Su Qingxue asked in English. The dark-skinned female bounty hunter with a colorful flower hairpin on her head giggled and said, "She's still so calm after being kidnapped. This lady's mental fortitude is quite good. Do you want me to cry and make a ruckus?" Su Qingxue asked. Mendo chuckled and said, "Madam, my companion, Raisha, was just joking. He didn't mean any harm. We just want to know what is your relationship with that Mr. Yi, what is his identity, and what is his background?" "Mr. Yi. Yi Fan." Su Qingxue was surprised. Could it be that this group of people wasn't here for her, but for Yi Fan? The key was, why would they ask about their relationship with Yi Fan? Su Qingxue couldn't help but think, could it be that Jing Junfeng and the others sent kidnappers to kidnap her and get the truth out? Thinking of this, Su Qingxue felt that this was the truth, so she directly replied, "He is my boyfriend, a tutor." "Boyfriend? Oh. That's a relationship between lovers. No wonder he cares about you so much that he's even willing to hand over the Ankh. He really loves you very much." Mendo rubbed his chin and said, "Anka? What do you mean?" Su Qingxue could only hear the pronunciation of Anka, but she didn't know what kind of word it was. Ray Shaw, on the other hand, looked dissatisfied. Tutor. To be able to see through our tracking, this kind of person would be a tutor. Stop joking. Woman, you'd better be more honest. As she spoke, Ray Shaw took out a silver knife and placed it under Su Qingxue's face, as if she was going to cut open her tender white cheeks at any time. Su Qingxue's pretty face finally showed a trace of panic. Although she usually didn't care about her appearance, which woman didn't like to be beautiful? If she were to be disfigured, she would be in great pain. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and her heart sped up, but she still stared at Ray Shaw. Mendo stretched out his hand and stopped the huntress. Sigh, Ray Shaw, perhaps Mr. Ye's usual job is to teach at home. It's normal for a person like him to have a few fake identities to hide his identity. Fake identity? Su Qingxue frowned. Hearing what they said, Yi Fan seemed to be really strange. Could it be that he was really hiding some unspeakable identity? Madam, have you heard Mr. Yi mention anything about ANKH? Mendo stared into Su Qingxue's eyes, afraid that he would miss any details. However, Su Qingxue didn't know at all and asked, "You guys keep talking about Anka, what exactly is that?" Mendo sighed, "It seems like you really don't know anything." That's right, how could he casually leak such an important thing, even to his lover? Hearing the main point of these people's discussion, it didn't seem to be about her and Yi Fan at all. Su Qingxue began to suspect. You guys. Are you really not sent by the Jing family? Although Su Qingxue felt that this question was very stupid, she still wanted to ask. Jing family? What kind of family is that? We are the bounty hunters of the monkey-eating eagle, Mendo said with a face full of pride. Although Su Qingxue didn't really understand, she also began to believe that these people really had nothing to do with the Jing family. She had guessed wrong. The fat hunter said, "Mendo, I think we should tie this woman up on the boat. Whether we get the ANKH or not, we have to kidnap her and leave together. This way, we can avoid a head-on confrontation." Nuoli, what you said makes sense. I'll leave this to you. Mendo nodded. When Su Qingxue heard this, she immediately became anxious. Could it be that because she was mistaken as Yi Fan's real girlfriend, she was going to be arrested unjustly? The key was, would Yi Fan really come to save her? These three criminals, looking at their criminal methods and the fact that they had knives on them, they knew that they weren't joking around. Especially that fatty, he even had a gun at his waist. This was going to take his life. Yi Fan, that guy, was either taking advantage of girls or trying to make money. Previously, when he was sparring with Su Lingshan, he was dodging and didn't even dare to fight her head-on. How could such a coward dare to take the risk to save him? Wait a minute. You guys are wrong. Capturing me is useless for you guys to find that Anka. Su Qingxue said. Oh. Why do you say that? Mendo asked doubtfully. Su Qingxue sighed lightly and said, he hasn't known me for long, and he's very timid. He must be very afraid of you guys, so he won't take the risk for me. Your plan is completely meaningless. After hearing these words, the three hunters all laughed, obviously feeling that it was ridiculous. Mendo shook his head and replied, Madam, do you think that we will believe your words now that things have come to this? Would Mr. Yi be afraid of us? Ha! What a joke. Chapter 34 0034 Carissa sneered, Woman, do you take us for idiots? We called you when you were unconscious. Your boyfriend is already rushing over. He should be here soon. He's very concerned about your safety. What? He's already here. How is this possible? Su Qingxue opened her watery eyes wide and froze. Could it be that she really blamed him wrongly? Thinking that Yi Fan was going to meet these three criminals, Su Qingxue started to worry again. This man couldn't really be so rash, right? At the very least, if he was smart enough, he would have to call the police. I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Actually, Su Qingxue couldn't be blamed for this. Yi Fan was usually afraid of deducting his salary, and he looked like a good-for-nothing. As a man, it was one thing to have no backbone, but he even peeked at her underwear and peeked at her legs through the rear-view mirror. This was something that a normal man wouldn't do. Hoping that such a man would save her from danger, Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't take this risk. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan would occasionally have a serious and reliable appearance, and would also have a heartwarming performance. Su Qingxue didn't deny this, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand Yi Fan. But in general, this man didn't give her a good impression. The occasional flash of light wasn't enough to change the entire image. Just when Su Qingxue's mind was filled with confusion and she couldn't tell which one was the real Yi Fan, a knock on the door came from outside the warehouse. He's here. Mendo turned his head and said, "Nuoli, bring this woman onto the boat. I'll go talk to him about the deal." Seeing that the fat hunter was about to come over and grab her, Su Qingxue stubbornly twisted her body, not willing to give in so easily. "Don't touch me. Go away." Su Qingxue resisted. "Smelly woman, try this." Carissa suddenly appeared in front of her and shot out a spray from a small can. After inhaling a strange fragrance, Su Qingxue's head became dizzy again. She began to lose her strength and fainted. At this moment, there was a loud, clang sound. The large iron door of the warehouse was violently blasted open by a huge force. The rusty lock in the middle of the iron door, along with the metal fittings on the door, fell to the ground, completely useless. After the door fell, a cloud of dust rose up, and a man's figure appeared behind it. It was Yi Fan. With his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, he silently retracted his leg. Mendo, Caritha, and Nolly were all shocked. Although the metal door of the warehouse wasn't impenetrable, it was still a few hundred kilograms of metal, and it was still locked. This man only used one kick to destroy the door. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Yi Fan walked slowly into the storehouse. Every step he took seemed light, but it was like thunder striking a drum, causing the three hunters to feel flustered. It was as if the shadow of a demon had shrouded the entire warehouse. Pairs of eerie, blood-red eyes stared at the three of them from all directions. Kalisa and Nolly both understood why Mendo had fled in such a panic back then. It turned out that this man's aura was so terrifying. "I remember telling you not to look for me. It seems like you didn't understand what I meant." Yi Fan spat out the cigarette butt and approached the three hunters step by step. Kalisa hurriedly placed the silver knife in her hand across Su Qingxue's neck and shouted with a murderous aura, "Halt! If you dare come any closer, I'll kill her." However, Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to walk forward. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. However, Yi Fan's eyes became colder and colder, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Being stared at by this gaze caused the three of them to break out in cold sweat. Fatty Nolly pulled out a Colt pistol from his waist and aimed it at Yi Fan. "Don't move. If you go any closer, I'll shoot," Nolly shouted. Yi Fan sneered, "Shoot, don't you need to open the safety first?" Only then did he realize that because he was too flustered in his heart, he was so scared that he forgot to open the safety. This kind of low-level mistake was definitely not something he would make on a normal day. Although he had hurriedly opened the safety of the gun, Nolly's face and palms kept twitching, and his hands began to tremble. The pressure this man gave them was simply too strong. After all, Men Duo was the strongest, so he said, "Mr. Yi, what we want is ANKH. As long as you hand over the item, we can guarantee that nothing will happen to this Miss Sue." Yifan expressionlessly said, I don't have an ankh at all. What? The three of them looked at each other in dismay, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Then, do you know where the elephant head god is? Mendo asked again. Yifan continued to walk. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from the three of them. Hearing the question, he shook his head. Mendo's face alternated between red and white. He knew that he had been deceived, so he was naturally furious. Mr. Yi, you are underestimating us, the monkey-eating eagle. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill this woman? While speaking, Kalisa's knife was even closer to Su Qingshua's throat, while Nolly's gun was aimed at Yifan's head. Yifan stopped 6 to 7 meters away from the three of them and lightly replied, since you guys dare to capture people, of course you also dare to kill them. Then you should cooperate with us. Don't play any tricks. Kalisa sneered. The corner of Yifan's mouth slightly curled up. Just because you dare, doesn't mean that you can really do it. When the three of them heard this, they were still confused. However, in the next second, a terrifying pressure, a killing intent so strong that it made them feel suffocated, enveloped their hearts. Yifan's figure fiercely charged towards them. When the three of them reacted and realized that Yifan was going to attack them, they subconsciously took measures to resist. Nuoli suddenly pulled the trigger and shot at Yifan's body. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets cut through the air, bringing with them a scorching heat. But the strange thing was that every bullet just happened to avoid Yifan, and all of them missed. Seeing that her companion was unable to hit Yifan, Kalisa's silver knife was about to ruthlessly slash towards Su Qingshua's neck, but she discovered that there was already a hand firmly grabbing onto her wrist. Yifan didn't know when, but he had already appeared beside Kalisa. The three hunters were shocked. They stared dumbfoundedly at Yifan, who seemed to have teleported in an instant. What kind of explosive power did he have to be able to cross a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye and even interrupt Kalisa's movements? Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and before Kalisa could recover from her stunned state, the bones in her wrist had been crushed. Ah! Kalisa screamed, and the knife in her hand fell to the ground. Yifan directly grabbed the already weak hand, took a step back, turned around, and with a wave of his arm, threw Kalisa out like a sandbag. This power was unstoppable. Like a human hammer ball, Kalisa flew in a parabola and crashed into the concrete wall of the warehouse with a muffled thud. Chapter 35. 0035-inch Kalisa. Fatty Nuali cried out in alarm. The gun in his hand had already run out of bullets, so he pulled out a serrated dagger from behind his waist and stabbed towards Yifan's back. However, Yifan seemed to have eyes on his back. With a sidestep, he dodged the sneak attack and turned around to give a roundhouse kick. Ugh! Nuali screamed miserably. His chest was hit by the kick, and his nearly 2-meter-tall body actually left the ground and flew 4 to 5 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The ribs in his chest had pierced into his heart and lungs. In the intense pain, he quickly lost his life. In less than 3 seconds, both Kalisa and Nuali had died. They didn't even understand how Yifan had attacked. The remaining men were about to go crazy. The man in front of him was ridiculously strong, abnormally strong, inhumanly strong. They were the elites of the B-rank organization, the monkey-eating eagle. They were not ordinary soldiers or special forces. They were even stronger than the special forces. However, under Yifan's hands, they were like 3-year-old children, unable to resist at all. Although Mendo's heart was filled with fear, his instinct to survive made him have the strength to pull out a dagger from his waist and stab it straight at Yifan's neck. This was Yifan's blind spot. Mendo had already unleashed all of his potential, so this assassination was as fast as lightning, far surpassing his usual strength. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce into Yifan's throat, Yifan's left hand was already in front of the dagger. 2 fingers pinched the blade of the dagger accurately. Mendo forcefully stabbed forward, but even with all his strength, he couldn't push the dagger an inch further. It was just 2 fingers, but they were like reinforced concrete. Yifan turned his head, a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, carrying with them an ancient killing intent that was as cold as a wasteland. The moment Mendo saw the look in his eyes, he let out a loud "aw" in fright. He let go of the dagger and fell to the ground on his butt. What kind of eyes were these? What kind of person could have such a gaze that could scare people awake from their dreams? Mendo's face was ashen as he asked in a trembling voice, "You? Just who are you?" The corner of Yifan's mouth revealed a cruel smile, divine wrath. When the deep voice uttered these 2 emotionless words, the entire warehouse became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Menduo's mind went blank for a moment before he suddenly realized what that sentence meant. No, impossible, could it be that you are? Menduo was already talking to himself, and his mind was not clear. Due to the excessive shock, there was even a wet stain on his pants. He was so scared that he peed himself. There was only one thought left in his mind: was the monkey-eating eagle going to disappear from this world? Sir! Mendo thought of what this man represented, and without caring about the fact that he was still wet his pants, he directly fell to the ground. I really didn't expect that the address left behind by the elephant head god would find you. If we knew that you were his friend, we wouldn't dare to follow you even if we had 10,000 guts. Please don't vent your anger on our entire organization for the sake of the price we've paid. Menduo could no longer care about his own life. He only wanted the Lord in front of him to be magnanimous and not let their organization disappear from the face of the earth. At this time, Yifan had already restrained his aura, and his eyes were no different from usual. It was as if he had once again become an ordinary young man in the city. If your people don't come looking for me, I won't be interested in bothering with you. Yifan said indifferently. Yes. Compared to you, we, the monkey-eating eagle, are just ants. Menduo was sweating profusely, and his lips were deathly pale as he asked, "Sir, please allow me to tell our guild leader that if he knew that you are the resident of that apartment, our entire monkey-eating eagle would not dare to offend him in the slightest." Yifan didn't say anything else, he just looked at Menduo expressionlessly. Menduo was stunned for a moment. In the end, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Oh right, since you have concealed your identity, how could you let outsiders know that you are in Hua Hai?" Li Fan Xian threw the dagger back to Menduo. If this guy still had a brain, he should know how to make a choice. He didn't have the leisure to care about Menduo anymore. He turned around and carried the unconscious Su Qingxue out of the store. Leaf looking at the man's back as he walked out, Menduo picked up the dagger and aimed it at his heart. Only by committing suicide would he have a chance to prevent the monkey-eating eagle from being removed from the list. However, he was still in his prime after all. He was still unable to accept sacrificing himself just like that. Thinking of this, Menduo became more and more courageous. Seeing that Yifan was holding a woman in his arms, his eyes narrowed, and he threw the dagger towards Yifan's back like a throwing knife. But at this moment, Yifan suddenly threw the woman in his arms into the air. At the same time that Su Qingshue's body soared into the air, Yifan spun on one foot. Just as the dagger was about to hit him, Yifan grabbed the dagger with his hand and threw it back. After Yifan finished this action, his body just so happened to turn back. He caught Su Qingxue with both hands and hugged her again. The entire action was done in one go, like a beautiful waltz spinning. Yifan strode out of the store. Leaf behind him was Menduo, whose forehead had been pierced by the dagger, lying in a pool of blood. When Su Qingxue woke up in a daze, she found herself lying in the back seat of her car. She suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and sat up straight. Only then did she realize that the one driving in front was Yifan. Qingxue, you're awake. Is your head still dizzy? Yifan turned around and smiled at the woman. Su Qingshue's eyes flickered. After confirming that she was safe, she asked, "You saved me?" "I guess so, but you don't have to be too grateful. After all, this matter started because of me," Yifan said. Su Qingxue became silent, her emotions complicated. This man. He really risked his life to save her. "How did you save me?" Su Qingxue had long since fallen asleep. She didn't even see how Yifan entered the warehouse. She really wanted to know the details. Yifan had already thought of an excuse. "It's nothing. I went to beat up those 3 guys, and then they ran away. I saved you. Don't try to lie to me. Those people had knives and guns. You can defeat them all by yourself with your bare hands." Su Qingxue was a little angry. This man was simply perfunctory with her. Yifan continued to chuckle. "Qingxue, you misunderstood. Those people are actually idiots, purposely trying to scare you. That gun is also fake, it's just a toy gun." Chapter 36. 0036. Yifan's gaze froze for a moment, then he asked with a smile, "What in Kawa?" Seeing that the man was still pretending to be stupid, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger. "Who the hell are you? Your identity as a tutor and maintenance worker, are they all fake?" Hearing the woman's series of questions, Yifan sighed. With Su Qingshue's 180 IQ, even if she was a little slow in life and emotions, it was still very difficult to fool her with crucial matters. However, if this went on, if the woman knew too much, she might be in danger. Yifan felt that he really should think more about women to avoid any accidents. After the car drove into a street, Yifan parked the car by the side of the road, turned around and said, "Let's get out of the car and eat first. After we finish eating, I promise I'll give you an explanation, okay?" Only now did Su Qingshuan notice that they didn't go home. Instead, they were on an old city street filled with small restaurants. "Why did you come here?" A hint of nostalgia appeared in Su Qingshua's eyes. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great beauty Su, it's almost 10 o'clock. It's so tiring to go home and eat. Just treat it as giving me a chance to apologize and treat you to a meal. Aren't you hungry too?" Hearing this, Su Qingxue remembered Aunt Jiang and hurriedly said, "Oh right, does Aunt Jiang know about me? I called her and said that you and I were dating outside." "No problem." Yifan blinked. "Date your head. Who wants to go on a date with you?" Su Qingxue glared at the man, but Yifan's attentiveness made her quite satisfied. She was indeed hungry. She touched her empty stomach and got out of the car. "Come, there's a good pickled fish here. I'll take you to have a taste. In the past, I used to work as an online game trainer in an internet cafe nearby, so I often came here to eat." Yifan waved at the woman. Su Qingxue had the urge to beat a man to death. Substitute training. "Just how many jobs have you done?" Yifan smiled, thinking, if the woman knew that he was still helping Moo with the 50,000 yuan she gave him in the office, would she go crazy? It was already past dinner time, and it wasn't time for supper, so the restaurant was deserted. The two walked into a restaurant called Eula Pickled Vegetable Fish and found a quiet table by the window to sit down. Although the environment here wasn't very sanitary and the air was filled with a greasy smell, Su Qingxue didn't seem to dislike it. In fact, she felt quite comfortable. However, a few waiters in the restaurant and some passers-by couldn't move their gazes away when they saw Su Qingshue's appearance. It was obvious that they were shocked. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was used to being watched. Usually, when she went to the mall to buy something, she would often be asked to take a photo with someone. She had even met quite a few scouts. Yifan quickly ordered a large portion of pickled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, and then ordered 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. The total cost was less than $200. This meal is on me, hee hee. Yifan's face was straightforward and he was very pleased with himself. She looked at him coldly. You said you wanted to explain what happened just now, so say it now. Yifan curled his lips. Don't be in such a hurry, it's rare to have a chance to pass the time. Come, drink some water first. Saying that, Yifan poured Su Qingxue a cup of free barley tea and passed it to the woman. Su Qingxue let out a breath. She was indeed thirsty and tired. After drinking 2 cups of tea in one go, she looked at the street outside the restaurant and was lost in thought. Yifan had checked Su Qingxue's information, so he understood why this woman would fall into deep thought. After a while, Su Qingxue asked lightly, when you were young, which orphanage did you grow up in? Have you heard of Ivy? Su Qingxue nodded. The orphanage I stayed in is on the next street, called Star, but it has been demolished a long time ago. Yes, I know. Yifan drank a mouthful of tea. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes moved. You have indeed investigated my information. Yifan did not deny it. You are so beautiful, of course I have to check if you are a fairy. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, not a single word of truth. While the two were chatting, the pickled cabbage fish arrived. Su Qingxue was hungry, but after looking at it with anticipation, she frowned and did not move her chopsticks. Yifan was puzzled. What's wrong? You don't like it? There are green onions on it. Su Qingxue was not very happy. You don't like green onions? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tell the kitchen not to put it in. Yifan was depressed. I forgot. I usually eat at home. Also, why are you yelling at me so loudly? Su Qingxue pouted slightly. Yifan felt wronged. I didn't yell at you. Besides, if you don't eat green onions, just push them away. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, I can't stand the smell. Only then did Yifan remember that Aunt Zhang's dishes did not seem to have any green onions. So that was the case. Sigh, you young miss are really hard to serve. Yifan clicked his tongue. None of your business. I won't eat fish. When Su Qingxue heard this, she angrily picked up her chopsticks and ate the shredded potatoes at the side. Yifan smiled, thinking that this girl was quite stubborn, but compared to the icy female CEO, this appearance was a bit cuter. Yifan took a plate and started to use chopsticks to pick out the green onions from the big pot of pickled cabbage fish. What are you doing? Su Qingxue asked in astonishment. Yifan said, of course it's to pick out the green onions. This way, you can eat it, right? Don't worry, I will pick it up very cleanly. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man, picking up the green onions back and forth, looking very attentive. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and said, don't pick it up, I really don't want to eat anymore. Yifan smiled warmly, it's fine. Although the time we spent together was short, at least this was the last meal we had together. Let me, this boyfriend, do my duty. Su Qingxue's pretty face was stunned. She thought she had heard wrongly. What did you say? Yifan raised his head to look at the woman, smiled, and said word by word, I mean, after this meal, we will break up. Su Qingxue clenched her chopsticks tightly and pursed her red lips. After a moment of silence, she coldly asked, you said you wanted to give me a reasonable explanation, but in the end, you broke up with me? Yifan smiled apologetically, continued to pick up the green onions, and said, actually, our relationship is fake, and we can't talk about breaking up. We just need to stop the contract. I thought about it, and in the future, there might be those messy people coming to cause trouble for me. At that time, the people who are closest to me will most likely be implicated. You and I are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. There's no need for you to take the risk for these things. You are innocent. Oh, of course, I will return the money for the contract to you. I don't want the salary from the company. I won't take the money if I don't work. Chapter 37. 0037 If you leave now, how am I going to deal with the Jing family? How am I going to tell the family that I'm going to leave behind a mess for me to clean up? Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned slightly red. She scolded, "Selfish ghost. You want to leave just like that?" Yi Fan said seriously, "Qingxue, I know you will be angry. After all, you will have a lot of trouble in a short period of time. But no matter what, it's better than having your life threatened, right? I am angry, but I am not afraid. I don't want to escape either," Su Qingxue said with a firm gaze. Yi Fan looked at the woman in surprise, "But all of this has nothing to do with you. You are just an outsider, there is no need for you to get involved in something because of me." "Outsider?" Su Qingxue sneered and asked, "Aren't you?" "What do you mean?" Yi Fan didn't understand. "Let me ask you, when I signed the contract with you, I didn't tell you about the Jing family, nor did I tell you about my parents. Because of me, you are hated by the Jing family, and you are also targeted by my parents. In these troubles, you are also an outsider. Why didn't you terminate the contract at that time and directly chose to leave?" Su Qingxue questioned. Yi Fan was stunned, he had never considered such a problem. "Let me tell you the reason," Su Qingxue said in a clear voice. "There is only one reason, you are not afraid of them at all. Although you are full of lies, your job is fake, your identity is fake, your background is fake, and you might even be lying to me about your name, but I am very clear about one thing. From the beginning, you were never afraid of the Jing family dealing with you, were you?" "Yi Fan," Su Qingxue said angrily, "this time, the trouble on your body has implicated me. You told me to terminate the contract because you look down on me. You think I am inferior to you." Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's gazes intertwined. Looking at the woman's angry and wronged expression, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but lower his head with a smile. "It's not that I look down on you. To be honest, I don't think as much as you do. I just don't want to implicate you," Su Qingxue directly interrupted. "Do you think that even if we separate, I will be safe for the rest of my life? The Jing family, the White Shark Gang, the various opponents in the mall, and those criminals who want to kidnap me for ransom, do you think I was really that safe before? Why do you think I value the security teams so much and let Lingshan train them so strictly? You're a man. Don't tell me the only way to solve problems is to escape. Just like how you only dared to run away in the arena." After saying that, Su Qingxue coldly snorted, "Coward." When Yi Fan heard this, he was unhappy. He was only doing it for the sake of women. Why did he say that he was a coward, a useless coward? "Su Qingxue, when did I say I was going to escape? You're twisting my meaning. If I were a coward, would I have saved you today?" Yi Fan argued. "Since you're not a coward, then I, a girl, am not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Su Qingxue asked, her clear eyes staring straight at the man. Yi Fan was startled, the woman's question echoing in his mind. "If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" "That's right, what am I afraid of?" A minute later, Yi Fan smiled in relief, nodded and said, "All right, since you've already said that, then I'll take back what I said before." Hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes softened a little, but she still said unhappily, "Come and go as you please. Do you think being my fake boyfriend and my assistant is a casual job? Besides, even if we really want to break up, I have the final say. I'm the employer. Do you hear me?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly and nodded. "You have the final say. You have the final say. However, today's matter is like this, I won't explain anything else. After all, even if we really are husband and wife, we still have to have each other's privacy. Although Su Qingxue was still very curious, she knew that the man was right, so she said, "All right, I'll let you go this time. I'll know sooner or later anyway." Right now, she was basically sure that Yi Fan had a lot of important secrets hidden on him. This made her subconsciously very interested. However, Su Qingxue didn't know that when she was curious about a man, it also meant that her feelings for him had begun to change. Li Fanxian, on the other hand, looked at the woman who was like a proud white swan with a smile, her eyes filled with countless thoughts. This was the first time that this woman had attracted him so much, not because of her appearance, but because of something else. Yi Fan smiled with a face full of emotion, causing Su Qingxue, who was standing opposite him, to be a little puzzled. "What are you doing, giggling by yourself?" the woman asked. Yi Fan said, "My name is Real." I said, "Although I told a lot of lies, my name is Real. My real name is Yi Fan." Yi Fan sincerely explained. After Su Qingxue understood, a captivating red appeared on her face. She turned her head to look out the window and muttered, "Idiot, who cares what your real name is? I know. Contract workers, don't worry too much, ha." Yi Fan enjoyed himself and continued to busy himself with chopped onions. "Crazy, what's so funny?" Su Qingxue grumbled, "Hurry up. It's all your fault, wasting so much time and talking so much nonsense. The fish is about to turn cold, and you still haven't finished picking up the green onions." All right, I'll be right there." Yi Fan quickly moved his chopsticks as he muttered in a low voice, "Luckily it's only 3 months, otherwise who would be able to take it? What did you say?" "Aw. I didn't say anything. I want to deduct your salary." "It can't be." Late at night, in the fishing port warehouse, the police surrounded the area. A group of on-site inspectors were collecting evidence. The chief of the Huahai City Defense Bureau, Yao Xingang, was over 50 years old and had white hair on his temples. As a leader, he personally came to the scene and was discussing the 3 corpses in the warehouse with a group of experienced subordinates. At this moment, 4 men dressed in ordinary people's clothes appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. The policeman was about to stop them when a fair-skinned and handsome man shouted, "Bureau Chief Yao, let your men in." When Yao Xingang heard the voice, he hurriedly turned around to welcome them. "You're here. Hurry up and let the officers in." When the group of policemen heard that it was their superior, although they were very puzzled as to who the other party was, they still dispersed. Yao Xingang anxiously said, "All of you, leave the warehouse, no one is allowed to come in. Including the technicians." This order confused many of the staff. Even if the higher-ups sent people over, there was no need to avoid them like this. They couldn't help but be curious about the origins of this 4-man squad. No matter what, under the director's driving, only 4 men and Yao Xingang were left in the warehouse. "Captain Black Hawk, I thought you guys would only arrive tomorrow morning. I'm sorry for not welcoming you earlier." Yao Xingang politely greeted. Black Hawk's face was narrow, but he looked very spirited. His eyes weren't big, but they were very sharp. Chapter 38. 0038. The head of the corpse had already shriveled up. Because the knife had pierced through the head, a lot of red and white things flowed out. Yao Xingang whispered, "Captain Black Hawk, based on my experience, this kind of death is definitely not an ordinary gang battle. It should be an expert who killed them. Do you think my judgment is correct?" "Boss, this guy looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before," a tall and sturdy team member said. Black Hawk's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "He is indeed an expert, this guy. It's an expert from the B-rank organization, Monkey-Eating Eagle." "What? Bounty Hunter Door? Damn. This is considered a big shot in Southeast Asia. Even if our team were to come over, we might not be able to catch him. How could he die so miserably?" The tall and sturdy man continued, if this person is men duo, then the other two are most likely monkey-eating eagle's men. To be able to kill them with a single blow with such great strength, just what kind of person is that, for this person to be able to kill the top experts of a B-rank organization so easily, he is naturally very dangerous. Black Hawk turned his head to look at Yao Xing'an and said, Bureau Chief Yao, immediately seal off the situation here. We will secretly investigate and not alert the enemy. At this moment, Yao Xing'an also realized the seriousness of the situation. To be able to make these masters fear him, how could they, the people from the Defense Bureau, deal with him? Thus, with a pale face, he nodded vigorously, I'll listen to you officers. The matter of the kidnapping seemed to have passed just like that. Xu Qingxue also had a big heart, so she wasn't affected at all. She went to work and got off work as usual. Not only that, Xu Qingxue seemed to have remembered the matter of putting on makeup. Every morning, she would put on some light makeup, causing her already enchanting face to become even more heaven-defying. It was as if she was born with a beauty effect. The woman's clothes also became more close-fitting. Whether it was a dark blue close-fitting dress or a white dress with a thin veil on her chest, it outlined her exquisite and plump figure in an incomparably soul-stirring manner. This woman, how could she be so beautiful? If he had seen this kind of woman back then, he would have definitely driven the car to a deserted place and forced himself on the bow. Li Fan Xian's heart ached, thinking that with the friendship of the pickled fish, it wouldn't be too much to take a few more glances at the woman from the rearview mirror. I won't touch you, I can just look, right? Unfortunately, the woman had chosen to sit in the last row, not giving him any chance to peep. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. The 180 yuan dinner was treated for nothing. The CEO's tricks were really deep. Not only that, Xu Qingxue's attitude towards him didn't change much. She was still cold, and even spoke less. This made Yi Fan feel strange. Logically speaking, if the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk, their relationship should have become closer. He really couldn't understand what a woman was thinking. Could it be that Zhu Wanguo, Wang Liren, and the other old men had been causing trouble for the acquisition of the feed company, causing the woman to be in a bad mood? Yi Fan could only think like this. Unknowingly, it was already Friday of the first week. In the morning, in the car heading to the company, Xu Qingxue, who was sitting at the back, took the initiative to speak. Yi Fan, don't go out and run around tomorrow. Fan was puzzled, isn't tomorrow Saturday? Does he still have a job? There's a very important guest who can visit at any time tomorrow. He's from Enamel, and you're proficient in French. You're also my assistant, so you can come with me. Xu Qingxue said. Li Fan Xian frowned. Actually, he was planning to do something on the weekend, but since the woman said so, he could only nod and say, all right. It was rare for a woman to take the initiative to speak, so Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, Qingxue, did I do something to make you unhappy? Xu Qingxue was looking at the information when she raised her head and asked, what's wrong? Because I found out that after eating the pickled fish that day, you weren't willing to pay attention to me. I was wondering if you were angry with me again. Yi Fan said truthfully. Xu Qingxue pursed her lips and her face slightly heated up. Her eyes flickered left and right for a while before she asked, do you care if I'm angry or not? This. I still feel uncomfortable in my heart, Yi Fan said. Xu Qingxue's beautiful face didn't show any expression, but in her heart, she was secretly delighted and said, guess. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I guess that? Then go figure it out yourself. After Xu Qingxue said this, she no longer paid attention to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face was gloomy. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. After asking, he would have had a headache. After arriving at the company, Yi Fan played games as usual. However, when he was playing games, he was also thinking about what Xu Qingxue meant. Unknowingly, it was lunchtime. Yifan went down to the dining hall, took a pile of food that was like a small mountain, and found Su Lingshan, who was sitting alone. It seemed that because they had been eating together for a few days, Su Lingshan had gotten used to it. She didn't put on a sour face for the man to see like she did 2 days ago. Because Yifan had something on his mind today, he sat in front of Su Lingshan and became a lot quieter. Seeing that the woman had covered her chest tightly, Yifan also minded his own business and ate. This silence made Su Lingshan feel uncomfortable. This guy was so active before, why didn't he say anything today? Hey, what are you thinking about? Su Lingshan pretended to be casual and asked. Yifan raised his head. Captain Su is asking me. Nonsense. Is there anyone else here? Su Lingshan rolled her eyes at him. Yifan giggled. What, you're suddenly so concerned about me? Who cares about you? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm just afraid that a pervert like you is up to something bad again. Su Lingshan snorted. Yifan wasn't angry and asked with a face full of emotion, Captain Su, you've known Director Su for a long time. You said that she's suddenly hot and cold. One moment, she's talking to me, and the next moment, she's extremely cold. I can't think of anything that offended her. If I ask her, I'll think about it myself. What's the reason? After hearing Yifan's question, a trace of astonishment appeared in Su Lingshan's eyes. After a while, the woman disdainfully said, You're thinking too much. How could Director Su possibly talk to you? It's just your own imagination. When Yifan heard this, he felt a little disappointed. Is that so? Sigh, you women's thoughts are really complicated. Yifan suddenly realized that although he had experienced something that many people would never be able to experience in their lives, and had reached a peak that countless people could not even think of, but in terms of relationships between men and women, he was extremely blank. In the past, he only treated women as playthings. Now that he had really settled down and lived together, he realized that it wasn't that simple. After finishing his meal, Yifan returned to the 66th floor with a box of fruits. Although Su Qingxue didn't pay much attention to him these 2 days, she had eaten all the fruits she brought. It seemed like this had become a small routine. Just as he was about to exit the elevator, he saw a beauty wearing an office lady's outfit standing outside. Ying. You're back. Yifan smiled happily. Feng Yuing had already been on a business trip for a week, and she was finally back. When Feng Yuing saw him, a trace of joy appeared on her delicate face, but she immediately said unhappily, You're not allowed to call me that in the company. Oh, Yuing. Yifan changed the way he addressed her. Seeing that the woman seemed to be sulking, he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy to see me? Feng Yuing walked into the elevator and pushed Yifan out. I'm not angry, I'm going to work.